Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku blackmailed Eraserhead into being his guardian? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. 14-year-old Midoriya Izuku walked down the street muttering to himself how he was well aware how screwed up the society was and trying to figure a way out of the mess he got himself into. Of course, the one time he fights back and shoves the boy that kept sticking his elongated digits where they don't belong, the teacher finally does his job. It was a shove that barely made the boy stumble and everyone blew a fuse. Guess he's lucky Kaken was out today at an appointment, or it might have been worse. But that just means his friends think he's fair game to pick up where he leaves off and play the game. What would Bakuga do? Kaken messes with him, destroys his stuff, calls him names, but hasn't outright hurt him. Yet Izuku thinks rather sadly. It would only be a matter of time before that changes. His so-called friends, more like followers, have resorted to such acts, and Izuku has the scars to prove it. All it took was the teacher exiting the classroom at the wrong time, and in less than 5 minutes Izuku finds himself in the principal's office, slammed into the chair, and what will probably be a new bruise on his forearm from how rough the teacher was grasping and pulling him. Izuku wishes he could have cared more, but the entire situation just set him off and is getting him in deep hot water despite being suspended for the day. And another very damning issue. If he doesn't come by with a parent or guardian tomorrow to discuss his behavior, then he'll be expelled. That entire problem just creates more problems that Izuku can't let happen, nor ones he understands. He just hates. It's not entirely his fault. Yes, he shouldn't have shoved, but he was tired of treating scratch marks, and it was clear the kids were bullying him first with how loud they were being. Of course, no one wants to stick up for the quirkless kid. If he gets expelled from Aldra, then he can't apply to UA. They won't even look at his application upon seeing his expulsion. That was if they even looked at it after seeing he was quirkless. He's aware UA accepts quirkless students, but that doesn't mean they have to. They can look at his application all they want, but at the end of the day they can choose to throw it in the trash. Oops, a sleight of hand and the application just fell in by itself and no one noticed. Just like where his life is right now. His life is in the trash, literally and figuratively, and he's waiting for someone with a flashy fire quirk to burn it, or for someone to pick it up, consider it, before tossing it away to be crumpled on the street, to be run over, stomped into a dirty puddle, or flushed down the drain. Any of the scenarios are accurate because that's just what happens to be people like him. Not that he's met other people like him. 20% looked more like 2. Izuku doesn't want to go back to where he's living yet. It's too risky, and he can't let anyone from school find out where he lives. Not that they'll care, but they would trash it even more than it already is. While home is quiet and solitary, he'll be surrounded by everything he cares about and get distracted. He can't afford to be distracted when his already bleak future is riding on him, thinking of a solution. Instead, he decides to detour toward the park he used to play at as a little kid. Not much has changed in about 10 years except a little more wear and tear and rust. The community is too broke to fix anything and are all about the don't fix what isn't broken. Sounds pretty accurate. Izuku's pretty sure the slide will be the first to go the way he sees kids jump down it. It's quite nice, spring day, and luckily no one is around, so he can think about his next move and hide until way after school lets out, which will be within the hour. Or so he thought. He was alone. Izuku looks at the man sleeping on the park bench that sits under a shady tree. A perfect napping spot if Izuku's being honest. Still get the warmth and coolness of spring. He's swaddled up in a yellow sleeping bag and Izuku thinks he's homeless. He's not surprised, to be honest. Plenty of people in this area are homeless, including him. He lives at Takoba Beach, a trash beach, so that doesn't help his point. His mom abandoned him last year after starting his second year junior high, and his dad took off after he didn't get his quirk. He just started his 3rd year about a month ago, so he's been on his own a little over a year. He wouldn't be surprised if his parents were together sipping wine somewhere in America, denying to anyone who asks if they have children. It wouldn't be the first time. He actually doesn't mind his little place he's created. It's safe from everything, including bullies and the weather. Because of the unstable junk, no one goes near there unless they're throwing something out, which Izuku loves to investigate and see if he can get any use out of. No one cares enough about anything other than themselves to actually care about cleaning it. Izuku does what he can to keep it away from the water so it doesn't pollute the ocean. Regardless, it's the perfect place to hide in. The little hideout he's created protects him from all sorts of weather and during winter can be insulated for some kind of warmth. It isn't much, but at least he isn't freezing to death. It also has plenty of storage. It's not much, but it's home. Back to the homeless man, he has a coffee cup sitting on the ground beside him that the small breeze knocks over, telling Izuku it's empty. He can see the label and it saw the coffee was cold brewed. He knows that shop. It's on the edge of the district. They have good baked goods too from what Izuku's looted from their trash. They don't lock the dumpster, thankfully. Other places do, and Izuku hasn't mastered how to pick locks yet. Izuku wouldn't be surprised if the cup of whatever it was, coffee probably, was stolen. Izuku hates to admit he's done it a couple times. They're popular enough to accept online orders and people just come in and grab it. As long as he puts on his school uniform, he can walk in and grab something as long as he isn't suspicious. He has to be careful and he doesn't do it often because it is stealing, and he still holds on to his dream of being a hero. He's halfway there, not necessarily legally. Izuku eyes the homeless man as a rather intriguing idea comes to mind. People around here will do anything for a quick buck or two. Izuku has about 60,000 yen, about $400, saved up from, again some of it also not so legal means, while some are more just sad. Whether it's slipping out of a Karen's purse or finding junk at the trash beach and reselling, Izuku doesn't really care as long as it gets some kind of income. His more profitable source comes at night. No one ever sees him coming anyway, and he's getting practice for UA. He'll need the money for later, like when he gets to high school. If he ever gets there. From what he can see, the man has black hair and doesn't look super old. He can't see any gray hairs, to be more accurate. Even so, people live with older family members all the time. Izuku reaches up and pulls one of his curls. His hair kind of gave it a shadow that could pass off as black, or if anyone asks, he gets everything from his mom. He'd only need a favor for about an hour or so. Maybe if he paid the guy he'd pretend to be his guardian, that might work. No one has ever seen his dad, so it might work too. He'd certainly be set back quite a bit, but nothing a couple good nights patrolling the town won't fix. The people kind of deserve it anyway and have it coming. Izuku reaches out to touch the man's shoulder. A phone rings and Izuku quickly runs behind a tree behind the bench. The man moves very slowly, so Izuku doesn't think the man saw him. Homeless people typically don't have cell phones. Even if they did, they didn't look very nice. A flip phone with minutes one had to buy, like the one he had, but not like the smartphone the man has, as an arm emerges holding it out. Like a cocoon, the sleeping bag unzips and a haggard-looking man emerges, not very like a butterfly, but Izuku recognizes this man immediately from his black costume and white scarf around his neck. He almost fanboys right there, but he's trying to be quiet. That's Eraserhead. He's a pro hero, one of Izuku's favorites, who often patrols the area Izuku lives in. He's one of the reasons Izuku doesn't have as many problems with criminals and villains as he probably should. Which is nice to know he's safe, but kind of hurts his moneymaker. Izuku has seen the pro in action plenty of times and will always attempt to copy his techniques. If he can be a pro, fighting essentially quirkless, then Izuku can still carry hope to do the same. He wonders, can he ask him to least help him out with some tips on training? There was no way he'd actually help him with his current problem without turning him in. Izuku can clearly hear both sides of the conversation from his position behind the tree, as it sounds like the other person is yelling. "Hi Sho. How's the patrol?" Izuku knows that voice. That sounds like Present Mike. He has an old radio that only gets a couple stations, but he uses it to listen to him every Friday. He isn't surprised that they know each other as pros, but this sounds so personal. Neither hero gives too much about their personal life. Hell, barely anyone knows that Eraserhead exists. Izuku feels like the paparazzi getting juicy details about a celebrity. He's certainly going to write this down later. Something hits his foot, grabbing his attention, and he looks down to see the coffee cup. He picks it up and sees Aizawa written on it. He's internally freaking out that now he knows Eraserhead's name. Surely it's his surname, but this is so cool. Despite the shitty day earlier, this is awesome. Too early. Eraserhead groans. He got stuck with an early afternoon patrol instead of his usual night. He was suching with another hero and the hero neglected to be specific on which 10 he meant. He expected PM, not AM. Luckily the patrol was almost over within the hour. Nothing happens during this time. Kids are in school. And most of the daylight heroes have the area covered, so he elected for a nap. Oh, that doesn't matter. That means we can cuddle when you get home. You better not have had any coffee either. You exceeded your allowed 1 cup a day. No, Izashi. I haven't had any coffee today. He's not telling the blonde he's had 2 more after the one he had at breakfast this morning. Izuku opens his mouth in shock. He is such a liar. The cup was a black coffee and the shop is known for its strong brews. Are you lying to me? I'm not lying. Bullshit. If I find out you're lying, I will tattle. Your doctor says you've been drinking too much and need to cut some. Shoyuta internally shivered at the thought when the old lady lectured him. His doctor being recovery girl who said she was going to call her nutritionist friend who had a quirk where it could change your taste to like or dislike anything she thought of. She would make him hate the taste of coffee without flinching. While Shoyuta is pretty sure he'd still drink it out of spite, he would prefer still enjoying the taste. Eventually that resolve would wear down and he'd give it up. He refused to let that old biddy win. Why don't you believe me? I'm not lying. Because I know you, Han. I just wanted to check in on you. Where are you and we can meet for a late lunch date? The park near Aldra Junior High. Great. That's not too far from me. I'll see you in a bit and think of some places we can go. Love you. You too. Eraserhead said before hanging up. Shoyuta Aizawa sighs. His boyfriend knows him too well. He needs to get rid of evidence, which is easy enough. There's a trash can right next to him. He looks down and sees the cup is gone, maybe the wind got it. He looks around and doesn't see anything resembling the to-go cup he had. He'll look for it as he waits so he isn't littering. After he takes care of his little watcher. You can come out? Shoyuta sighed. He knows there's been a kid watching him for the past few minutes. He sensed him walking up before darting when Hizashi called him. You're Eraserhead? Izuku said. He has a bad idea, but he really doesn't have much to lose at this point. If he doesn't do something, he's gonna lose it all anyway. It's kind of do or die. He's got a backup, but he wants to do this right. He wants everyone that didn't think he could do it to SCK it. He just hopes one of his favorite heroes will forgive him. But a quirkless boy has to do what he must. No one is created equal, so sometimes it's needed to make the necessary choices, no matter how good or bad, to create equality. How do you know that? Shoyuta asked. You patrol my neighborhood at night? Izuku said as he smirked. I also know you're not supposed to be drinking coffee. Shuta's eyes narrow down at this green-haired child as he shows him his missing coffee cup. The kid's large green eyes, he just knows this spells trouble. And? Shoyuta asked, trying to play it off. I'm sure you do things you aren't supposed to. You're what, like 11? I'm 14, thank you very much. Izuku answered. Sure. Shoyuta snorted. This kid is skinny for 14. As much as he's starting to dislike this kid, he can't help thinking he hopes he's alright. The hero and teacher in him talking, of course. Izuku, he sighs. He needs help and he's about 99% sure he won't help him and will probably turn him into the police or child services if he tells him the truth. This could backfire badly. Izuku isn't stupid. He knows what happens to kids like him in the system. They either end up where he's at now or dead in a ditch. He's halfway there for the latter and he'd like to prevent his death and climb himself out of the hole early. I hate to do this. You're one of my favorite heroes, but I need help and I need it to be discreet. No one else needs to be involved. Shoyuta doesn't like where this is going. He can sense what's about to happen even without a trained sense. Shoyuta glares down at this child as the kid smirks more in a way that he's almost impressed if he wasn't on the receiving end. You see, my mom is on a business trip and won't be back until next week. Aioi got in trouble at school and they need to speak with a parent or guardian tomorrow or I'll be expelled. Expelled? Geez. This kid doesn't seem like a problem child at first glance, but looks can be deceiving. The soft looks are apparently just a ploy for the devious child underneath. A little wolf in sheep's clothing. Oh, how he'd hate to see what spawned this kid. What did you do? Why do you assume I did something? You do know that assuming just makes an but out of you and me, right? Izuku said as he eyed him. Shoyuta narrowed his eyes. Kid, you are literally attempting to blackmail me. Touché. Is it working? Izuku asked with a sheet-eating grin. Little sheet. He knows what he's doing. He is blackmailing him, a pro-hero, and the kid doesn't even deny it. While it could use some work, the kid clearly isn't stupid. He wants something and Shoyuta knows this. Hisashi will be arriving any second and he hasn't gotten rid of the evidence of his guilty pleasure. This kid clearly will have no qualms about telling his better half as soon as he sets him in his sights. Hisashi will 100% follow through with his threat, and while Shoyuta can run, he can't hide. First it'll be coffee, then jelly pouches. It'll be a never-ending list until he's cornered and forced to change his habits to fruits, veggies, and a proper sleep schedule. A nightmare. What do you want, brat? Shoyuta asked. At least entertain the idea and keep the kid talking. I need someone to come to school with me to be my parent and tell them not to expel me. Izuku said. Shoyuta was dumbfounded. Really? No money? No information? No get-out-of-jail-free card? That was literally the last thing he expected, and most kids don't really care if they get expelled. Unless those kids are in his homeroom, then they care a lot. They can't wait until your mom gets home? Shoyuta asked. Most schools understand parents needing to leave for business trips, especially if they're single and work quite a bit to support the family. No, Izuku said without hesitation. Not that the school cares or notices, but anything that goes to Incommitaria is actually to her son posing as her via forged signatures or crafty emails written while he hangs out in a free internet cafe to escape the bullies who chase him down. I can't get expelled, especially when I haven't done anything. You must have done something, Shoyuta said. He expels kids all the time with good reason. They'll graduate one day and then the next he's seeing them dead on the news. He's just trying to prevent seeing them into an early grave and seeing the grief looks of their parents. Not really. My school hates me and I shoved one of my bullies, Izuku said as he then rolled up his sleeves. Shuta's eyes slightly widened, but not where anyone would notice. The kid's arm has long bright red scratch marks running down them. They look like it could almost be from a cat, but they're too wide. The kid was either being bullied like he said, or he hated to think the kid was doing it to himself for a form of attention. Makes sense. Mom doesn't seem to be home as often as he personally would like, so the kid acts out to get her to notice. Not uncommon. You should tell your mom. She could talk to them or have you go online. She's gone all the time. Also, my school won't let me go unless a guardian approves. Not a complete lie. Izuku has looked into dropping out or simply not going back to Aldra and going online. The internet cafe is open pretty late for the local community college nearby, so doing his school work wouldn't be a problem. The only problem was when he asked the counselor about it, and she told him he'd need a guardian to sign off in person since he's a minor and most online schools request transcripts to see where the students are at. Izuku literally asked her why she cared if a guardian was there or not, and she simply said to cover any tracks. He knows what they're trying to do. Keep him there for a number of selfish reasons. Their students needed a punching bag, and a quirkless kid like him is prime for the picking. Izuku rarely fights back, just trying to keep his head down until he goes to high school. They don't have to worry about anyone getting suspicious of that fact. Even if he goes to any authorities, they won't do anything telling him straight to his face what they're thinking. He just wants attention. To keep the school's test scores up so they can get less shitty funding. Izuku is sort of surprised that his teachers don't outright fail him or make it pretty close, so they have to see him repeat a grade. Aldra SEKS as a school to begin with, and some funding comes from how well they do on tests. Izuku won't say he's a certified genius, but he's not a complete dumbass. His teachers are aware he's part of the reason they're receiving anything at all. Which is why it surprised him that they were going as far as to expel him. Izuku wants to call their bluff, but that would end badly in a number of ways he'd rather not think about. Your dad? Dipped? Good riddance, a-hole. Izuku tries to not let it bother him that his dad walked out, won his 4th birthday no less, calling him a useless piece of shit and that he wasn't his son unless he actually got a quirk or made something of himself. Why do they bully you? Why does your school hate you? Shoyuta sighed. If the kid isn't lying, then he's in a bad situation, and the least Shoyuta can do is attempt to make it easier. Maybe if he helps this kid with his situation, he won't tell Hisashi about the coffee. He can't claim the cup isn't his when his name is clearly written on it, from Shuta's favorite shop, exactly the way he likes it. It doesn't make much sense that a school would outright hate on a child. He could just say screw it, let the kid tell Hisashi, and grovel, but Hisashi had that twitch in his eye that tells Shoyuta that won't work. He also has more dignity than that to beg. Hisashi is serious about health, mainly Shuta's, especially after Oboro died. His best friend stuck by him through the bad times and the really rough times, which evolved into the blossoming relationship they have now. This isn't an interrogation, Izuku said, admiring the cup to subtly remind the pro. So either you can help me and I don't tell Present Mike, or you can live with the knowledge that I'll leave peacefully, but I went and paid some homeless guy to do it instead. Who knows what could happen to me then? Oh, and you won't tell anyone about this, or you'll be right back where you started. No looking me up or chasing after me. Shoyuta has never wanted to punt a kid more, and he works with self-entitled teenagers who think they can get anything just because they have a flashy quirk. He can solve this issue in so many different ways than submitting to this blackmailing little sheet. I could just take that from you, Shoyuta said. Could you let Present Mike see you attacking a child? Izuku said, pointing at the entrance. Shoyuta turned around expecting to see his boyfriend, but no one was there. He quickly turned back around and saw the kid no longer had the cup, but the sheet-eating grin was twice as big. He shuffled the large yellow bag on his back. This kid is playing him like a fiddle, and Shoyuta hates it. He'll say it. He doesn't think he's hated a kid more than this one, and he's been teaching for a few years now. He's had kids that made his eyes burn from quirk overuse and pull his hair out, but none have frustrated him to this degree. His quirk has to do something like this, or this kid is too DMN smart for his own good. Either way, he doesn't like it. All right, you brat. Shoyuta sighed and Izuku grinned. Where do I meet you and what's your name? Aldra Jr. Hi, tomorrow at 7:30? Izuku said. Holy shit. He didn't think this would work. Shoyuta almost groaned. Why so early? Because you need to get to your long-lost son, Izuku said with a wink as he started to walk away. Shoyuta felt his eyes twitch. He has no children because if he did, they'd be like this little sheet. Something about returning what you did to your parents tenfold, but Shoyuta doesn't get it because he was a well-behaved child. What's your name? Not falling for it, Izuku said as he picked up running, especially when he saw other kids coming around the street. Time's up and he's out of here. They'll out him instantly, and he's made this far to give up his chance. Shoyuta went to chase after the kid when he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, it was indeed Hisashi, dressed in civilian clothes, with a bag probably had something for Shoyuta to change into. Hisashi hated going out to places in their costumes because it didn't feel like their time together as Shoyuta and Hisashi, but as Eraserhead and Present Mike. The man ran up to him, giving him a quick hug and peck on the cheek. Who are you talking to, Sho? Hisashi asked, before he grinned. Was it a little fan? More like a pain in my butt? Shoyuta grumbled as he watched Izuku running toward the coast of Mizudafu. Hisashi will forgive Shoyuta for needing an extra large coffee that morning. He barely got any sleep last night thinking about the DMN kid. What was this kid's deal? Something about the entire situation didn't sit right with him. He's a pro-hero after all. He took an oath to protect and help people, including snot-nosed blackmailing sheets. He almost took a minor patrol last night so he could go look for him or try to find out anything about him. While he knew he could pull some strings to find out more, he really didn't want to explain to either the police or any principals that he's being blackmailed by a 14-year-old and that his taste buds for coffee are on the line. However, just because he didn't want to say anything incriminating toward himself didn't mean he didn't have a backup plan in case this went south. I'm looking into Aldra Junior High School. I may need assistance. I'll have something within the hour. Shoyuta rolled his eyes and pocketed his phone. Of course that rat would. He'll probably know more than he will within that time. Maybe he just should have done that in the first place. Nizu was crafty, but he knew to keep secrets, especially for people he liked. He didn't think many green-haired kids went to school at Aldra, so it wouldn't be that strong to find the little Aizawa. Shoyuta turned around to see the bane of existence grinning at him. He seriously wasn't going to forget this brat anytime soon. It wasn't every day a pro was doing a child's dirty work. For a moment he wonders how this kid knows his name, but then he remembers the kid still has the coffee cup that has his name on it. So, are you actually going to tell me about yourself? Shoyuta asked. My name is Izuku and I think that's all they'll need you to know. Izuku said with a small sigh. At least he could control some things and some he wanted to stay quiet as long as possible. I don't need to know your mom's name or your quirk? Shoyuta asked. The way he said it made him uneasy. Shoyuta assumes that he's posing as a family friend or a neighbor. Considering his mother isn't here shouldn't allow them to take any measures until she can consent. Nope. Izuku said nonchalantly. Shoyuta begged to differ. At least he had a first name and no doubt this would tell him exactly who this kid is if this meeting didn't. Despite being a pain, Shoyuta did wonder how much of the kid's story was true. Seeing for himself should say otherwise. If it was then it didn't paint a pretty picture and Shoyuta really wanted to do a home check. Regardless, Shoyuta plans to at least try and help the kid even if he rats him out to Hisashi. He's a hero with a bleeding heart for kids. Not that anyone would believe anyone who said anything. No child should be living alone anywhere and from what it sounds like, Izuku's mother is always gone. If she were around she should know about what's going on with her son at school. Children weren't things to throw away once parents either were done with, got frustrated, or were bored with. If she's trying to support them then she should at least be competent enough to make arrangements, which doesn't seem like the case. With the school not being fair or having a serious bullying issue, Shoyuta chalks up probably being a classic case of quirk discrimination. Izuku probably has an undesirable quirk and is targeted, which might also explain the missing parents. They simply don't want to be around him and use work as an excuse. A problem Nizu will surely help out with. You'll give me the cup after this, right? Shoyuta said as they walked through the hall. I can't. Izuku shrugged. Why not? I threw it away yesterday when you weren't looking. Izuku said as he skipped a little ahead and opened the office door. This meeting won't be necessary. He's taking the kid out behind the school and strangling him. Shoyuta walks in with a straight face and despite not showing it on his face, is surprised when the receptionist looks shocked to see Izuku and then at him like she didn't think someone would come with him. Oh, I see you brought someone. I'll let Principal Tuma, you've arrived. They didn't have to wait long as a blonde yet balding man appeared with an expression Shoyuta despised on people. The sinister smile that made them seem like the kindest people, but oftentimes were twisted, manipulative, and selfish BS artists. They made it seem like what they were doing was actually a good thing, not seeing those who suffered. Sometimes worse than the villains he takes down. I hope it's alright I came with Izuku. He's staying with me while his mother. The principal snorted and almost laughed, interrupting him, which Shoyuta only glared at. We're just surprised anyone showed up for him at all. I'm sure you're aware, even after a short time, putting up with the boy, that he can be a bit much. The man looked at Izuku with a sinister grin that didn't go unnoticed by Shoyuta. Whoever this kid found probably didn't know, and he should be the upstanding citizen he is and inform him. It's the only right thing to do. It would teach it not to be a filthy liar too. Being quirkless and all. We understand boys will be boys, but this has gotten out of hand. Antagonizing students was one thing out of jealousy, but now physically trying to prove a point? Izuku glared his eyes a moment before they dropped. He knew what the man was doing. He's done it before and it always ends the same. Someone new gets hired and they're the best teacher Izuku's had because they stood up for him until the principal tells them he's quirkless. Instantly they clamp up and they're just like everyone else. He doesn't want to look at Eraserhead, a hero, and see him think the same as everyone else. He doesn't want to see him get up and walk out even though he'll hear the chair move and the door slam, leaving Izuku to the man's mercy. Shoyuta is floored. What? Who talks that way about a child? Calling him too much. Yes, the kid is a pain in the butt, but that's detrimental toward anyone, especially a child. It would give him a feeling like he wasn't worth anything. This is a man that should be looking after his students, but instead sought out to knock this one down. Shoyuta feels like all the pieces now make sense. The missing middle piece hiding the true image has been inserted and he hates the picture it paints. Izuku is quirkless. This is quirk discrimination or lack of thereof at its finest. Izuku is a 14-year-old middle schooler who most likely has little to no contact with his mother because she either works to provide for him in the harsh community or purposely stays away so she doesn't have to take care of him. He gets in trouble at school not because he's starting shit, but because people are starting it with him, and it seemed that for a while Izuku just took it until that patience snapped. Obviously the kid has a goal and needs an education to make it. If he's expelled he'll never be accepted anywhere else. All of this just because of a lack of quirk. He's just a kid trying to make it in this injustice world that is out to get him based on what lies in his foot. Shoyuta looks down at the boy, a child, and thinks maybe he's got this completely wrong, and yes, the kid was right. Assuming did Maken but out of him and the kid. At least now he knows the little sheet wasn't lying, and at least he can do something to at least make things a little better. What point would Izuku have to prove? Being quirkless shouldn't decide anything, Shoyuta asked. Izuku looks at Shoyuta in surprise. He didn't care? Izuku smiled to himself, happy to know one of his favorite heroes wasn't like everyone else. That he's to be seen just like everyone else when clearly he's not. A special case? Tuma answered in a fake sad tone as if he felt sorry for the child. This is why we were wanting to talk to a guardian or someone in his life about a punishment. I'll admit we were a little hasty in making a declaration to expel him. Izuku is a very bright child that we truly want to nurture. So we were considering just a suspension and an apology. Oh, how Izuku wanted to call this man out on his bullshit and how he wasn't doing any of that. Suspension goes on his record and he isn't apologizing for something that gets done to him 10 times rougher on a daily basis. However, not expelling is just as he thought. A bluff to scare him into behaving and staying down. He can see the file on his desk where it shows Aldra's scores compared to the other schools around. They're at the bottom, which means they receive the least amount of funding, and it shows the third years with Izuku's name sitting right at the top of best scores. He knows what he was doing moments before. Checking to make sure if kicking him to the curb was truly worth it. Izuku guessed that it wasn't. Just like him to them, they're seen as waste and should take measures in fixing how they're operating to succeed. Izuku snorts a little. Pot calling the kettle black. Izuku's been telling me you've not done anything about the bullying toward him. Toma almost looked appalled at the accusation before eyeing Izuku. Whoever this kid found clearly isn't bothered by his uselessness. He's well aware his parents aren't around. A father is not on his file, and his mother, well, she mentioned she doesn't care as long as he stays in this school. It does make him curious who's been answering his emails. I assure you that this fine establishment does not tolerate bullying of any kind, Tuma said. We understand that someone with such a condition as his needs special attention, but to go as far as interrupt the education of our other students isn't tolerated. His condition? Shoyuta wants to punch his man, but that might risk his license. Being quirkless wasn't a condition that needed special needs. Izuku was like any other student here. If anything, Izuku could be considered lucky. Being quirkless means he doesn't have to worry about such horrors and side effects of having a quirk. He could live without the dry eye. Certainly it'll make things harder for him in life, but so far Shoyuta has seen the kid is resilient and crafty to be able to get what he needs. So the marks on Izuku's arms aren't caused by another student? Shoyuta asked. Our students are taught not to attack one another with their quirks and take the required courses. However, we have a counselor here to help if he's struggling with other things besides being quirkless. Shoyuta catches Izuku's face out of the corner of his eye. The kid looks baffled and a little sad by the principal, and honestly, he is too. While Shoyuta doesn't know if the scratches are self-inflicted, everything Izuku has said so far is true and should is inclined to believe him rather than this a-hole. I'm sure Izuku is fine, Shoyuta said. I'm also thinking that I could get a court-ordered DNA test when it happens again to prove it, or just look at your cameras that you're required to keep tapes on. Principal Tuma doesn't look bothered by this. I'm sure you're being overprotective since he's quirkless. I can assure you all our students are safe here. We do our best with what we have, Tuma said with a smile as he then thought after, even if it's a quirkless waste of space. His test scores and a couple others are the only reason we get sheet. Shoyuta hears Izuku's nails dig into his chair. Shoyuta bit his tongue. The man kept repeating over and over that Izuku was quirkless. And he always made sure he was making eye contact with Izuku before himself. It was like he was trying to get Shoyuta to realize that Izuku was quirkless. He's aware of the boy's quirk status. That's all it is. It doesn't predetermine anything and he's not changing his mind. As I've stated, I'm aware of Izuku's lack of quirk, which isn't a problem. Shoyuta said. I work at UA High School and I'm sure Principal Nizu would surely help me ensure that Izuku, even all your students, are being treated equally. Shoyuta won't say, but he's pleased watching the sorry excuse for a principal squirm. Seeing the slight smirk on Izuku's face says he is too. Equality meaning Izuku getting the positive treatment he needs and the other students getting punishments like they deserve. No. I can assure you that. Yes, I know you've assured me, but as you said I'm overprotective. I would just like to make sure for myself. I'm a pro hero as well, so excuse me for being cautious. Shoyuta answered with a smirk. Shoyuta knows that despite doing anything about the school, this treatment isn't going to stop. Anywhere Izuku goes will be the same unless it's a very controlled and monitored environment. Izuku was clearly very smart and could probably do everything on his own in half the amount of time. My school won't let me unless my guardian approves. Actually, if you don't mind, I would like to file the paperwork to remove Izuku from Aldera. Shoyuta said. Might as well do the kid a favor and help him find an education that actually cares. He should be allowed to learn in a safe place and not worry about being tormented. You can't do that. Tuma yelled. You aren't his legal guardian. His mother has given instructions he's to remain here out of the way. Out of the way, Shoyuta started to say, appalled. To keep him from ruining any more lives. Shoyuta hears the air pull from Izuku's gi and he grips his breathed leg not to punch the guy. He doesn't have to look at Izuku to know the kid is about to cry. When he met this kid yesterday, he initially thought it was some kid messing with someone asleep on a bench. Typical Brat stuff. Brat turned into a little sheet who blackmailed him to pretend to be a guardian so he wouldn't be expelled. Now, little sheet is someone needing a hero that Shoyuta will gladly help because this is disgusting. Izuku, Shoyuta said. Why yes sir. Izuku doesn't know what to think. He isn't sure what's going on anymore. This has turned into more than just blackmailing a pro hero to keep him in school so he can eventually become a hero. The principal basically implied the school is aware his mother abandoned him, they don't care she's gone or about him at all, and are keeping him hostage so he can just be beat down again and again, day after day until Izuku finally has enough and just gives up. Is your mother taking care of you? Shoyuta asked. He knows the answer, but he needs Izuku to verbally say it. And no sir. She left me. Izuku answered. That's all I need. I pro-hero Eraserhead, use my emergency foster. License to take guardianship over Izuku? What's your surname, kid? Midoriya. Izuku answered in a soft voice. Izuku Midoriya. Shoyuta repeated, pleased he now has the kid's full name. He hopes that Hizashi isn't mad when he gets home. He told his boyfriend when he left this morning he was going to a meeting about giving his input on a case and that it was nothing to worry about. He was going to make something up if he really pried, but now he was going home with the kid apparently. He wasn't going to just dump the kid at the gates and say see you later. Now, if you don't mind, I am filing the paperwork and if you refuse to allow me, I will take you in on unlawful restraint and kidnapping charges as well. Tuma sputtered before glaring at Izuku, who a second was elevated before it dropped when his venomous gaze landed on him. How does one insignificant dirt of the bottom of his shoes cause such an issue? As much as he wanted to strangle the thing, he couldn't on the off chance this man was telling the truth. He could still at least leave the boy with something to remember his time here by. Take the little useless thing. It's not like it'll be any good anywhere else since no one else wants it. Its mom didn't want it. Paid us to make sure it couldn't leave, but we should have expelled it years ago and tossed it out like it's supposed to be. Like it deserves. Instead of punching him, Shoyuta simply stood, glaring at the man. He honestly looked like he was about to PSS himself. He looked to the kid who somehow wormed his way into his life to see the grief-stricken expression. All what the principal said now raised a bunch of questions. Where was he living? Who was taking care of him? UA and the police will be in touch. Don't try to tamper anything, or I'll gladly add on tampering with evidence in an ongoing investigation to the list. Shoyuta then pulled out his phone to see a message. Aldra will be shut down by the end of the day. Authorities and myself will be there soon. Geez. Oh, how he respects, fears, and appreciates his boss and his ability to get the job done in a timely and efficient manner. It wouldn't matter if this meeting had gone exactly like they wanted. Izuku wouldn't be coming back here because Shoyuta wasn't going to allow it. Come on, Izuku. We're leaving, Shoyuta said as he gently took Izuku's arm and guided him out. His little sheet was practically catatonic. He's just a kid who downplayed his situation and didn't know how to ask for help. Not that he blames the kid. How do you tell someone that you're abused by a system set up to help you? That he was left by the people who chose to have him and care for him? Kid probably didn't think anyone would believe him. No one had this far and he'd gotten used to doing everything on his own. Izuku didn't know what to say. There was nothing he could say to make any of this feel better. A dread that buried itself deep inside that refused to settle. He was homeless, he knew that fact very well. He knew his mom left him, yes, but he didn't think she had paid his school off to keep him from escaping. It was like she paid them to keep him trapped in a prison where he's the only prisoner surrounded by hundreds of hateful guards. Hearing the truth made it hurt so much. She was still out to get him and keep him where she wanted. No one actually wanted him. His parents left him the moment they couldn't stand him anymore. His father got the hint much earlier than his mother. His best friend, if he could call him that, called him names and reminded him of what seemed impossible. He didn't have any other friends. His teachers hated him. Hell, he just blackmailed a pro-hero into helping him so he wouldn't get expelled from a place that wanted nothing more than to either use him or deny him. Now said pro is helping? Does he think he'll blackmail him again or something? He must think that. There was no way he actually gave a shit. It all just seemed too good to be true. Nothing ever ended good for him, for people like him. Izuku snapped out his train of thought when the heat of the sun's rays hit his face. He was finally free, but he didn't feel like it. It felt like it was burning. Like the sun was a spotlight onto everything coming into light, the reality of what everyone's been trying to tell him for years. While ranking wouldn't matter to him, being a hero was about saving people. No one would want to be saved by him. They would rather die than let some kid playing around save them. Even if it meant they'd surely die. No one would want to work with him. No one would take him seriously. He would never become a hero. Izuku just stared out into the empty lot thinking how it mocked him. He realized Shoyuta had let go and Izuku just stopped letting the man keep walking ahead, leaving him. Shoyuta had a game plan. He was going to take Izuku to go get some. He let go of Izuku's shoulder to look at the time and it said a little after 9. He was taking the boy to get some breakfast first. The kid looked like he could use a good meal. No wonder the kid was so skinny, he's probably homeless. Then he was following up with Nizu and the police. They're going to want statements from the kid about the school and his parents. Whom Shoyuta better never have the displeasure of meeting or he's decking both of them. He doesn't care if one of them is a woman. He'll ask Namuri to do it if it matters. Afterward he's taking him wherever he needs to get his things. He dreaded thinking that Izuku would take him to some alley that would only serve to fuel his anger. He could get things he needed later like any toiletries or probably clothes. Then he was taking the kid home. While they still had a lot to talk about, it could wait until later. Especially after he tells Hizashi they'll have a visitor until the unforeseeable future. Maybe raising a kid with the man he loves won't be so bad. Izuku, just so you know, none of that's true. You can still do whatever you want to do. I know we didn't start exactly on the right foot, but I want you to know I was serious. I'll help you with whatever you need. I don't care about anything that was said or happened. You can come home with me until we find a more permanent solution. I'll support you because you at least deserve that. I just expect you to go to school and Izuku? Shoyuta turned around to see Izuku gone, leaving him an empty lot only to have his thoughts popping into his head about what happened and that he needed to find this kid, his kid. Izuku was gone. Shoyuta looked around the area for 20 minutes. Unable to find him or any trace of the kid. Once Nizu and the police showed up he was going to check the streets around the area. He'd patrol this entire area and let other heroes he trusted know to be on the lookout for the missing kid. Every alley, corner, box would not go uncovered. Until then he could search the school grounds and also make sure no one tried to leave. No one would be getting away with this. Izuku needed help and Shoyuta would be damn sure he was the one to make sure he got it. Whether that's giving him a home, his support, or seeing that justice was served. Little Sheet owes him that much after all he put him through in less than 24 hours. As he went around the grounds he looked up at the windows to see many students looking out curiously down at him. All pointing at him as he could see them talk to one another. Shoyuta swallowed the minor build of rage as he looked at all their seemingly innocent and curious eyes. Bullshit. How many of those eyes were instead filled with hate as each and every one of them bullied Izuku or watched on letting it happen without doing a DMN thing? How many of those hands shoved Izuku? How many stuck their foot out tripping him in the hall? How many opened their mouths and said something no human being should have to hear? That they were useless. He thinks he catches a few teachers looking out and he knows they are just as guilty if the principal was just as disgusting. This entire school made him sick to his stomach. Everything inside and out to the people to the rusted poles and flat ball barely hanging on by a thread. He's pretty sure he remembers seeing the cracked steps on the way in too, and looking up at the kids he can see a cracked window. The school obviously gets funding, not a lot as most, but it does pose the question as to where the government funding goes. He wouldn't be surprised by anything being broken in this sorry excuse for a school from the people who run it to the building itself. And in no way he means Izuku despite what everyone might think. They shouldn't think that. Shoyuta is pretty sure all this hatred is only direct toward one person. Hundreds versus one. That is just the school. He hates to think what Izuku goes through outside of school when he goes places if people know. Just by looking at him in this society everyone assumes someone his age has a quirk. Not Izuku and no doubt people talk. This whole society is fueled by many things and one of them is gossip. He wonders if he gets kicked out of places and how he's getting by. He has no support, probably no income, and Shoyuta knows enough about homeless people from work as an underground hero that in desperate times, people do what they can to survive. What has Izuku had to do just to make one more day? Izuku! Shoyuta yelled, but received nothing more of an answer than the wind. He didn't understand. Izuku seemed like coming along with him was okay. The kid was basically catatonic in the office and the last thing Shoyuta expected was that it would lead him into running off. He should have taken the boy aside as they got out of there and Shoyuta should have laid out what was going to happen. A misstep on his part Shoyuta will admit, but this was the first he's actually had to handle kids in this situation. He let go. He shouldn't have let go and now he has to think about that. Shoyuta hated thinking about the worst. He had two possibilities and neither one was positive. One was more appealing while the other is something Shoyuta never wanted to think about. He couldn't go through that again. He barely survived the first time and why does it feel like this time it would hurt so much more? Izuku used him to get what he wanted. He was already manipulated into coming here today, so what would it matter if Shoyuta fell for the woe is me act and played right into Izuku's MSR plan? An escape route. He wanted to be taken out of school and knew that Shoyuta would eventually give it to him after seeing the shit show he endured. Maybe he had a quirk the entire time and was just acting like he didn't. Shoyuta exed that thought. No one acts like they're quirkless and this was too real not to be true. He played on his emotions as a pro hero and hoped that Shoyuta was a decent one, buttering him up calling him his favorite, to begin with to not treat him like everyone else he's met. Nothing about that thought was the truth. Not even close as some were just some beneficial outcomes. Izuku was devastated in that office. The look on the kid's face said it all and he already knew the truth which was only just confirmed. Shoyuta understood that. It felt better to live in the what-if and carry on a little hope than face the harsh reality of the truth and not sure if you'll get back up. All the jabs the son of a beach of a principal made at him and the admittance that he was alone broke the spirit of that child. A child that Shoyuta just took in. He was serious. He was going to foster Izuku if that's what he wanted. The kid needed someone to have his back and stand up for him when he wasn't able to himself, and Shoyuta was sure that around 90% of the population wouldn't give as much as a sheet as him. Shoyuta needs to talk to Izuku. Make him understand things will get better and not everyone is out to get him. That his parents are shitty, and if Shoyuta ever finds them, he's ripping them a new one for abandoning him and putting them away for that reason. He knows he's probably scared because underneath that cheekiness is just a scared little kid desperate for someone to, at the bare minimum, like him. Asking someone to love them is too much. Izuku! Shoyuta shouted again once he got around to the front of the school. It's okay. A snort catches his attention and Shoyuta turns around to see Tama looking at him from the top of the steps with a smirk on his face. He's proud of himself. Shoyuta can just see the pride leak out of him and he almost wants to vomit by how he reeks. A desperation to finally put one over him like Shoyuta didn't just shut him down no less than maybe 30 minutes ago. And for a second he does, saying the other possibility Shoyuta shoved back. We'll just shut down for what, a day? Kids could use a break from breathing the same filth as it. That useless thing probably went and killed itself, realizing it just ruined the life of every useful and worthy kid here. Good riddance and did everyone a favor. We don't need it anymore. Tuma scoffed before a powerful fist came across his cheek and he sent hurtling as he slammed into the school doors with a powerful thud. He looked to see burning red eyes glaring at him. His bruised knuckles will be worth the pain later, Shoyuta decided. Nothing that a little ice won't help. He isn't one to lose control of his quirk either, but it just flashed in anger. This was a real villain and not the ones Shoyuta fights on the streets at night. At least some villains have the decency not to target children. He can't wait until he puts this a-hole away. At least he finally got a solid hit he's been aching for since this man opened his mouth before he became too out of reach. Shoyuta. Shuta's face fell as he turned around to see Hisashi coming toward him, very shocked that he just watched his boyfriend punch a man in broad daylight and in civilian clothes. Shoyuta admits to himself that this does in fact look bad on his part, as he's also wondering what he's even doing here. He should be either at school or the radio station. What's going on here? Hisashi asked. You've been weird since yesterday. Then I got a call from Nizu that I need to meet at Aldra Junior High School. He didn't tell me any reason, but then I get here and all looks okay until I see you punch a civilian. Tuma spits out a little BLD from where he bit his cheek. Finally. A reasonable hero. I should press charges for assault. You're already in enough hot water yourself, a-hole. Your word against mine. Shoyuta growled as Hisashi stepped in front of him in order to prevent Shoyuta from hitting him again. Tell me what's going on. Hisashi asked, putting a hand on his teach. Shoyuta would never hit someone without a good reason, so he's inclined to believe his boyfriend, so he's giving this a chance. Everything about the situation struck as odd to Hisashi. From Shoyuta being up, dressed in a suit before him, to telling him about a case that he didn't want Hisashi to worry about. Hisashi knows Shoyuta too well to believe him. But he trusted him, and now Hisashi isn't leaving until he has answers. Mr. Aizawa is just overreacting to the sad truth that a quirkless waste of space like Midoriya Izuku finally realized it's better off dead. Whether it's in a ditch or off a building. Tuma was silenced as another fist collided with his cheek. The man went hurtling to the ground, knocked and sprawled out flat against the stone entrance. The offender looked wide-eyed and breathed heavily in rage. The dull ache in his fist was overridden by the anger surging through him. That about sums up what's going on. Shoyuta growled. More than I wanted to know. Hisashi growled in return as he glared at the man, waiting to see if he was actually going to get up. Made you feel better? Shoyuta asked. A little. Hisashi said as he rubbed his knuckles. He'll give Shoyuta a pass on that one. Now what is actually going on? He understood quite a bit from the repulsive sentence he had the displeasure of hearing. Shoyuta would never overreact if it involved kids. Despite being a hard-ass toward his students, it all was mostly a facade at the root. Shoyuta did care for his students, but was more of the really tough love kind. He didn't want to see the news one day a year after graduation to see one of them dead. He protected his students, and would lay his life down for them if he needed. Izuku Midoriya, whoever this kid was quirkless, and this adult, a school staff member, most likely wished him dead. He shouldn't say that to anyone, let alone a child. Shoyuta sighed. Time to face the music. Hisashi was going to find out one way or another, and he really didn't want to lie to him about it now. While he figures he should wait until Hisashi calms down, He knows he won't and definitely won't like that by how his facial expressions change as it appears he's piecing everything together. Hisashi is already involved and this will open into an investigation, then Hisashi will need to know how it started. Izuku was worth it if he lost his coffee. Be grateful, problem child. The kid yesterday overheard our conversation on the phone. Shoyuta started. Okay? Hisashi asked. No big deal. No one really knows who Shoyuta is and Hisashi doesn't keep quiet that he's in a relationship, especially with another man. They're allowed to have a conversation on the phone in daylight about work or their addictions to coffee. He knows who I am. He'd blackmailed me into acting as his guardian to keep him from getting expelled, but when I got here, it was just revolting. Izuku, the kid you saw yesterday, is quirkless and everyone in his forsaken school just beats on him. He's being bullied and the school just let it happen. The school is basically holding him hostage and who knows where the kid is living. His parents abandoned him. I took him out and was going to take him home, but he ran off and I don't know where. Shoyuta explained. Wait a minute, how did he blackmail you? You of all people. Hisashi said, not quite believing that first part. Shoyuta is very good at what he does and part of that is not taking people's bullshit, especially from a middle schooler. He saw my coffee cup yesterday. Shoyuta grumbled, barely audible, but Hisashi's hearing wasn't slouching right now and heard him loud and clear. Shoyuta? Hisashi gasped. Give me a little slack here, Hisashi. Shoyuta said. Coffee isn't something people cut down on easily. Fine. We'll talk about that later. So what do we do now? We need to deal with the school and find the kid. Hisashi said. I agree, that's quite disturbing to hear and we must handle this appropriately. A bit of a cheery yet malicious voice said behind them. Both pro-heroes turn around to see the principal of UA High School, Nizu, coming toward them along with quite a few police officers and Detective Tsukachi. Shoyuta was thankful that they'd finally get somewhere and for the save from Hisashi, for now at least. Hopefully Hisashi will have some time to cool down before they get home, or Shoyuta might just spend the whole night looking for Izuku, and totally not avoiding Hisashi. I'm guessing you heard all that? Shoyuta asked. I know what I need too. Nizu said, putting his paws together. Now the good detective and these fine officers will handle gathering the students and staff for questioning. For now they'll lead the investigation with them. And what about us? Shoyuta asked as he took a moment to enjoy some of the officers putting HNDCFFS on Tuma to officially take him into custody. No doubt in Shuta's mind he'll have charges against him and he can name a few off the top of his head. Nizu just smiles as he pulls out a piece of paper and hands it to Shoyuta, who reads it over. As the words on the page process he grins. Always being at least 3 steps ahead, which is why he never plays chess with him as much as the principal makes all his staff do at least once. Apparently he's gotten so bored of not getting a challenge he's taken to beating up people on an online server. Shoyuta just rolls his eyes and walks away from his office when he hears the chimera cackling as he sips his tea. He's glad the principal is on their side and thinks ahead. It's a warrant to search everything in his rotten school from written files to the computers. Nizu clicks away on the principal's computer as he and Hisashi look through the file cabinets for anything they can find useful. The tapping away is good background noise to keep Shoyuta distracted from the burning rage inside. He can also hear students shouting, all wondering about what's going on and was there any trouble. Shoyuta snorts. Yeah, they're all in trouble and Shoyuta wants to bet how many of them are getting marks on their records. You said his last name was Midoriya, right? He's a cute kid. Hisashi asked as he flipped to the first page to look at the personal information that had his photo. This was the little kid who grabbed onto Sho's heart and was bringing out a side of him Hisashi had never seen before. He liked it and could see himself liking the kid just as much. Yeah. Shoyuta answered before his eyes went wide. What slams on the desk is a 2, maybe 3-inch thick file folder kept together by flimsy RBB bands so barren they could snap at any moment. Various colored papers of yellow, orange, and red are sticking out of it and Shoyuta can make out disciplinary on a couple. If this was any other kid he'd take one glance and think that his kid needs an attitude adjustment or a kick in the breeze. A future menace to society. However, this glance tells him all that is bullshit. Pulling out one that is more out than in he reads it. Mr. Midoriya was 1 second late for class. Shoyuta read. What the hell? Not even he writes his students up for being a second late to class. He gives them a disapproving look, but that says it all. They get there 5 minutes early the next day and are never late again unless they have a good reason. Mr. Midoriya answered a question correctly, acting like he was superior. Hisashi read another almost in disgust at the sentence. As much as he wants to crumple it up, he can't. It's evidence that they'll need despite the ridiculousness. He just calmly sets it back down and turns his head. If that one was just that, I don't think I can read another. Shoyuta knows he shouldn't either, but he can't help it. He needs to know what hell his problem child has been facing. He picks up another and another as the torturous CYCL continues. Reading, inferring what happened to this kid. Mr. Midoriya tripped in the hall, causing another student to trip. Izuku was probably initially tripped first, causing the accident. Mr. Midoriya didn't do as well on the exam as he should have. Izuku apparently got an A-, not an A+. Mr. Midoriya didn't speak up in class when asked a question. Izuku didn't think anyone would want to hear him to begin with. He didn't want to risk being called out or target afterward. He kept thinking about the one Hisashi read moments before. These immature children felt threatened by how smart he is and punished him for it. Tripped him in the hall hoping to knock some brain cells loose. Mr. Midoriya blamed another student for his injuries and misfortune. Izuku had the right to call out his abusers, but that failed when he was telling his abusers. A vicious CYCL that made Izuku think that going outside the school wouldn't help him. Mr. Midoriya didn't cover up his bruises. Izuku shouldn't even have those bruises to begin with and probably can't afford makeup to conceal them. How many times did Izuku have to walk into school and protect the already injured areas from becoming worse? Mr. Midoriya destroyed school property with his uselessness. Just sitting there? A student needs a desk, and Shoyuta knew if he walked into his classroom, Izuku's desk would be the most rickety and broken piece of CRP the school fished out of the dumpster. Hell, Izuku probably didn't even do the damage. Mr. Midoriya was a disturbance in class with his mumbling. Izuku was clearly a bright kid, and this just must be how he processes his thoughts. Shoyuta would love to hear more of what he has to say. Mr. Midoriya came to class with an unkempt uniform. Izuku is homeless, for Christ's sake. He probably doesn't have a way to wash his clothes or maybe even himself. He might go somewhere with an outside bathroom or gym to wash in the sink. Using his fingers to run through his curls to at least keep him from getting tangled because he doesn't have a simple brush. Mr. Midoriya intentionally aggravated Mr. Bakugu into using his quirk. Izuku probably didn't do it. He didn't do anything. At least he's got a name to look into. He took note of a few other names he saw on the reports. Shoyuta put the last one down, having had enough. He tortured himself reading those when everyone in the room thought he shouldn't. He can see all over their faces. He pitying glances and the way Hisashi wants to put a comforting hand on his shoulder, but he knows that Shoyuta will just shake off. Shoyuta wondered yesterday what BRD this kid, and now he knows. He was thinking of a pair of parents who either spoiled their kid or didn't give a shit. He was half right. Izuku was born from determination and spite. It's so admirable, and Shoyuta admires Izuku's resolve and strength to keep to his goal and not let these assholes knock him down for so long. He understands. Eventually that demon breaks and everything he kept in came flooding out. He was tired of being a part of their game when he was playing his own. Strong ball for the long haul. He got backed into a corner and lashed out. He finally pushed back on one of the many bullies and felt like he was asking too much from Shoyuta. Asking for help shouldn't be too much. They all just wanted to watch him fall, apparently from the top of a building. A lost cause. Just another statistic that Shoyuta wanted to throw up just because he knew what it was. He wasn't going to be a victim and let them tear his dream apart. Shoyuta wanted to know what that dream was so he could help Izuku achieve it. He wanted to see the kid genuinely smile because he was happy. Everyone was the same at the root of it all. Izuku wasn't like them, and it wasn't because he was quirkless. At least the little listener kept his grades up and had perfect attendance. Hisashi said hopeful, trying to find a positive. Everyone silently agreed and appreciated the optimism. Izuku's grades were all A+ across the board. Kid could probably get into any high school he wanted without even trying. What's the address listed? Is there a phone number? Shoyuta asked. Izuku said he patrols his neighborhood, but the kid lied quite a bit yesterday, so who was to know if that was the truth? Anything that kid said then Shoyuta would take with a grain of salt. At least it's a start and he'll make sure to keep an eye out. Izuku has to be somewhere and Shuta's not giving up. Hisashi takes Izuku's files, flipping back to personal information, and reads Shoyuta the address and number. He writes it on a sticky note to save for later. That's an apartment building that isn't too far from here and he can try the number later. It's probably a cell phone or something Izuku uses. The apartment is within walking distance and he'll visit there after they're done here. While he wants to run out of here and check the place out, Shoyuta is seeing this through for Izuku. Shoyuta knows the place will be a bust, but maybe the people living there will know something. He'll just patrol the area because Izuku has to be staying somewhere nearby to make it to school. There is no negotiation. He's going on patrol and he doesn't care if he's been up since 6:30 and has barely slept. Oh dear. Nizu's voice cut through Shuta's thoughts. What? Take a look? Nizu said, clicking the mouse to play. Nizu has the school surveillance system pulled up on multiple feeds showing various different days which hadn't been tampered with. Tuma probably thought everyone would want to watch Izuku's torment, and that's what Shoyuta sees. Before even viewing it, he can tell it isn't good news by Hisashi's hiss and the anger burning in Nizu's eyes. Izuku gets his arms torn up by a kid that can spike his fist. He sees Izuku pull away as it leaves his sleeves ripped, and dare they say that they can see small streaks of BLD. A girl with glasses keeps throwing things at him, aiming for his head as she silently smiles as they bounce off. Another girl burns him or his stuff as she just laughs. A blonde boy turns around and explodes his desk, tossing Izuku to the floor. There are several instances outside the classroom where they see Izuku getting attacked by students, and all of them end with the poor boy on the ground or falling down the steps. Shoyuta doesn't want to think about how Izuku has been treating his own injuries when it's clear he's never set foot in the nurse's office. I think we have quite enough evidence on the school, Nizu said as he saves the footage and files to a flash drive as well as sending it to UA's secure server just in case. Find anything on his mother or where he might live now? You and I both know that the listed address could be fake. Shoyuta inquired. Nothing I can find. I've taken liberty of emailing all the parents on file of the situation and the expectation of their full cooperation as well their transcripts. I would hate to see these children uneducated. I did leave out Midoriya's mother. I see various emails from Inko Midoriya, who is listed as the boy's mother. However, there are some discrepancies. How so? Shoyuta asked. They're all from the same email, but these, over a year old, discuss how she requested the school to not let him leave without guardian authorization, while these more recent emails explain that she's unable to attend parent-teacher conferences due to work. Both are written in different tones and only the older ones reach the principal. You think she's toying with them? Hisashi asked. No, Nizu shook his head. They're two different people, especially when the IP addresses are different. One originates outside of Japan while the other is not far from. Here, principal doesn't give shit. Kid's been using his mom's email to pose as her so he can't get in more trouble if needed something or has to miss school. Shoyuta summarized. Shoyuta was right when he thought Izuku was smart. The kid's making sure his situation gets as little attention as possible so he doesn't draw attention. The school just seems too stupid to think otherwise, only thinking about the rather large amount of money she sent them. However, that isn't going to help them right now in finding him. Hisashi, look in the BS for Bakugo. This kid might know something. Hisashi nods and looks through the student files and finds it almost immediately. Compared to Izuku's, Bakugo's file makes him look like a saint, a model student. It's not very big, only having personal information and a few commendations from his teachers. Shoyuta takes it from him to look over to see if he can find anything that will warrant a real talk with him. Mr. Bakugo is at the top of his class. He cares about his grades. Shoyuta can't fault that. Bakugo's grades are on par with Izuku's at the top of the class. He could also get into any high school he wanted. Mr. Bakugo is always rational in handling Mr. Midoriya as he should. He should use what he's given to show Mr. Midoriya he's not like everyone else. Mr. Bakugo has the perfect quirk to be a hero. Shoyuta looks back at the personal information and it literally blows up in his face. Bakugo's quirk is explosions. A replay of a blonde kid exploding on top of Izuku's desk goes through his mind. Aizawa. You might want to see this from this morning. Shoyuta knows he needs to look, but really doesn't. However, what gives him a slight comfort is that it's from this morning. Izuku was with him this morning, so no one should have touched a hair on this kid's green curly head. This is Midoriya's classroom. Shuta's stomach drops at what he sees and what Nizu has shown to highlight. The only empty desk in the room has been cut and enlarged so they could see what was written on it. Black ink littered the desk in various different handwriting, but every word caused his blood to boil. A few of the words look like they were scratched into the surface. Useless. Worthless. Dumbass. No one wants you. Kill yourself like the rest of your kind. Shoyuta stares at the words longer than he wants because he keeps comparing it back to the disciplinary notes. Izuku really was being kicked down again and again from all sides. But that wasn't the worst of it. Laying on Izuku's desk was a bouquet of red spider lilies wrapped up in a dirty cloth. The flowers were vibrant bloody red and looked full of life left to give. All the kids kept looking at the door and snickering to one another, waiting for Izuku to arrive and see the absolute repugnant scene they made of his desk. To watch like sharks if this will be the final straw where blood will be shed where they could claim they were the one to be the cause. When not if Shoyuta finds this kid he's giving him a hug. He deserves that much. Shoyuta isn't much of a hugger and he doubts Izuku is too, but too bad. Izuku can push him away all once, but it won't work. However, something catches Shuta's eyes. That same boy, the blonde from earlier, who he assumes is Bakugo, stomps into the room toward his own desk that sits in front of Izuku's. He looks at the show in front of him before he raises his hand and slams it on the desk. Smoke layers the room along with a burst of fire. Once it clears, it's obvious what happened. Laying across the desk and floor are destroyed, burnt flower petals and the desk is scorched, making the words unreadable. He yells something before plopping down in his chair and putting his feet up on it. Shoyuta notes that he needs to talk to this kid and picks the school's phone to call his parents. Katsuki Bakugo grumbled as he was pulled from everyone else in the class of extras. Now he's waiting in an empty classroom for who knows what reason. Everyone immediately started whispering either praise or that he got in trouble the moment they called his name. A few others got pulled before him. It wasn't that big of a deal and like hell he got in trouble. He just yelled at them to shut the hell up because they don't know shit. So far this was turning into a shitty day at school and the year just started not that long ago. He just wanted to pass and get to UA. Simple as that. Apparently that wasn't going to be the case as when the second PRD started some police officers came in asking them to come with them. One of them took their teacher while they were taken to the gym. Everyone whispered about what could be happening like a drill or something until someone said what they were all thinking. Maybe Deku finally killed himself like we suggested? Yeah, and they're making a big deal out of it. Probably have to look sympathetic. Katsuki almost turned around and blasted the fucker. Just like he did earlier about that waste of time. He's never seen what people do to Deku's desk. When he gets there, Deku is already there and the place always smells like a cleaning solution. Katsuki chalks it up to the lazy but janitors waiting until the last DMN minute to do their jobs, and he could never see anything because Deku has his nerdy notebooks covering everything. Now he knows and has seen the truth. The ugly truth. Deku cleans that sheet before anyone gets there and hides it. How could Deku just sit there and Fenji take their sheet? While he admits he treats Deku like sheet, that's because the little sheet doesn't know how to stay down and he's trying to get the little BSTRD to fight back. All his talk about wanting to become a hero is going to get him killed and he'll kill his mom like that. But if he's so DMN adamant about it, then he should at least be able to fight for himself. How can he expect to win a fight if he just lays down and takes a beating from any random extra who won't amount to shit? There's no point in becoming a hero if he can't even win. However, he's never once implied that he should kill himself. He's thought of it, but never voiced it because Deku was already doing a fantastic job doing it himself. He won't say he's worried, but Deku's not in school today. He heard what happened yesterday and he seriously doubts the school actually followed through with their threat to expel him. Deku gets good grades, actually he's the only person who occasionally beats him, so they need to keep him. He's not stupid. He remembers the teacher getting set at Deku for missing one question on an exam. One FNG question and telling him that his only usefulness was to not be a complete dumbass. Katsuki's train of thought about FNG Deku no less was interrupted by the door opening and two people walking in. Some official-looking guy and a hobo. You can't question me without my parents here, especially since I haven't done shit, Katsuki said before either one could open their mouth. Actually, we can since we called your parents and they said go ahead, the man with the longer hair said. Motherfuckers. Literally. Katsuki snorted as he shrugged to get on with it. I'm Detective Tsukachi and this is pro-hero Eraserhead, sheet. A pro-hero? He didn't look like much of one, but Katsuki didn't think this would be something people would joke about. Pro-hero Eraserhead was here earlier and found some disturbing news and we just wanted to ask students to confirm these claims before moving forward. Please note, my quirk doesn't allow you to lie to me, so please don't follow in the footsteps of some of your schoolmates and try. Stupid extras. Only idiots lie to the police, especially if they've got something to cover up. However, as the suspense carried on, he didn't like where this was going and the fact that he hadn't seen Deku all day didn't help. Okugu, do you know Izuku Midoriya? Shoyuta asked. Yeah. Katsuki grumbled as he bit his cheek. So this was about Deku. What the hell did that nerd get into now? His dumbass better not actually be dead. He didn't think Deku would take his own life. Nerd was too obsessed with trying to be a hero and it had certainly upset his mom. Not that he thought about it if Deku was no longer around. Certainly it would make things quieter, but he isn't where he wants anyone to die unless there's some shitty villain. He just wanted him to stop messing around. Are you aware that Midoriya was being heavily discriminated against and bullied here? Yes. He's not blind or stupid. He's seen what the teachers do. He knows he's tripped in the hall or shoved him out the door. He got in his way. Deku was always getting in the way. Did you take part? Katsuki didn't look up at them as a wave of hypocrisy washed over him. Extras lying that they didn't do shit to Deku every DMN day. Shit he also did. Yeah. So what? Slam. So what? Shoyuta shouted as everyone jumped. Did he not see how big of a deal this was? What could this turn into? Izuku was. Izuku could be. The racer. Tsukachi said. Shoyuta sat back down quietly as he took a much-needed breath. As much as he wanted to go off on this brat, he couldn't. Tsukachi would kick out the room and off the case. He was already too close as it was, but he was the initial pro on the scene. Hisashi offered to go in for him, but Shoyuta was staying true to himself that he could do this. The kid was just like the others, acting like what they did wasn't a big deal. Like this was normal. And sadly enough, Shoyuta knew it was. What kind of things did you do to him? Like tripping him or blowing his sheet up? That about sums up what we saw on the tapes. Shoyuta supplied. Then why did you FND ask? Katsuki snapped. To see if you admit it? Tsukachi said. Thank you for cooperating. Did you do anything that resulted in suicide baiting? No. Katsuki snorted. I ain't that low. Tsukachi nodded. We appreciate it. Shoyuta said, remembering that. We saw what happened this morning in your classroom on the tapes. Shoyuta wasn't going to say it. Absolutely refused, so this kid better catch the hint. That's a waste of time and just causing problems for everyone. Teachers make a big FANG deal out of it. Seriously, they should just ignore him. I try to, but the little fuckmunch gets in my way. I'm here to learn, then get the hell out of this trash but school, into UA, and become the #1 hero. Shoyuta really wants him to do exactly that so he can expel him on the first day. To see the light leave the kid's eyes just like he saw Izuku's leave when they were speaking to the principal. Utter loss. Crushing him until he was the one broken, but that would be Shuta's villain origins and he's already a pro-hero, very happy where he was at on the right side of the law. Plus this won't help Izuku, and Shoyuta got his revenge earlier by finally hitting the principal. He's an adult and not a child who is currently sitting in front of him. He'll take his wins where he can get them. Let's talk about something else. Tsukachi said. He has what he needs. Do you say you know Izuku well? We just need some personal information. Katsuki shrugged. Ifing guess. We grew up together. His mom knows mine. Does Izuku get along with his mom? Tsukachi asked. Shoyuta held back the urge to roll his eyes. Both he and Tsukachi know the answer. A non-existent relationship. When Shoyuta finally talks to Izuku, he hopes the boy doesn't care any semblance of compassion for her. She doesn't deserve it, as does the boy's father. Despite knowing this, they need to see what kind of picture is painted to someone who knows him, as well see if this is just a failure to report. His mom shoots sunshine and rainbows out of her, but so you aren't aware that Izuku is homeless? That his mother abandoned him? The F dash? No way she'd leave him. Shoyuta pulled out his phone. He had Nizu send him the footage from the front, just in case they needed to confirm with anyone that Izuku was at one point here today. Nizu also offhandedly mentioned he might have sent it to himself and Shoyuta before accidentally deleting it. Oops. Guess any assault charges are just non-evidential except the blossoming bruises on the man's face. He was resisting arrest and these things happened. Shoyuta also might have it so he can watch him and his boyfriend punch the BSTRD principal, but that's for him to watch over and over again. This is from this morning. Izuku came to school with me, Shoyuta said, showing the video that had the date and time on full display. While speaking with the principal, Izuku did confirm that his mother left him. What the F dash? Katsuki is inclined to believe this because there is no way people are this elaborate when making sheet up. It also makes a little sense than he'd like to admit. Deku has been looking smaller lately, especially after last year, like he's not eating enough. He's also seen him hanging around town when he knows the nerd runs away saying he's going straight home. He's dirty too and his uniforms look like sheet with the half-butted sew job. Katsuki could do better in his sleep. Had it really been blatantly obvious and he'd noticed? How long has Deku been on his own? Katsuki is trying to think back when he noticed the changes, but knows he can't because he didn't think about this. He doesn't care about Deku. He doesn't. Bakugu? Tsukachi asked, getting the boy's attention as he spaced out. What? So you didn't know? No, I didn't Ifenji know. That's fine. We just need to know if you know where Izuku's been staying. No. Shoyuta sighs. This was pretty much a bust. The only useful information they received was that they needed to follow up with Bakugu's mother and what she knows about Izuku's mother. They might get a location or maybe a way to contact her. So far Bakugu seems to know Izuku fairly well and Shoyuta can't help his more selfish question. Something he's been eager to know about Izuku since yesterday. Bakugu, I want to ask you a question. Does Izuku have any goals? Shoyuta asked. Katsuki rolled his eyes and snorted. Little Sheet wants to be a hero. All he ever talks about. He's got a bunch of creepy but nerd books he takes notes in on people and heroes. And a hero he shall be, Shoyuta decides. Izuku wants to be a hero. That is both the last thing and first thing Shoyuta had in mind concerning Izuku's career choice. What could keep a kid like him, so abused, going, but at the same time, the kid's actions didn't scream heroic. Izuku lived in a world of dog-eat-dog, so Shoyuta couldn't blame him. He'd be the first quirkless hero and Shoyuta knew he could do it. He's made it this far. At least Bakuga didn't seem as bad as the few other kids they've questioned. Not great, but he could be put in the right direction. He never suicide baited him and at least all that he's done was tame compared to everyone else. The moment they realized they couldn't lie, literally admitted he wished he tripped Izuku down the steps to see if it would kill him. They couldn't exactly press legal charges on this since 1, Izuku never filed charges and 2, Shoyuta is feeling benevolent. Things can change though. Better or worse isn't up to Shoyuta. You want to go to UA? Shoyuta asked. No Sheet. I teach there. First year heroic course. Shoyuta revealed and seeing him squirm a little was worth it. You've got a little less than a year to show you can clean up your act or I'll make sure you don't set foot in any hero school. You decide where your future goes. You can't do that? Katsuki exclaimed. Bakugu, as a hero you learn to have allies in high places including the principal of UA who is already well aware of the transgressions that have transpired here. As someone who strongly detests discrimination, he's not happy. So when I say try it, go ahead and fail. You'll be disappointed to learn that a flashy quirk doesn't make the hero at UA. Bullying another student isn't heroic. It's abuse, which is exactly what each and every single person here, including you, did to Izuku. It's borderline villainous, and that's how it creates villains. People kicked down by others that then can't find a way out when all they just needed was someone to give a shit. One person. That's all it takes. Not everyone goes toward villainy. Some have a more unsettling end. You'll learn that even if you didn't actually do it, these actions can lead to having BLD on your hands. Hero or not. Deep down in there, if you have any semblance of compassion for Izuku, you'll straighten up, stop acting like an immature child, and become someone worthy of being in my class. Shoyuta said. You'd really do all that for a quirkless nerd? Katsuki asked as he felt the man's words start to echo in his head. If someone would have told Shoyuta less than 24 hours that he'd be advocating the same kid who blackmailed him, he would have said it was irrational, but here he was. Yes, he would do all this and even more for Izuku. Shoyuta does have a kid, and he was DMing sure he was protecting him as well, doing his job. I would rip away all your ambitions just like you all did to him without hesitation or remorse. One of my jobs is to train and raise the next generation of pro heroes. I take that job very seriously, and I've only seen one kid here with potential to be a hero. I'll give you the answer freely, it's nobody currently on school grounds. Shoyuta said, getting up. Tsukachi, I think we're done. We'll be contacting your parents about Izuku's mother. It's up to you to decide where we go from here and hope to continue to have your cooperation. Shoyuta means every word. He knows if Hizashi were here he'd tell him was being too harsh on a middle schooler, but sometimes kids need to learn the strong way. That's actually how he taught his class, and at the end of the day the kids are no different. Bakugo will be in high school next year anyway. They need to learn that their actions have consequences, and that can and will get people killed. Shoyuta just hopes it isn't too late. He's done with this conversation and hopes to see improvement the next time they cross paths. You said I couldn't lie to you? Katsuki's voice said without the arrogance that was once there. Does this apply to me too? Can I ask a question and get the truth? Depends. Is he dead? Did he do it? You're giving mixed but signals, and I want to know. Shuta's stomach dropped. Everyone he's spoken to has commented on Izuku being dead. They all asked the same question. Did Midoriya kill himself? Why are you giving a sheet about a quirkless freak that's already where he's supposed to be? Shoyuta hates that he keeps getting proven wrong. He has hated a child more, and it's not Izuku, and it's not Bakugo. Bakugo was the one student so far that's asked the same daunting question and didn't sound like they'd be having a pizza party about it later. As far I know Izuku's alive. For your sake, you better hope he is, because I don't think either you or I will be able to live with that. Shoyuta said before walking out, having felt like he said enough. That problem child better still be alive when Shoyuta gets his hands on him. He didn't want to anymore, worried that might say something irrational. He's finding Hizashi and telling him he's leaving. Shoyuta needs to find Izuku. He will find Izuku. Whether the kid is dead or alive is something Shoyuta doesn't want to think about. He hopes that his goal of being a hero is what keeps him going a little while longer. Shoyuta knows he also let go, and he has to live with that until he can hold onto Izuku again. Izuku rocked himself back and forth as he tried to calm down. Everything was going so right, but then it all went to shit. Just like he knew deep down that it would. Everything that he clung to, that kept him going, was gone because he couldn't just stay down like he was supposed to. He tried to stand up against everything he knew was wrong, but look where it got him. His dream of being a hero was fading. It had already started to waver all those years ago in that dark room, illuminated by a video he once held so dearly. There was only a spark left. A smile that Izuku couldn't find within himself to give. He ran as fast as he could away from there, back to his home with the trash, scared that Aizawa would turn around and tell him to get out of sight. Izuku could see the frustration in his eyes. Aizawa hated him. He hated that Izuku dragged him into this when he had better things to do, more important people to save. His favorite hero couldn't stand the sight of him. Not because he was quirkless, but because he was so useless. He blackmailed a pro hero. There had to be some kind of law against that, right? Who would want him after the vile stunt he pulled? Aizawa would just be one more person added to the very long list of people who just left him. He wanted to reach and ask one question. A dying question that Izuku just wanted to know. Do you really care? He couldn't stop the tears from falling, and he was afraid if he opened his mouth someone might hear him openly start to sob when he thought about the possible answer. Not that anyone would care. Nobody cares, and they'll just pass it off as a dying cat. That thought was half right. Izuku felt like he was dying inside. His heart feels like it's been ripped out when he was already barely hanging inside his skin-on-skin contact, and pain bloomed as Izuku kept hitting himself in the face and on the head. Stupid. 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 Why did he have to be so dumb to think that blackmailing someone would actually be beneficial? He should know this. It doesn't. It was wrong. But what else was he supposed to do? His dream was fading, and that was the only thing keeping him here. Sniffling as he lost the strength in his arms, he settled for just gripping his knees tightly to his tea as his fingernails dug into his breathes. He couldn't feel it, but it was only a matter of time before the threads gave out and jagged nails from biting them pierced his skin. Not that it would bother him. He couldn't feel anything anymore outside all the weight of fatigue his mind threw at him. All the self-punishment and sobbing had given him a headache. He was so tired. He wondered how long it would take before everything just swallowed him. What small hope would keep him hanging off the side of the never-ending darkness? He learned to take what was given in front of him without complaints. The little things made him happy, like finding a yen on the street or a day-old unopened sandwich in the garbage. His dream kept him happy. He didn't want to ask for much and sound ungrateful. Wasn't that what he was? Mom didn't have to take care of you all those years. Aizawa didn't have to, or probably didn't even want to help you. You aren't enough. You deserve everything that's happened. You messed up again. Like you always do. You ruin people's lives. Useless. He just wanted someone to tell him otherwise because he couldn't trust himself. He stopped trusting people starting at the age of 4 when everyone who said they'd be there just left him alone. He shouldn't need anyone else, but DMN was one person too much to ask for? Apparently so. No one could truly just be alone. Heroes fought side by side with each other to save people. That's all he wanted. To save people who are just like him, who just need one person. Heroes couldn't be alone. Could he even still become a hero? Did he still have the right? The spark was growing dimmer. Izuku closed his eyes as a fresh new wave of tears erupted as he leaned his onto the ripped, stained seat. He just wanted it all to stop. He wished it would stop all on its own, because he didn't think he had the strength to continue on like this. He should really just cut his losses and accept reality instead of living off false hope that it'll get better one day. That was the reality of it, and Izuku should let that acceptance take over. To give up and, oh, is this a super secret hideout? A voice exclaimed. Izuku yelped as he jumped. Luckily he's pretty short, or he would have smacked his head on the roof. His wild eyes look around until they catch an unfamiliar sight. Someone's looking right at him with such intense curiosity and glee. Is unfamiliar with the feeling of being seen as interesting. Only a freak. Quickly he wiped his face of his tears to get a better look at the person who found his home he thought was pretty well covered by tires and large sheets of metal he dragged to create a type of canopy. This was literally an old car that Izuku made do with what he had and covered under old tires, appliances, and metal to protect from the elements. The back seat was his bed with a ragged pillow and a few blankets. He could access the trunk from the back, and that's where he stored everything from his food and water supplies to necessities. However, the greatest find was that despite the car not working, the keys were still there. He was able to lock it when he left and even used the locked glove box that he used as a safe for his money and his notebooks. His most precious belongings that he used to have 13 of. He lost 6 when his mom left, and it saddened him he'll never get those back. They're probably in the garbage or burned. He's tried replacing the information, but he doesn't have money and everything gets jumbled. Izuku calmed himself as he studied this new person. He's certainly never seen her before. She had yellow eyes and pink dreadlocks. She had goggles and looked rather dirty. Her eyes shined as she looked around at everything Izuku had created in his little home. She seemed impressed? Izuku stuttered, not sure how to answer her. This is super well built and you used anything you could find here. Have you made anything else worthwhile? Who are you? How did you find this place? Izuku asked. Mei Hatsume, future support course prodigy of UA High and even more far in the future, designer extraordinaire. I've been coming here to find junk I can use for my babies, Mei said as she knocked on the metal she had in a bag. Build babies? Izuku questioned. He assumes not a human child by the junk she's collected, but in this day and age he could never be so sure. My wonderful and precious inventions, of course, Mei said as she threw her hands up. So what ya doing here? Izuku can't tell her he lives there. This is all he has left. She might go to the police, then he'll really be screwed. My name is Izuku Midoriya and I hide out here from school bullies. I just come here so often that I figured I should at least make it comfortable. Izuku lied. Those dickheads. If they ever show up, I'll kick 'em where the sun doesn't shine, Mei said as she clenched her fist proudly. So what's your game plan? Huh? Izuku asked. I want to build appealing babies to help out heroes and show the world what I can do, Mei said dreamily. I bet they'll be amazing, Izuku said. Oh, thank you, Mei squealed. So tell me, what about you? Me? Well, Izuku said. What did he have left? His dream was nothing more than that. A dream that eventually fades away once a person wakes up into reality only to be forgotten about. He couldn't really be a hero. Why not? Sheet. Izuku groaned, not realizing he had been talking to himself out loud. He really needed to watch his mouth. I can just tell we're so gonna be best friends. You ramble like me, Mei said as she grabbed Izuku's arm and squeezed it. So tell me, bestie, do you really want to be a hero? Because I'll be your only support engineer and really make sure you really shine. Izuku felt his mouth was dry. She didn't mean any of that. Nothing he could do would make him a hero. No one would believe in him and he would accomplish nothing. He would save no one. I can't. Those bullies say that? Mei shouted as she hugged his arm tighter. With my babies you'll be able to do anything. And since we're going to be best friends, you'll just be my baby daddy. Izuku stuttered. To my wonderful inventions, silly. Someone is going to need to take him off my hands once mommy has perfected them. Who better than my best friend and future hero? It's a perfect match. Izuku went bright red and squirmed out of her tight embrace. Izuku thinks he's more scared than anything, but can't find it in him to be. She's intense. Probably the most intense person he's ever met, but he doesn't mind. She's like him. She's passionate about something she loves. He admires that and she seems really nice. He likes the idea of them being friends. He'll have someone he can ramble on with about anything that comes to mind, especially their passions. Hers was building support items and his was being a hero. However, Izuku has a gut feeling like everyone she'll change her mind once she knows he's quirkless. Maybe if he tells her, she'll leave and not come back here. I'm quirkless, Izuku admits. He might as well bite the bullet and tell her. Best to not waste her time and before anyone gets too attached. He looks down, trying not to cry again. He doesn't think he can handle seeing her disgusted expression. He never saw Aizawa, but that didn't mean anything. He can't handle going through what he went through today again. She wasn't saying anything. Maybe she left and he didn't hear it. Booked it so fast just to get away from him. He wouldn't blame her. Izuku looked up and was startled as she was directly in his face with sparkles in her eyes. She then squealed in delight. I knew we were going to be besties, Mei said. As the first quirkless hero you're going to need the best support engineer in the country, and that's going to be me. You'll become super popular with my help and then everyone will know who we are. Why does this sound more like a business transaction than a friendship? Izuku questioned. That's the beauty of it. It's both. Ha, Mei said as she started dancing around. Mei didn't care that he was quirkless. Actually, the fact made her super happy. No one has ever been happy to hear he was quirkless and Izuku couldn't help but to believe her. So far she was so honest and straightforward with him. His quirkless didn't interfere with her goals. It didn't interfere with anyone else's, but yet it became everyone's problem. He had another question. She already answered his first question. She cared but at the same didn't. That was what mattered. Izuku wanted to really ask Aizawa that question too, but the lingering regret and guilt still weighed heavily on him. Eraserhead was a rational pro-hero and would never actually give Izuku the time of day, especially now. However, he wanted to see him again to ask his next question, but for now, his new friend would be the next best thing. So you think I can be a hero? Izuku asked. Mei looked at her new best friend. She didn't have to use her quirk to be able to see into Izuku and see the pain that probably came with being quirkless. That didn't matter to her. Her quirk wasn't fancy either, but that's what made it so much exciting. Being able to strut your stuff all by yourself and not because some power lets you. A hero was all about heart and her super cute babies that were going to make him shine. Of course. With my help you'll be the best hero out there. It's not all about the quirks, you know. Mei shouted. I'll tell the world that I'm the one who made you the hero you are. You can even test some of my babies now so I can see where I need to improve. Izuku covered his mouth with his hand, trying not to sob. He's cried so much today, but at least this time it's in happiness. That path to being a hero felt in reach, and this could be his person. He didn't want or need to be popular, he just wanted to save people. Like she was doing now, saving him. Thank you. That means so much to me, Izuku said with a smile. Mei smiled at her new friend. This was going to be a great start to a fantastic partnership and of course friendship. She looked a little closer at everything, like super close. Izuku's hideout had a few blankets, a small ration supply of food and water, and dare she see personal belongings? A school uniform or two and a hoodie. She had an ugly gut feeling. While Izuku being quirkless didn't bother her, she was well aware of how society treated people like him. No doubt he dealt with bullies, but what about his family? Did he have someone to go home to, or was this? Izuku? Yeah. You're not living here, are you? Mei asked. Izuku couldn't help but smile softly. He hated lying to her, but who knows what would happen if he told her the truth. He doubted she'd be like, come live with me. Just because she was okay with him being quirkless didn't mean her family would be. She might tell someone and they'll throw him in foster care, and for someone like him that's a death sentence. He needed to protect what he had left. This wouldn't be forever and he could keep going a little longer. Don't worry. Everything is okay. She would never understand how this meant to him and the new lesson she taught him. A lesson that would fuel Izuku's dream. People who mind don't matter. People who don't mind matter. Once he finished talking with Bakugo, Shoyuta did what he said he was going to do and left to check out the address Izuku had on file. He hopes the talk with Bakugo poked a hole in that kid's ego. Is he going to check in from time to time until he gets to high school? Possibly. Not that Bakugo will ever know. At least not until the first day of class, where Shoyuta will decide then whether to keep him or tell him there's the door and don't let it hit him in the butt on the way out. Shoyuta looks at the address he wrote out and the number on the door. Unfortunately, the phone was a bust and was disconnected. Well, this was the place. A little rundown, but it's not necessarily a bad side of town. Might as well stop wasting time and just knock already as he rose his knuckles to the door. What's the worst he finds? Inko Midoriya having a laugh that she disowned and abandoned her own son? He hopes not. He has some standards about hitting women, no matter how much they deserve it. He hears the door unlocking from the other side, not realizing he had already knocked. No time like the present as it opened to see an older couple, probably late 50s, looking at him in concern. They certainly didn't look like they could be related. Can we help you, young man? The older man asked. Possibly. I'm pro-hero Eraserhead and I'm doing an investigation on someone who might have lived here before, Shoyuta said, showing his license. Oh my, his wife said, putting a hand over her mouth. Well, we've been here a little over a year, but we'll help in any way we can. I appreciate it. It's just a couple questions. Do you know if the Midoriya family was here before you? Shoyuta asked. Shoyuta hates that he knows the answer before they even verbally say anything. It was written all over their faces. The wife looks at her husband in concern as she places a comforting hand on his arm as he grits his teeth and his lip quips up in anger. There is such a mix of emotions flashing through their expressions that Shoyuta can't decipher what they mean. One of them he recognizes is disgust, but it fades almost immediately into pity. He can't deal with any more discriminatory BSTRDS today or he's going to lose it. Yes, the wife finally answered for her husband. They were the tenants before us. A mother and son. We never met the mother, but the landlord was quite angry to find out she had just left without any notice. I remember him complaining that he should have charged her more for keeping trash in her apartment and then leaving it. Shoyuta felt like a stone was dropped in his stomach. Trash? She couldn't be talking about Izuku, could she? Shoyuta needed to remain calm. Just like he doesn't hit civilian women, he doesn't strike the elderly. He's pretty sure Nizu can only bail him out of his temper only so many times, and he's pretty sure he used his get-out-of-jail-free card already. Today, in fact. He's lucky we still live here after that comment, but we didn't want to break the lease. The husband growled. We're planning to move within the next couple months. Yes, a nasty man, and that woman shouldn't be a mother. Her son, we found out he's quirkless. We had the pleasure of meeting him before the landlord literally chased him out. He was trying to get his things together to leave on his own when he just came in with a broom and started shooing him like some animal. We didn't mind if he took his time, but he was furious and started hitting him. Are you looking into him? He's not in any trouble, is he? He seemed like such a sweet boy. What? They didn't care that Izuku was quirkless? They didn't agree with him in telling the landlord to get him out like he was some rat? All the anger Shoyuta felt boiling up just turned off, and he thanked whoever he needed to that he met some decent effing people. Yes. Shoyuta affirmed. He's been involved with similar treatment at his school, and we've decided to take the matter into our hands to help. The couple gasped, and Shoyuta was thankful to see the utter delight on their faces after the one of shock. He was startled, however, when the man stepped forward, tightly grabbing his hand and shaking it. The man's eyes shined with happy and thankful tears that streamed down his face. Thank you, he said wistfully before realizing what he was doing. My apologies. You see, my mother was quirkless too, and while it was more common when she was child, she still faced her fair share of issues as she got older, including receiving medical help, which ultimately resulted in her passing. As much as I tried to fight it, once I mentioned she was quirkless, no one cared. Shoyuta could imagine that pain. It had been nagging at him since Izuku ran off and would continue to creep on him until he found Izuku. It was then Shoyuta would know if that would strike him or fade into the shadows. Izuku had no support system out there, all on his own. Shoyuta could at least give him something. Do you have contact with him? His wife asked hopefully. Shoyuta didn't know what to tell her. He did earlier, but who knows where the kid is now. He at least hopes he's safe. Izuku is pretty resilient and knows how to take care of himself. He's done it long enough and needs to keep doing it until Shoyuta finds him. Not that Izuku is probably aware that Shoyuta is exactly that. We're looking for him. Shoyuta simply answered. Lying to them might put him in a difficult situation. The husband and wife looked at one another before nodding. The wife left a moment before returning with a small box that didn't have a speck of dust and looked to be well cared for. Will you do us a favor? The man asked. When he left in a hurry, he left quite a bit behind. We tried looking for him, but whenever we asked around, no one would say anything and make a disgusting comment. We couldn't help but read through them, but I can tell he took great care of them. He seems like a very smart boy, the wife said, handing Shoyuta the box. Shoyuta looked down to see the cover of one of the notebooks titled, Hero Analysis for the Future. Property of Izuku Midoriya. There were 6 of them, all in mint condition there, along with a couple items of hero merchandise. This must have been what Bakugo was talking about. Shoyuta couldn't help agreeing that he might have a little light reading tomorrow or before his patrol tonight. The dedication Izuku was showing in just a few simple actions had Shoyuta believing he'd find this kid doing exactly what he wanted, being a hero. Katsuki takes the long way home. He kicks a few rocks as they skip down the street, tapping against the concrete. His memory flashed back to when he and Deku skipped rocks at the river. His would go the farthest while Deku's would sink to bottom instantly. Why the F is he even thinking about this? Deku of all people. He violently shakes his head, akin to a rabid dog with its prey, to get the images out of his head. Everything about today set him off the moment he got up. Deku had to ruin everything by opening his big mouth and telling probably the only few people in the world who actually gave two sheets about someone like him. Deku wasn't going to get anywhere if he didn't buck the F up. That didn't keep him from FANG up because he probably just got the school shut down. Katsuki didn't like the idea of having to find a new school, but maybe he can convince his old hag and man to just let him go online to finish up. He'll get it done in like a month and spend the rest of the year getting ready for UA. Speaking of UA, he probably did teach there as UA was notorious for having a full staff of pro heroes. Some he's heard of, some not. Deku probably knows them all. Katsuki was skeptical about Inko leaving Deku, but the longer he thought about it and actually looked at the evidence shown, it made so much sense. It just didn't add up at first. He has vague memories of being at their place and Inko being literally sunshine incarnate as she made Deku's favorite and hugged him. Never saw her embrace him though, but that's not something Katsuki notices too much because every time his old hag tries that sheet he shoves her. There he thinks it looked a little forced. However, the pro showed him the tapes from this morning. He saw with his own two eyes that Deku walked in with him. Deku had been wearing his uniform a little worse for wear and Katsuki swore he saw Deku showering in the locker room after PE one day. It wasn't like if he cared or noticed he wouldn't be able to do anything. Right? Did his quirk not make him the perfect hero who always saved the day? What did it mean to save? Everything that the pro hero said ate at him and kept pissing him off. Especially how he could keep him out of UA before he even walked through the gate. He liked to see the tired hobo try. He was strong it. He had the best quirk in school and could do anything he wanted. He aced everything he did. He was a shoo-in for UA. He was going to get in and show why he belonged there among the best of the best. The reason why he deserved to be a hero. He could do so much with just the palms of his hands. Stopping in the middle of the street, he looked at his palms. Pale, empty, clean palms staring back at him. Abuse. Borderline villainous. BLD on his hands. Heroes always won. Why didn't this feel like a win? It should. Aldra was history. Deku was practically gone, right? Why did the idea of Deku dying, getting beat up, PSS him off so much now? The pro asked if he had any compassion for Deku and Katsuki couldn't answer him. He immediately wanted to scream F no, but he didn't FANG no. All he remembers is that little bug following him around calling him amazing. Did he actually care about Deku? As much as he wanted to just toss Deku out of his mind, he couldn't. He was walking up to his door about to bring this up to his parents. They already knew something was up by now. The police said a school-wide email was sent out earlier and the hag checks that sheet immediately. He'll probably walk in and get the 3rd degree and his FING but chewed out. Opening the door, he was surprised to find the entryway empty, but he could hear echoing voices from the living room. Who the hell was here? He wasn't expecting. Katsuki is a great kid with a powerful quirk and a bright future. He's the perfect child. All that I could have asked for with Izuku. But no, he's a selfish child and no longer mine. Izuku. He walked into the living room hearing the familiar voice continue on saying something he never expected to hear. He promptly lost control of his quirk at what he heard her say next with such certainty and sincerity. He's never been hurt by his own quirk, but this time made his palms burn and smoke blinded him. Like it had been blinding him since the day it came in. The truth. And whoever said the truth hurts was FNG right. After everything that happened today, all that he's heard, it felt like a slap in the face. Maybe all this literally blowing up in said face was what he needed. Hisashi hated to think that the house they were walking up to really explained a lot. The Bakugu residence. The place screamed higher class and no doubt while his parents seemed to care about their kid, they probably spoiled him. Once Shoyuta returned talking with their son, he knew that needed to take over this part of the investigation. He didn't want to say it, but Shoyuta was wandering into lines of being too close to the case and Hisashi knew if he said something he'd lose it. It's happened before, it'll happen again. The years after Shirakumo was the roughest, just watching Shoyuta jump into everything he could get his hands on without care about how any of his friends would feel or what could happen to him. Luckily they were able to talk some sense into him, and teaching seemed to be the best outlet for that pain. A pain that drifted away, transforming into something Shoyuta enjoyed. His boyfriend would rather die than admit it though. You ready? Tsukachi asked, ringing the doorbell. As I'll ever be. Hisashi sighed. A moment later the door opened to see who Hisashi assumed to be his mother answered the door. A taller brunette stood behind her. Yes, she asked, although he could see her eyes twitch in frustration. They probably weren't who she was expecting. Hello ma'am. I'm Pro-Hero Present Mike and this is Detective Tsukachi. We spoke on the phone. Hisashi said. Hisashi called again shortly after speaking with Shoyuta asking if they could stop by today. Once they had a moment of peace he was going to hug his boyfriend and tell that stubborn man it was okay to cry. It wasn't often that Shoyuta cried, but he could see it in his stone-cold onyx eyes. Hisashi knew those eyes. They were the same he saw again and again after Shirakumo died. Shoyuta kept putting more and more on his plate until he bit off more than he could chew. Hisashi didn't want a repeat of Shoyuta laying on the floor, so broken, as he held him trying to comfort his best friend. Telling Shoyuta it was okay to grieve which caused the floodgates to open. A different floodgate opened once he talked to Mitsuki Bakugo about him and Tsukachi coming over to speak to her and possibly her husband. As soon as the request came out she threw a hissy fit yelling how she wanted to know what her sheet did. Apparently Shoyuta agreed with the sentiment in that regard. Hisashi reassured her that what they needed to speak wasn't directly related to her son, which seemed to soothe the angry mother bear. If only all mothers could be like her. So this isn't about anything Katsuki did? Mitsuki asked. No ma'am. We'll get right to it. We're investigating Aldra Junior High for multiple counts of quirk discrimination and among other charges on behalf of Izuku Midoriya. Izuku? Mitsuki exclaimed. She hadn't heard anything about that sweet kid in years. Katsuki and Izuku weren't really friends anymore and she kind of lost contact with Inko because of that. It was often she heard anything about them. Just snarky comments from Katsuki about shitty Deku that she always yelled at him not to say and that he never listened to. She made a mental note to call them to make sure everything was alright and if there was anything she and her family could do to help. Yes ma'am. Your son was found guilty of bullying Midoriya, but as of right he's getting a slap on the wrist compared to some of his other schoolmates. Hisashi explained. Masaru, we're definitely having a family discussion when he gets home. Mitsuki said and Masaru nodded in agreement. They were already planning on it when Katsuki walked in the door after the email they received. All it said was the school was being shut down until further notice due to criminal charges, that parents and students needed to cooperate with any police, and they should find alternatives for their children's education. They didn't think this would be about Izuku. How well do you say you know the Midoriya family? Tsukachi asked. Katsuki and Izuku used to be friends when they were little. Mitsuki said. Always going places they shouldn't, playing heroes as if they were investigating a villain base. After his quirk came in we saw less of Izuku. When I asked Inko, she said she didn't want Izuku outside as much where he could get hurt or play with the other kids. I think the kid needed a little dirt on him, but I respected her parenting style as she didn't critique mine. We've been friends since our kids went to the same preschool. When the boys lost touch, so did we. We always knew it was about Izuku being quirkless with Katsuki and Inko. If it's alright, I'd like to ask some questions about his mother. Tsukachi said. But Inko loves Izuku, Mitsuki said. She remembered her friend gushing about how smart Izuku was when they were in elementary school and how every birthday they visited Inko had such a bright smile on her face as she brought out a homemade cake. Granted she hadn't been to one of his birthdays in years, but Inko always wanted children. Izuku confirmed with another pro-hero this morning that he's no longer in contact with his mother and she's abandoned him. Hisashi said, pulling out his phone and showing it to her. This is footage of Izuku and him walking into the school together this morning to show he's still in Japan. Mitsuki and Masaru couldn't believe what they were seeing. Izuku was right there, albeit looking a little worse for wear, walking with some guy with black hair that had been pulled and wearing a suit. Who is that man? Mitsuki asked defensively. That is Pro-Hero Eraserhead. He's the one who found Izuku and confirmed with him. Hisashi answered, putting away his phone. Mitsuki shook her head. She couldn't wrap her mind around this. Inko loved Izuku. They used to talk all the time about how happy they were and Inko said she wanted what was best for Izuku. But here was this footage of Izuku this morning. Maybe Inko got a pro hero's help to make sure Izuku was safe at school. If Izuku got bullied, he'd certainly have bruises and marks, and Inko would make sure her baby was safe. They got it wrong in what they were saying. I'll take care of this right now, Mitsuki said, pulling out her cell phone and dialing. Ma'am? Tsukachi tried to stop her. Hey Inko. It's Mitsuki. Yeah, how are you? We're all good. So I was thinking, what do you say we get together after the boys get out of school today? It's been a while since we've seen each other. What? Mitsuki said she heard Inko ramble on about how Izuku was homesick today. But she just saw Izuku from a video labeled from this morning. He didn't look sick. Everyone looked at her as her face dropped and something then struck her. No, it's okay. I'll text Kat to grab his homework. That way he won't fall. If he's that contagious and ill Inko, he needs a doctor. Put her on speaker. Tsukachi mouthed and Mitsuki nodded. He'll be fine, Mitsuki. He's just not able to do anything until he gets better. Hisashi wanted to grab the phone and yell. This was Izuku's mother, and she didn't sound the least bit concerned about her supposedly sick son. If Hisashi was just hearing her and not knowing anything about what she's done, he would say she sounds like a nice woman. The way she said the last line sent a chill down his spine. It sounded like she was frustrated. He was glad Shoyuta wasn't here to hear this, and he hated that he'd have to tell him later. Inko, is everything all right? Mitsuki asked. You can be honest with me. I'm concerned, and you know I won't accept anything but the truth. A long sigh exhaled. That sweet voice changed and venom dripped off every word. Hatred. Disgust. Resentment. It was like a complete 180. Mitsuki, I can't take it anymore. I'm not even in Japan anymore. The hell you mean? You moved? Is Izuku with you? Mitsuki questioned as she felt a panic rise. She knew that couldn't be true, but would Inko just lie to her to save face? Did she actually abandon sweet Izuku? Just me. I left Izuku there so he wouldn't bother me anymore, but apparently leaving the country wasn't far enough to get away from him. I can't, Mitsuki. Please understand, not that you probably could. Katsuki is a great kid with a powerful quirk and a bright future. He's the perfect child. All that I could have asked for with Izuku. But no, he's a selfish child and no longer mine. Izuku is a lost cause. No point to him. He'll be dead before he's 18. Collision boom. Collision. Everyone turned to see Katsuki standing at the doorway with his red eyes blown wide from shock at what he heard when he walked in as a layer of smoke clouded the area. Mitsuki didn't realize it, but the sound startled her, causing her to click the end button. Shoyuta went out the moment it turned dark. Got in a slight argument with Hisashi about it, but his boyfriend submitted that Shoyuta wasn't going to let this go lightly. He would have snuck out later anyway. Shoyuta could tell Hisashi had more to say, but kept quiet, not wanting to leave the house in an argument. That never ended well for anyone, and he had a guess of what else he wanted to say. He was too close. He needed to step back so he didn't overwhelm himself. He was well aware, but so far on his patrol, Shoyuta was coming up empty, and Izuku needed to be found yesterday. Especially after he was told what Inko Midoriya said about her son. He was selfish. He was a lost cause. He would be dead before 18. No point. Izuku probably had heard it all before and believed every word. Especially if it came from people who were supposed to take care of him. She was his mother. Shoyuta hated to think about how his father treated him. Izuku said he left, but that didn't mean he couldn't have done some damage before leaving. Shoyuta hears a scream that drags him out of his thoughts and looks to see a tall man dressed in black running from an older woman on the ground with what appears to be her purse. Shoyuta rolls his eyes. At least it's a petty criminal and not some villain. Should be an easy and simple takedown. Then he can get back to looking for the kid. He muses the fact he might be able to get out some of his aggression if he resists in a perfectly legal setting. He jumps down to a lower edge on a roof nearby and is about to fling his capture weapon at the robber when the man trips. Isn't that anticlimactic? Rob a lady only to trip. As he gets closer, he can see something wrapped around the man's feet and torso like a bolus. Not tripped. Caught. Interesting. The design is pretty simple and could use some work from what he can see. Perhaps a new underground hero or something. He hasn't heard of anyone, but they tend to leave him out of the info meeting he sleeps through. Instead of intervening, he waits it out until he sees a small person come out of the shadows and grab the woman's purse. The individual is pretty short, almost like a child, wearing black clothes with a hood up and boots. Shoyuta remembers he's in the red light district. Probably another robber wanting to cash in. At least half the job is, "Excuse me, miss? I think this is yours," a voice said, handing over the no longer stolen purse to the woman slowly coming toward them. He can't place the voice as it sounds a little distorted. Shoyuta eyes widened at the new arrival. Does he know them? The person takes out a phone and clicks it a few times. They then turn to the shouting criminal who is yelling profanities left and right, probably waking up the whole block, and sticks something in their mouth silencing them. He gets a little closer, attempting to get a better look. "Oh my! Thank you so much. He came out of nowhere and tackled me. Next I know my purse was stolen," she exclaimed. "Are you okay?" The voice sounds male, but it could be a female. Perhaps a kid that hasn't hit PBRTY? Boyish is the more accurate term. "Just a couple scrapes and bruises for later," she said as she started to dig into her purse. She nodded. Everything looked to be there. She looks at her hero's clothes. "Goodness, those are quite an eyesore. Well, I already contacted the police, so they should be here any minute to take care of him. He won't be getting out of those," the person said with a slight laugh. Here," she said, giving them a bill. "Ma'am, I can't take." The person declined and put their hands up to further their point. "Nonsense. I think you deserve it. You're clearly not a hero, are you?" "No, ma'am." A shake of the head. "Oh," she gushed. "You're so polite for someone who appears so young. May I ask who to thank? I promise not to rat you out." Shoyuta listens closely, hoping to hear a name. He knows he's being wishful right now. Izuku has consumed his thoughts, and every emotion Shoyuta swallows. It's because Izuku reminds him of himself, fighting against the odds to follow through and see to his goals. Shoyuta remembered being teased about his quirk and then landing in general studies and needing to claw his way to the hero course at the sports festival. He hoped it was Izuku so he could go down there, hug him, and drag him home. Shoyuta also plans to tell him what he needs to hear. "That's not useless. Just call me Deku." "Deku." "Thank you, Deku. Please run along. I'd hate to see you get in trouble." She winked at him. "Yes, ma'am." "Deku? It sounds like Izuku. Please, let it be him." No one in their right mind names their kid something that could be read as useless. Regardless if it's Izuku or not, Shoyuta will need to keep an eye out for a possible vigilante and one that appears to be a minor. For now, he needs to answer the burning question. Hearing the sirens in the distance, he figures it's safe enough to leave the woman here with the purse snatcher, who is certainly not going anywhere as he pursues someone who still needs saving. Shoyuta gets up to chase after him when Shuta's radio crackled to life. "Requesting assistance at?" Shoyuta sighed, hearing the officer rattle off the address of where a hero requires backup for an out-of-control domestic violence that involves dangerous quirk. If he doesn't go, he'll be reprimanded and possibly be taken off this sector. He can't afford that, and right now whoever that was is okay. They're not in serious danger that Shoyuta can drop an urgent cry for help when that could turn into something much worse. It could cost people lives. It's wishful thinking that this child could be Izuku anyway, and that is what will keep him going, thinking the kid's still alive. For tonight, he'll rest easy knowing that Izuku is still out there, alive, and living his dream. Joy. Shoyuta put his head in his hands in frustration as he looked at the files on the table. Everything was blurring together, and dare he say he was too tired for this. These weren't even the files he wanted to be looking at. He wanted to be looking at Izuku's case against the school, not a vigilante that Tsukachi wanted off the streets. He's aware the man doesn't care for vigilantes at all, going as far as to consider them villains in their own legality, but Shoyuta can't arrest them for anything. Especially if whoever it is hasn't done anything wrong, and if they have, he can't prove it. All the times they've been spotted by heroes or sidekicks can simply be written off as the right place, right time. No civilian has come forward yet claiming to have seen this person or know anything about them. Never saw them. They were just walking by. They didn't get a good look at them. However, Shoyuta knows it isn't completely in vain. They also couldn't arrest them all for aiding and abetting either of an unknown, not yet brought to justice, lawbreaker. Shoyuta scoffs at the thought. Yeah, that will certainly hold up in court. He couldn't blame the civilians for protecting whoever this was. Without this good Samaritan, these people would have been in a lot more trouble than just giving a statement to the police about an attempt and having possible minor injuries. An attempt, not something that could have happened because no one showed up. Murder. Robbery. Assault. A long list that Shoyuta doesn't want to see happen to good people. That's what could have actually happened, and no one needs to live through that trauma. As far as Shoyuta knows, it's the same one he saw that first night he patrolled looking for Izuku. No one can identify the vigilante and pin them down because they got a new bag of tricks every time. All they have is that they go by Deku, and Shuta's pretty sure it's a child. Probably some kid playing hero, but one the police want off the street to protect them. Shoyuta is also pretty sure the police are tired of getting a bad reputation for not doing their jobs as well as they should. This is why being a freelance hero was a good career path. He works for an agency, but that agency doesn't completely control him. He can be requested to help in raids and patrols on his own time. Something Shoyuta knows would have been perfect for Izuku. Shoyuta also thinks Deku is Izuku Midoriya, which is why he hasn't tossed the file to the side. This was a waste of his time if he was wrong. While he's hopeful this vigilante is Izuku, all because of a similar name and a spoken dream, he's rational not to live in the what-ifs. Despite how tempting it is. It's been a month since he last saw Izuku and he ran off. Shoyuta called everywhere and everyone in the area asking if they've seen a snarky green-haired kid with freckles. Hero agencies. Hospitals. Homeless shelters. The answer was always the same. There have been no reports. They'll keep an eye out. While Shoyuta knows he should be thankful that Izuku's name and/or picture hasn't come up in any hospitals, newspapers, or morgues, that doesn't help his worries. Who knows what Izuku could be doing or what he's up to? He might be in trouble or getting himself into trouble. He might actually be injured and won't go to a hospital because he's afraid they won't treat him. Shoyuta hates that he's probably right. One look at his status and they'll either turn him away or break HIPAA. Shoyuta is beginning to think about whether he should ask for help using some kind of quirk because finding him is a slow process. Every day he gets increasingly more worried. Speaking of slow, the case against Aldra is going at about the same rate as finding Izuku. Slower than he'd liked. There have been some strides in the case, like the school being shut down and Toma's trial set. Unfortunately, their main concern wasn't for basically exploiting and discriminating against Izuku, who is a literal child. They had several documents and testimonies supporting embezzlement, and it wasn't just him. Quite a few of the teachers were also convicted and some took plea bargains, which is where the testimonies came from. Izuku's charges were only added after pro-heroes, mainly himself, pushed and threatened to go above their heads. If Shoyuta pushes enough or goes high enough, some will take notice and give a sheet. They were all sympathetic until they saw his quirk status, writing it off as it just happens. Luckily, Shoyuta knows quite a few people in high places, so he didn't have to take more drastic measures. Shoyuta just sighs. He needs to take a nap before patrol. If he comes home with another fractured rib because he was too sluggish, Hisashi will have his head. He hasn't really slept well in the last month considering everything on his plate. Quite a few people have noticed from the worried looks he's been getting, and the thought of this coming back to bite him in the butt has crossed his mind once or twice. He understands and he'll take a break once justice is served and Izuku is home. Shoyuta just wished he could have done it before today as he looks at the date. Next year, he'll make up for it, and all the other ones miss too. Izuku didn't have much else to do after getting back from doing his online work, which was, as he thought, too easy. He was flying through his lessons and the teacher in charge of them said he was impressed. He even mentioned to Izuku about taking the final exam ahead of time, and if he got a good score he'd pass him, so he'd be done until he started applying for high schools. Izuku agreed, and they just needed time to figure out a time. Oh, how Izuku was thankful that quirks weren't required to be submitted for online work and it was done through a messaging system. Izuku has to keep reminding himself this is a good thing and to not feel guilty. Izuku finished up his day at the internet cafe playing a couple online games on the community he frequents and adding to hero forums before he called it a day. He enjoys playing chess and he's only lost a couple times. His day was actually pretty good overall and decided to end it off with fiddling with one of Mei's babies she gave him a couple days ago. Everything she makes is so amazing and definitely helps him out at night. He can definitely see her making it big in the support department and one day starting her own business. Her newest invention still needed some tweaks, but he was determined to make it work for her because she was his friend and it made her happy. Friend. Izuku couldn't really recall what it felt like to have friends that didn't have hidden agendas or eventually showed their true colors. After he didn't get a quirk, everyone started treating him like he was diseased, staying as far away from him. As a child he didn't understand. Nothing about him changed. As he got older, he understood why they all thought of him less. Family, friends, guides, all left him alone. But not Mei. She's so driven, always wanting to improve and doesn't ask too many questions with a one-track mind. It makes him feel for the first time that his dream might actually be accomplishable. Since they met about a month ago, she's been nothing but supportive and because of her his life has gotten a little better. Granted, their tentative friendship started over her testing her babies, it's worked out. Izuku looks at the locked glove compartment and smiles. Mei is fully aware of exactly how he's taking her babies for a full test drive. She's 100% supportive of it, but she doesn't know one of the reasons he's doing it. He might have omitted that part out and he hopes she'll never find out. She's his friend and he can't help but feel a little selfish about wanting to keep her around. He doesn't want to lose her because he is truly the bottom of the barrel, nothing. That he's nothing better than the people who she wants to help stop. Izuku makes the larger portions of his income off of being a vigilante who simply goes by Deku if anyone asks. He started a few months ago merely by accident, but it lit a fire inside him that wouldn't go out. He was getting the chance to live his dream. If he couldn't become a true pro hero, then maybe this was how he could do it as an alternative. Now there might be a chance that he can have his cake and eat it too. This also presents him an opportunity to train. UA was going to be physically demanding and it wasn't like they were just going to give him a spot. He needed to earn it like everyone else. Izuku wants to be like everyone else. It wasn't like anyone was going to care anyway about anything he did now, late at night, or in the future. At first it was minor robberies or assaults that he just so happened to stumble upon or drop down on. He knocks the criminal out, calls the cops, and then proceeds to steal whatever cash is in their wallets. He didn't do this at first, but the criminal's wallet with a few large bills was sticking out, tempting him. Sometimes it's a couple bills and other times he hits the jackpot. They won't be using it in jail or prison. He's thought about swiping watches and other expensive items he might be able to pawn off, but he can get caught on shop cameras if anyone comes looking. He's aware it's wrong, it's stealing, but he likes to think it's karma to make himself feel better. Sometimes the people he saves pay him. Izuku always declines, they're innocent, but they always shove it into his hands despite his protest. He bet if they knew a quirkless kid was saving them they wouldn't think twice and call the cops on him for being trash on the street. It wouldn't be the first time. They said he was littering and he was just walking down the street. They'd be disgusted that someone like him was defending them. Izuku shakes his head to expel the thought and taps his cheek. He can't think like that. He's going to be a hero with Mei's help and save those people without any ulterior motive than because it's the right thing to do. Knock knock. Mei cried as she jumped in the passenger seat with a bag in hand. I knew I'd find you here. Hey, Izuku said in surprise as he smiled at her. I didn't know you were coming by today. Of course. I needed to see how my new babies are doing and we've got something to celebrate. She cheered as she rummaged through her bag. Oh, I hope I didn't crush them. Huh. That confused Izuku. What would they have to celebrate? The UA entrance exam was 8 months away and Mei said her birthday was in April, 2 days before Kaken's birthday actually, so that couldn't be it. Was this something about an invention working on the first try? Did she make a baby that didn't end up exploding? That would certainly be something worth celebrating, but he wasn't going to tell her that. Tada! Mei exclaimed as she took out 2 small personal cakes and 2 forks. Well, 2 forks that looked like they've seen better days, but nonetheless would do the job they were intended for. Happy birthday! Izuku's eyes widened. His birthday? Was that today? He never really checked the date often, due to not having a reliable calendar that wasn't at school. He didn't exactly go to school like everyone else and apparently was too focused earlier at the cafe to notice. He actually made it to 15. No one had celebrated his birthday since he turned 5 and the kids at school always made sure his day was worse. A reminder every year that he still didn't and wouldn't get a quirk. He didn't and wouldn't belong with them. He wasn't one of them. A celebration of how his torture and uselessness wasn't going to end and that he'd never get anywhere. You didn't have to. Please don't worry about such, Izuku freaked, unwillingly taking the cake container she was shoving into his hands. Oh, be quiet you. You're one day going to put my babies into the spotlight and as your best friend I have every right to do as I please. And that means celebrate your birthday. So Esuke it up. Mei exclaimed as she stuck her fork into her piece and ate a bite then smiled at him as frosting covered her mouth. Thank you, Izuku said, opening the container. I also have another gift for you, Mei said, pulling a slick black and dark green cased cell phone. A phone for me to test? Izuku asked, taking it and looking at it. It was actually nothing like he'd seen in the windows of stores. The case looked pretty sturdy as well, like the kind he's seen the heroes use that was almost near impossible to damage. No silly, Mei said. This is for you and only you. A Hatsume Industries original. I mean, you can also test it to make sure it works, but that will be the only one of its kind. It does everything a normal cell phone can do and so much more. You can contact the police without them tracing back to you and you can even locate them so you don't get caught. I also have it programmed to only respond to yours or my fingerprints so it's totally locked. It also can work as a taser and even as voice control. It is also waterproof and completely indestructible. I should know. I tested it myself and it only blew up once. It's not going to blow up again or electrocute me in my pocket, will it? Izuku smirked. No way. Not unless you ask it to. The beauty of voice control. Mei laughed as she gave him a playful shove. How does it charge? Does it use a phone plan like normal ones? Izuku asked. He really hoped it didn't require a plug-in or he might be screwed. He didn't want to not take it because she'd get suspicious and possibly upset. He'd have to use it wisely and charge it at the cafe if that were the case. The staff there knows he comes in to do school work or it shouldn't be too much of a problem. He could also go to the library, which is where he went if the place was closed or too crowded. He was quiet and respectable, so the librarian liked him. That's easy. It's solar-powered and has a backup battery that lasts for a week. This baby will never die. If it does, just bring it to me and I'll supercharge it. Mei exclaimed as she laughed. It's hooked up to my parents' plan. But Mei, won't that increase their bill? Izuku exclaimed. Nope. It actually made it go down with a 4-phone family plan. I told them I was working on a new baby that might need it, so we went to the shop and figured it out. They don't mind at all. Just accept it and say thank you. You're my best friend and baby daddy. That's like family. Izuku didn't let his relief show and instead disguised it by looking more at the phone. At least her parents were okay with it, and as long as their bill went down. He didn't want to cause any issues for them. They don't even know him and he doubts they want to pay for a kid's phone that is not even theirs. However, Izuku is afraid to say no. When Mei asked about his cell phone number, all he had was a flip phone that only used minutes. He guessed she was serious about getting him something better. Thank you, Izuku said with a smile as he nodded. He did shed a small tear at her declaration that they were family. He could cry about how happy he was later. Mei smiled at her friend. The only friend she's ever had and plans to protect that and him. Admittedly, Izuku was the perfect test subject for her babies, but in the last month they've really become friends by simply hanging out and talking. Something she never really did before and actually likes despite her once thinking otherwise. She knows she's overstepping, but she doesn't care. She has questions and needs answers to feed her curiosity and concerns. There's a feature about the phone that she didn't tell Izuku because she knows he'll get defensive and decline the super awesome baby gift. It comes with a tracker only she can access. She's got a similar baby at home with an extra app that tracks the one she just gave Izuku. She knows he's a vigilante and she supports his cause because he can test so many of her babies in the field and she knows he's going to be a hero. But Izuku doesn't talk about his family and he's always the last to leave their hideout. He doesn't talk about his home life. He avoids the questions or just gives basic answers that can be taken one way or another. She needs to know. Is he homeless? Does he live in their little hideout? She wasn't sure what she'd do with this information, but she had to do something to help. After all, he helped her when she thought everything she touched seemed to fall apart, to crash and burn. This was so FNG stupid. Well, that was what Katsuki wished he could say and had at first when he started coming. His parents forced him into counseling sessions not long after hearing Inko Midoriya's declaration about Deku. He swears he can still hear the echoing of her voice. He'll be dead by 18. Izuku is 15. Uinji says that about their own kid. His mom might be a raging bitch at times, but she's never hit him where it could constitute abuse or told him he was better off dead. At first he fought tooth and nail about it, but he's not admitting to anyone that he doesn't mind it. His therapist tells him not to think of her as such, which is how he got through the first couple sessions without blowing her office up. Katsuki came to the conclusion to view her as someone to beach to and sort his thoughts. Not everything was sorted out, but at least he had answers. Michi Keisuke was a pain in his butt from the moment he met her, but they were at a point where Katsuki saw her helping him with his goals that they talked about in the beginning. She called him out on his bullshit and made it clear she was taking none of it. Reminds him of his hag. Katsuki could respect that and hated that she was told things by his parents about what he needed help through. That a kid he used to be friends with was quirkless, missing, and his mother abandoned him saying he should die. Their first session went as well as one would expect. Katsuki sat there silently brooding until she opened her trap and asked if he agreed with Deku's mother. Katsuki's palms blew up again and he growled, unsure why every time someone suggested that Deku should kill himself set him off to the point he'd lose control of his quirk. It was childish that he would just lose control of his quirk over something like that. It makes you angry. I guess so. I'll ignore the language since apparently you won't, no matter how much I scold you. Why does it make you angry? I thought you said you didn't like him. I don't. He thinks he's better than me. Has he ever said that? Ever made it clear that he believes himself superior? He doesn't know how to stay down. He keeps going like nothing that happens to him bothers him. Maybe it does and you don't see it because you keep thinking it doesn't. Your parents mentioned he's alone. I think he's strong because he doesn't give up. It's something to admire, right? Do you respect that? Admire strength? Katsuki snorted. Deku always went on and on about how amazing he was and that he was the best at everything and never gave up, no matter what. He admired him. Was some two-way street? Yeah. The only person better than you is the you of tomorrow. Only you can make the choice to become better than who you are right now. The strongest people are those who get back up after they've been knocked. The strongest people are those who can recognize their weaknesses and grow. Only you can win at the game of being your best self. You said a goal for our sessions was to figure out your weakness. Whether that's as a person or in wanting to become a hero. Most people's first step, especially with therapy, is a look within themselves. What needs to change so you win at becoming a better you? What needs to be defeated inside? Katsuki didn't tell the woman she struck something that day, but from the pleased but look on her face, she knew. The beach left him on that note. Time ran out and she knew Katsuki would come back because this was unfinished. She does that every FING time, but that's the point. He does admire the fact that Deku gets up after someone tripped him in the hall. That he didn't just fall off the map after his mom freaking abandoned him. He stuck to school because of his goals. He knows that using his quirk on Deku was bullying and what decent people would call abuse. He understands that everyone around him didn't help the fact, but he made the choice to get so absorbed, self-absorbed, into it. That's his weakness and now he needs to overcome it. How are you de-stressing? Are you playing games? Going for walks? School seems to be going well despite it's online. Michi asked near the end of their session that day. I don't need to. I'm fine. Bakugu, she scolded. It's always important to allow yourself time to absorb, take a step away, and then revisit to rethink what we've talked about. Let it settle instead of letting it run wild. Is that why you take the longest route to get here? Do you come here with a clear mind and then walk back the same route? How the hell do you know that? Katsuki hissed. He tells his parents he can walk just fine on his own two legs and they don't need to take him. They gave him a suspicious look, not believing that he'd attend his sessions, but he counted that Michi would call to rat him out if he skipped. She gave him a deadpanned look with her steel gray eyes. "Bakugu, do you remember what my quirk does?" Katsuki thought about it for a minute before scoffing and rolling his eyes. Yeah, he remembers her quirk. He had to sign a consent form before starting that his hag of mother breathed down his neck for him to do it. His parents got the best therapist money could buy, which meant she saw more high-risk patients who tended to miss their sessions or otherwise that Katsuki didn't want to think about. She gives herself enough time in between sessions to gather her notes and track her patients. Yeah. He snorted. It's like GPS sheet? Michi nodded. Essentially. I can track people's location once I meet them and know their name. I can tell exactly where they are, where they're going, and how long they've been in transit or at their current location. That way I can see if my patients are coming here like they're supposed to, or do I need to send someone for a wellness check. You're suggested to be a bit of a flight risk, so I check to make sure you're coming. You're making an effort to come and haven't shown that to be the case, so I haven't been doing it as often. To my surprise, you leave 2 hours before you're supposed to be here and walk around your area. Why is that? Who the hell said I wasn't gonna come? Your mother, she smirked, and the growl she got in response made her slightly snicker. He didn't need to ask who said that. He knew. So Bakugu, why do you leave so early? You walk around aimlessly for hours and you don't seem to go anywhere. Demon hags. Both of them. Can't mind their own fang business. His mother asked him that too the other day and simply told her as such, mind her own DMN business. She yelled at him as he just slammed the front door shut and left. Katsuki crosses his arms and slumps in his chair. I don't you know. It's certainly not in order to calm yourself down before we talk. Screw you. Is this about Midoriya? Katsuki gritted his teeth. They've discussed Deku a lot. He came up in the very first meeting and has been mentioned at least once in following ones after. She berated him for calling Deku that name, but Katsuki doesn't know what else to call him because he can't bring himself to say Izuku, and Midoriya doesn't feel right. He doesn't know why Deku of all people keeps coming up. Michi says it's because at the root of what he has to work through there's always been a constant individual, Deku. Apparently he projects onto him what he's feeling along with blaming him. He rolls his eyes. He's not admitting it yet. It isn't always about him. You tell me. What makes you walk around the entire area before meeting me? Sometimes even going completely out of your way. I have my assumptions, but only you can tell me. Katsuki bit his lip. He knew I'm gonna find him, Katsuki said. Katsuki leaves 2 hours before his session so he can walk around the area, get some fresh air before he has to talk about his feelings and cheat for an hour, and so he can look for Deku. A couple times when no one is around he yells out hoping to hear that stupid nickname in response. Maybe one time while he's out he'll get lucky and hear Kaken. He wants to find a way to contact Eraserhead, he thinks his hero name was, and ask if he has any updates on the nerd. Katsuki doesn't know what he'll do if he sees that he's actually dead. Katsuki doesn't want to think about whether it's by some dirtbag or his own hands. He's not sure if it's naive or wishful thinking that Deku won't do it if pushed too far. Michi gave a small smile as she nodded, knowing that took a lot to admit. He's coming a long way in since they've started meeting. They've had 10 sessions so far, and each time Katsuki walks out seeming a little less angry. Whether that's at himself, the world, people, she's not sure, but she's glad he's opening up and taking this seriously. If you saw him again, what would you say to him? Katsuki just stared at the bookshelf behind her, pondering her question. He knows she doesn't expect an answer. She's blue-balling him again. She wants him to actually take this question with him and think about it. His homework. What would he say? He didn't know at that moment, but if he saw Izuku perhaps it would come to him. If he were to apologize or something, would Izuku even accept it? Alright, just in time to wrap up. Again, my apologies for needing to have our session a different day and a little later than normal. Please make sure to go right away because it will be dark soon. Don't take any detours and I'll see you Wednesday, Michi said. Or what? You'll know about it? He sneered with a smirk. Michi narrows her eyes as she looks at him amusingly before a serious look. I just might. I know you're a capable young man, Bakugu, but I don't want to see you hurt. Fine. See you next week, hag. Katsuki snorted as he walked out. Michi rolled her eyes. Progress was progress, she couldn't deny that. The sky was dark, filled with stars when Michi finally left her office for the day. Bakugo was her last appointment at 6 to 7, so she was leaving a little after 8 after finishing up patient files. Normally, she sees him earlier in the afternoon on Wednesdays, but they had to move it to the late weekend because she had gotten an urgent call from another patient that day. Luckily, Bakugo was understanding and her patient was fine in the end. Overall, she was pleased at how her day had gone. Good night, Michi said with a smile to the janitor who was finishing up. He nodded to her as she left with a light smile as he mused about how kind she is. As she stepped out into the warm summer night, she took a deep breath, preparing for the walk to the train station to head home. Tonight sounded like a night for a bath, a glass of wine, and watching a television show she's been meaning to catch up on. She didn't have any sessions tomorrow as she had her days off on a weekday to work on the weekend, so her patients didn't have to worry about making appointments around their busy schedules. She doesn't mind it at all since it gives her days where weekends aren't the best to schedule things for herself. As she walks home, she simply muses to herself as she thinks through her patients, happy to see them all in their homes. She'd be there soon enough to you beach. Her heart skips a beat and her breath lunges in her throat. An intense, painful grip clamped onto her shoulder before turning her around and slamming her back against the alley wall. Her back screeched at the force and knocked the wind out of her. Michi choked a second later. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't call for help. As her hands shook, she attempted to claw at the hands clenched around her throat. She left me because of you, he screamed. She didn't know this man. He must be or was the significant other of a patient of hers. Many of the women she sees are either victims of domestic abuse or at least talk about the men they're seeing and how they're unsure about how the relationship is going. Oftentimes than not, their toxic relationships she encourages them to look at to see if they're worth trying to better themselves together or leave before someone gets hurt. She's had varying success. Michi was beginning to dread. He was too strong for her and she could feel herself desperate to breathe. He was going to kill her at this rate. She couldn't die. She couldn't just leave her patients who were all making such excellent progress. All them coming so far and sticking with her. They are the reason she does this. She helps people who ask for help fighting their demons, and sometimes she reaches out too to those she sees struggling because they deserve as much. Not everyone is so forthcoming, but that's what heroes do. They help. It doesn't matter about flashy quirks, hers has saved many of her patients who needed someone looking in on them. A little guardian angel, someone once told her. Her vision was fading. Michi greedily essayed in the cool summer air as the pressure on the throat was released. Out of her blurring eyes she saw a dark cloaked figure kick her assailant off her as she collapsed to the cold ground. Taking some calming breaths, she watched as the man got back up and screamed at the smaller person. Was this a hero? It couldn't be, could they? The man completely dwarfed the hero and she couldn't find her voice to tell him to be careful, maybe even tell him to run. Michi looked on in shock as she watched the hero reach behind them to pull out some small rod. You bisu, the man screamed as he charged. Michi's hero was small enough where he jumped and rolled, passing by the man's outstretched arms. He stood up immediately, although stumbled a little, clicked something on the side which extended the rod into a bow staff, and swung it at his ankles. The man roared in pain as he turned around to swing at the insignificant speck who got in his way. He grunted as the same staff came across his face and knocked him to the ground, leaving him in a daze. The person then took something out of their pocket before crushing it in between their fingers before dropping it. A puff of gas exploded out into his face and the man who was once attempting to get up and finish what he started, with another victim, collapsed. The hero's tense shoulders relaxed as he took out his phone and typed something out really quick before turning toward Michi, who stood frozen where she was in shock. Are you okay? They asked, layered with such concern. The voice was a little distorted, but she could hear what sounded like a young male. You might need a doctor. Yes. Thank you, Michi replied as she touched her throat. Slowly the pain was disappearing and she took deep breaths to calm herself and get some much-needed oxygen back into her body. After she met with the police, she thought to herself it might be wise to visit a doctor. She doesn't think he crushed anything, but her throat was hurt to speak. It was most likely going to leave a terrible bruise, but at least she was alive. I'm just glad you weren't hurt any worse. I used a light knockout gas so he won't wake until after he's in custody, so everything will be fine. Sorry I didn't get here sooner. Michi looked at the hero in surprise. They were apologizing for not being here sooner after they saved her? What kind of hero apologizes for not being here when they weren't probably in the area? For probably just passing by to see someone in need of help. As she looked at the hero, she realized, this isn't a hero. At least not the kind that is immediately thought of. Most heroes don't use something that changes their voice. Most heroes don't look like they're just shorter than her at 5'7". Most of the ones she's had to work with are pompous and grade A assholes. She isn't a fan of them. This is what a hero should be, but it's someone who wants to do more, like her. Think nothing of it. You seriously saved my life, hero, and so effortlessly too, without a quirk that I could see. I feel a lot safer knowing that you were around, Michi said as she got an idea and started looking through her bag. I feel like I must thank you. My card. If you need help in any way or just need someone to talk to, the first session is free and I'm sure any others after could be too. A simple gesture she can make to this child. She's aware that this is a child. She can see plain as day from the way they carry themselves and the anxiety that waves off. She's been saved by pro heroes before and it's a simple exchange of just doing their job, same as her. But this child shouldn't be doing a job for heroes and maybe she could just give him someone that'll listen. Even if he was in high school and just short, she doesn't see another pro around. This is someone who is very guarded and she dares to think that hides behind that mask more than just in this moment. This woman he saved called him a hero. All the people he was saving said the same thing. He was doing good, but this was the first time someone actually wanted to return the favor. Sure, some people paid him with money he didn't want to take and others just ran before they could say anything. Izuku looks up in disbelief, unsure what to make of the offer. You want to give me therapy sessions? Izuku asked. Anything really? I'm not just a therapist, like you're not just a hero. You're a person and people should help each other. Heroes aren't all black and white laid out in front of us. Izuku nodded but bit his lip, although she couldn't see it. He was a person. She didn't make any comment about asking about his quirk or lack thereof. In the few short sentences with her, he felt lighter. He's been trying for the last month to make the thoughts go away. He can't do it by himself. His friendship with Mei has proved that much. You don't have to but think about it. It is literally the least I could do when you did so much more than save my life. Michi said, smiling at him, but she grimaced as it put a strain on only her throat muscles. She can see the kid's expressive green eyes as they widen a moment before looking at her throat where she knows a bruise is forming. She hopes it isn't guilt. What happened to her isn't the kid's fault, but something tells her that isn't it. Izuku smiles to himself under the mask as she fiddles with the card, looking it over. She was a therapist. She was offering to help him. Would she, even if she knew he was quirkless? He saved her without one and she seemed grateful enough. He honestly did feel bad about not getting to her in time. She would face constant stares until the bruises faded. Maybe he could humor her? Maybe he could silence the voices that all had different names. The Kaken. Classmates. Himself. Each telling him something he doesn't want to believe, but has otherwise been proved wrong. I'll think about it, ma'am. Thank you. Izuku answered, and it made his heart happy that she smiled at his answer. Overall, today, even on his birthday, which he's dreaded since he was 5, has been the best one he's had in a long time. Maybe next year will be even better. Deku. Izuku's eyes widened underneath his mask hearing that voice. That was. Izuku turned around to see a black figure with a white scarf running toward them. That was Eraserhead. It was Aizawa. Izuku felt his heart starting to race. He couldn't face him. Not after what happened. He was just a quirkless kid that caused a bunch of unnecessary problems for everyone. Aizawa was just doing his job. He was just catching a vigilante and was just making a point that he was being a hero. Who knows what other issues Izuku made a mess of for the pro. He wasn't ready to face him yet. To apologize for what he did and finally get rid of that guilt and let him return to his life. He already butted into it enough. Sorry. Please hold your breath. Got to go. Izuku said as he pulled a ball out of his utility belt and cracked it against the ground, causing it to break, releasing a smoke covering the area. Michi did as he requested and covered her mouth and face as the smoke created cover, no doubt in aiding his escape. Something certainly didn't sit right with her about this boy and the situation she found herself in. The smoke cleared moments later and the hero she saw coming toward them arrived on the scene. He looked around for a moment, but she could see the frustration in his brow. Was that your student? Michi asked. It wasn't entirely impossible, as this could be a game between mentor and student of cat and mouse. She at least then could tell his teacher that he did an excellent job teaching him. But she has a gut feeling that isn't the case. Not quite. Are you all right? Shoyuta asked. Yes. They came in and saved me. Michi answered before briefly explaining what had happened to the pro hero for his report. While she talked, police sirens echoed in the distance. As she explained that the hero came out of nowhere, saving her life from the unconscious man on the ground, his face softened a little with a hint of pride. Deku was their name? Seems so. Shoyuta said. Then he lost his chance. At least he was here now and could help the person he saved, and while Shoyuta didn't want to take the credits so Deku wouldn't get in trouble. I'll take over as the pro on the scene. Once we're done, if you can think of anything that might be of help, please get in touch with the police to contact me. Michi narrowed her eyes a moment. What do you want with them? Just trying to help. Shoyuta said. Michi nodded. She hopes Deku gets help even if it isn't from her. Deku? That boy was anything but useless. Going as far to risk his life against someone twice his size and want nothing in return but her safety. She hoped he'd be all right and he'd possibly reach out. She owed him her life and her patience. Saved them the harrowing idea of finding someone new to help them. She hoped she could tell him that, and someone who would do that for isn't something she can just let go easily. However, something struck her as odd. Where had she heard that name before? Shoyuta trudges into the police station at little after 7 in the morning. Patrol was both eventful and uneventful in both good and bad ways. Not many crimes needed to be thwarted, so overall the night was quiet. His favorite kind of night, but the chance of speaking to Deku slipped through his fingers again. The fact the kid ran when he called out to him put more proof in Shuta's mind that Deku is Izuku. From the look he got, the kid is about the same height. That at least puts his mind at some ease that the kid is still alive, but no doubt has new tricks up his sleeve. He knows the police department is getting antsy about the vigilante, but if by chance this is Izuku, Shoyuta isn't allowing them to just lock him, or worse. 1. He's only just turned 15 and still has his whole life ahead of him, and 2. He's called dibs. The paperwork is done. Izuku Midoriya is under the care of Shoyuta Aizawa. All he has to do is find the kid and take him home. If that means stalling the police, then so be it. He looked over at Tsukachi's office to give off his statement for the night when he noticed the door shut and he could see 3 shadows in there through the window that unfortunately had the blinds down. One of them was freakishly tall. He hoped it was nothing to worry about, as his bed was calling his name until at least noon since it was Sunday. Maybe later if he was lucky, and even more so if he could convince Hizashi to nap with him. Sansa? Shoyuta called out to grab the feline officer's attention. The K officer's head perked up as his bell jingled. Is Tsukachi busy? Yes. Apparently the police chief was here early with another pro-hero about our vigilante problem. Sansa answered, but then frowned as his ears dropped some. The pro-hero has talked to him a little about what's been going on with the child he found and the connection he might have to the vigilante. Eraserhead, you might want to be careful before they take more drastic measures. Drastic measures? Shoyuta questioned with a gut feeling. Oh, how he hoped he was wrong. Please let him be wrong. If the other officer was taking the time to warn him, then this certainly didn't bode well, and he needed to prepare for the worst, which at the moment Shoyuta thinks is him getting removed from the search. The door opened and the sleazy man that Shoyuta thankfully didn't take orders from, known as the chief of police, walked out looking rather pleased with himself. Shoyuta was disgusted at the look on his face and wanted to smack the smirk right off his face. He's done it before to some entitled a-hole and he'll do it again. The chief reminds him so much of the principle, further proving Shuda's thought that power corrupts and it's those who have been tossed aside, still remaining true, deserve a chance. Him and Izuku are prime examples. I.e. Eraserhead. We were just discussing the next step in catching that vigilante. Despite your efforts, they've become quite troublesome and might even be dealing in more illegal matters than just being a vigilante. From reports we've gotten from uncompromised heroes, they've said they saw support items. We can assume they've unauthorized, the police chief said. Only one work stuck out to Shoyuta. Compromised? Shoyuta asked, not hiding how he found the comment to be detestable. He only liked Tsukachi and Sansa whenever he came to the station. And no, it is not because Tsukachi has good coffee stashed in his office and Sansa is a cat. Most of the police who work with the heroes are bitter people who never made it. Didn't have the drive and settled. They don't look at themselves and see a problem. It's irrational to blame heroes for their failures. Shoyuta knows this by the looks he receives whenever he walks in. The pure disdain he feels burning into his back. He knows what this is. The police are getting said that they aren't able to catch Deku and he's supposedly doing a better job than them, and presumably, some heroes. The police chief scoffed as he smiled to himself. Shoyuta could see the man's feathers ruffle in glee at the thought of Shuda's attitude. Detective Tsukachi has informed me that you've involved yourself in a case with a child you've grown attached to and the child hasn't been located. That must be difficult to juggle along with your duties as a pro and to UA. We've only taken matters to ensure you're not burning yourself too thin and making sure this criminal is brought to justice. That doesn't interfere with my work. Shoyuta countered as gripped his fist. Izuku would be found. Shoyuta would see to it. Many of his colleagues, all pros, were keeping an eye out. Nizu even backed him up on a few things and would see Izuku would be safe. Whatever that meant. Shoyuta didn't think it rational to hope, but that was why he knew Izuku would be found and be given the chance and help he deserves. He wanted to see Izuku run straight forward toward his goal with no fear of anything or anyone. Shoyuta knew that couldn't be entirely possible. Bigots existed everywhere he turned and he's looking and working with quite a few of them. Regardless, Shoyuta wants to pick him up and help fight. Izuku's determined and Shoyuta thinks he's starting to understand more as he learns about and chases after him. Shoyuta will show him he was born for better things than just being someone to step on. Sometimes someone has to step on others to reach their goals. Shoyuta remembers the time he had to do it. Izuku has done it and he isn't mad. It's selfless not to think about being selfish for oneself and what they're striving for. Of course, we still expect you will continue to search and apprehend this vigilante alongside the hero we've requested for aid. And just who have you asked? Shoyuta felt and heard him before seeing his face with heavy footsteps that reeked of heated pride and boiling desperation. Speaking of bigot, he hasn't had the pleasure of working with him yet and apparently that luck has run out because he's offered a hand in catching the vigilante, having a 100% success rate, and this will be an excellent opportunity to gain better relations with the police and the pros we request aid from. Stepping out of Tsukachi's office with a sneer and flames was Endeavor, the number 2 hero. He's basically the exterminator for the police's dirty work. Endeavor doesn't catch the vigilantes he goes after. He burns them to the point where they can't be identified except for being the ash under his boot. Izuku was so happy he could cry, but refused to do so because he was in a public place. That would attract unwanted attention that he certainly didn't want. He could scream about this later back at the dump site he called home and no one would be wiser. Instead he settled for smiling like an idiot and controlling his shakes of excitement as he played his next move in the online chess game he was participating in on his phone. And winning too. He had finished middle school. His online teachers went ahead and gave him the exams that allowed him to test out of the middle school curriculum. They were actually relatively easy and he finished before the allotted time ran out. They also graded it rather quickly and he knew that same day less than a couple hours later, which is why he's enjoying himself on a Monday afternoon. Not many people got accepted into the program he was in. Izuku wasn't even sure how many other students there were and nothing told him. Sometimes it seemed like he was the only one by how fast his teachers responded, but they prided themselves on communicating with their students efficiently and quickly. Even though he had never met any of them, they were the best teachers he ever had. But that wasn't a high bar to reach to begin with. They seemed to understand he didn't have a private setting to do his classwork, but the program had a lock feature that wouldn't allow him to open any tabs, and he had to have a camera on to make sure he wasn't cheating. Not that he would. For tests he always went to the library since it was quiet and he could get a computer in the corner in order not to bother anyone. He quickly won his game and he realized that he'd been at the cafe for hours and should probably leave. "Hello, Midoriya," the kind older shop owner greeted him as he came up to the counter with a smile. Izuku likes Mr. Ikazuchi. A little personal to call him by his given name, but that's what he was told to call him. He's a nice man who owns the shop along with his wife that he frequents for their internet access. They recently upgraded to basically be an internet cafe to bring in more business, but still have that homemade feeling and free smells of freshly baked goods that his wife makes daily. Izuku thinks her name is Sandra. He hasn't spoken to her before as she leaves before Izuku arrives and returns after he's left. He doesn't blame her since she gets up at like 4 in the morning to bake. Apparently his grandkids come to help out too, but Izuku has yet to meet them. Izuku feels guilty now as he's gotten to know the nice man. It's because Izuku has stolen from him before. Just online orders and digging through the garbage after close, but Izuku thinks he either hasn't noticed or doesn't say anything. More importantly, he's one of the few people that Izuku has met that doesn't mind that he's quirkless, having found out when they were talking about quirks one afternoon. He also makes sure to visit in the early afternoon so he avoids possibly running into Aizawa, considering a to-go cup from here is what started this whole mess. "Hi." Izuku greeted him. "You seem to be in a very good mood," Ikazuchi said with a slight smile. "I finished up middle school today and my advisor said that I can even start taking some high school classes if I wanted to get ahead. That's something worth celebrating." "Good job, kid," Ikazuchi said, prepared to give Izuku a cookie on the house to help further the kid's good mood. "Just a small tea today?" A small cup of tea is the cheapest thing on the menu and Izuku usually gets one before leaving to at least support his business, kindness, and availability to use his internet access even though he doesn't have to. It's free for anyone to use, paying customers or not, as long as the individual is respectful to those around them. Also, it helps the guilt on Izuku's mind that he has stolen from him before, which Izuku is aware could lead to hurting his business and morale. He doesn't do it anymore, but he's aware of the frustration and complications it could lead to. "Nope. Like you said, something to celebrate. I think I'm gonna treat myself and get a lemonade and coffee cake to go. Because someone won't let me order coffee," Izuku said, grumbling his last sentence. "Turn 16 first, kid." Ikazuchi laughed as he typed in the order. "Oh, my grandson is here today, so I thought I might introduce you. His grades aren't what they should be if he wants to get into that fancy school he wants, so maybe you can tutor him or something. Can I get a coffee then?" Izuku asked. Izuku's well aware he can be bribed. "Nice try. We'll see. Just thought it'd give you a chance to make a new friend." Izuku wants to get a coffee, but the last time he did he had to listen to a lecture about how he shouldn't be drinking coffee at 14. Despite being 15 now, Izuku doesn't think that'll make a difference and he sure as hell doesn't want to ruin his good day with an avoidable talk. Izuku comments that he's a paying customer so he should be able to get what he wants, but Ikazuchi shuts him down, telling him he could give him decaf and never know it. Touché. Izuku likes the banter they have. It reminds him of Aizawa. Regardless, he wants to treat himself. While he was playing online in the community he looked up the therapist he saved, considering her offer. Mei thinks he should do it, which is one of the reasons he's even considering it. He was impressed to see how many people she helps and how current and past clients have rated her. A couple pro heroes have even gone to her. She even has a blog that offers some free advice to various situations that extends to a number of people. One of blogs has a small list of little things that can be used as a pick-me-up to help improve people's self-esteem, and Izuku isn't ignorant to the fact that's one of his faults. However, it's kind of strong when one thing after another keeps showing him that he's right. He's literally dirt on the bottom of someone's shoe. Izuku is trying to be better because now he has so much going for him than he had before and he doesn't want to lose that. One of those tips that Izuku is trying now is rewarding himself when something goes right, reinforcing that he deserves it. He deserves to have a good education free of bullying and exploitation. He worked strong and got that education early and now could move on to things bigger and better, putting it all behind him and… Hey, isn't that Deku? Izuku froze as he went out to take out some money. He recognized those voices. It wasn't Kaken, but a couple of the kids who liked to hang around him. One of them caused the raked claw marks that went down his arms. They've only just healed, becoming painful reminders, scars, of what once happened. Something Izuku doesn't want to happen again. He hopes that they think they're mistaken and go about their day, leaving his good one alone. It is Deku. Minute. Izuku turns around to see he's right. It is those same boys who tormented him when Kaken took the day off or wasn't around. The same ones who started this entire mess Izuku has found himself in. Who pushed him so far that Izuku bit back and literally shoved just to get away from the torment they inflicted. The reason why he needed to blackmail Eraserhead to make sure the dream he wanted so badly, more than anything, was still in reach. To make sure that he didn't shove his dream away too during that moment. "Leave me alone," Izuku said in a lower voice not to draw attention. The taller one snorts. "You think you're hot sheet because you got the school shut down? Oh. Leave me alone," Izuku said as he went to turn around and address Ikazuchi, who hadn't told him his total. Izuku mused to himself the moment his mom's email got the notification that Aldra was closing until further notice and that students might have to find other accommodations to finish the school year. He wonders what actually happened at the end, but isn't following the case, wanting to take another piece of advice and separating from things that could be considered toxic. All he knows from a newspaper clipping he saw is that it's mentioned the principal kept pocketing any funds into his own pocket, so that checks out. He derailed the education of kids, with quirks that deserve it. Izuku will admit to anyone who asks if he's happy about them closing that he's fang ecstatic. He's no longer hurt by their ploys to use him, but he's more petty. Even though it isn't about him, he likes to think it could be. They deserved it, but he can't help thinking about at least the few people who at least left him alone, or Kaken. He wonders if they got the same opportunities he did when that email was sent. It was there he found the link to Paragon, which is the online school he's been going to. When he researched, he found out it was pretty new, but had good reviews from past students, so he gave it a shot. Especially since it was free to apply and his application was considered low income, so basically he got in for free. A shot he was glad he took. "I'm not done with you. I might have to be held back because of you," the boy shouted as he grabbed Izuku's shoulder and pushed him back against the counter. Izuku winced as he felt the boy's elongated nails dig into his shoulder and the counter into his back. He hopes not to find rips in his shirt or BLD. This is actually one of his better shirts he owns, and he can't just waste money on new ones. "I think you have done that all on your own," Izuku sneered. "And for you disliking me so much, you sure like my attention." Izuku smirked, seeing the boy's face go red in anger. The more Izuku found himself alone with time to think, he questioned everything. His quirklessness doesn't affect them. If they hated him so much, then why go out of their way just to mess with him? He understands them more than he thinks. He's just more mature about this ugly feeling he's known about for a while. Izuku doesn't feel jealous that people have quirks as people misconceive. He knows these people feel inferior about their own quirks and need to make themselves feel noticed. That's what Izuku understands. He's a little envious of how people will look at them even just once for something he can't help. "You think a quirkless loser like you can talk to me like that? What happened at school was a fluke. You think people actually give a shit about someone like you? Dream on, Deku. You're nothing, everyone here knows it, and that's why they aren't doing anything," the bully said as he raised his voice to announce what was going on like it was some kind of right. Izuku's eyes look over to people who are doing exactly what they've been doing for years. Just watching the scene like it's some common occurrence. He recognizes some of their faces. A few old ladies enjoying their afternoon tea look sorry for him, but won't say anything to the younger generation. Women with fresh manicured nails looks on with annoyance at either the fact Izuku's even there or they're disrupting their time. A couple sweaty guys in shorts smirk like they want to start a cheer squad, and one not for Izuku. He just hopes that he doesn't bother Mr. Ikazuchi any more than he already has. He really likes this place as the very few he can go and not feel like he's being a problem. He hopes after this he'll still let him come back. "I think it's best for you boys to leave Midoriya alone and get out of my store." Izuku wpes around to see Ikazuchi staring them down with his arms crossed. He knew that the old shop owner didn't mind him, but to protect him? That's what he was doing, right? Or what, old man? Well, considering I'm the owner of this shop and you're not abiding by the simple rule I enforce to treat everyone with kindness, I have every right. You're protecting this quirkless waste of space. I am. Ikazuchi nodded. He could never forget the few times he's met Midoriya. A couple times were merely shadows of the night when he forgot to lock up the dumpster because he noticed a dirty and skinny green-haired child hanging around during the day. Wasn't long after he met the kid and found that he was just a quirkless boy trying to get by. Never did he think he'd spark this small friendship with him, especially after he helped him with his quirk not long ago. Apparently his quirk was causing his heart to skip beats, and not in a romantic way like when he sees his wife. His doctor had no idea what to do except sending to a quirk specialist that might cost a fortune that he can't afford. A rather timid boy came up to him one day after seeing him struggle and offered to help. However, just a couple talks with Midoriya and giving the kid's advice a try, his doctor was glad to report to just keep doing what he has been, as his test results have significantly improved. Now get out or I'll call the police. They won't protect this trash. And that's sadly the truth, but you're disrupting my business and I know a pro who won't care what you say. Ikazuchi said, remembering the tired pro who frequents the shop and a few times has apparently gotten his coffee either taken by accident or stolen. Not a big issue, it happens all the time, but now not so much. The boy scoffs before glaring at Izuku and steps toward him. Izuku flinches as something wet hits his face. The boy spat in his face. Thankfully his mouth was closed and he was able to shut his eyes. He feels most of it clinging to his eyelids. He takes a deep breath and sighs. It's not the first time and he knows it won't be the last. Here's to the end of his good day, and he hasn't even begun to hear the laughter he knows is incoming next from the customers. The laughter was silent and only the minor murmurs of small talk echo in the darkness. Midoriya? Izuku looks toward the sound of Ikazuchi standing beside him. I'm going to pull you aside and wipe your face, kid. Don't freak out. Izuku nodded, not trusting to open his mouth, afraid of what might come out or get inside. Hey Den, take over the counter for a moment. I'm sure you can handle counting change. Come on, Gramps. I messed up one time. It happened more than once. Izuku can hear Ikazuchi's eyes roll with that statement. Izuku let Ikazuchi pull him to the side out of the way. He really hopes no one can see them, but it's really quiet, so he assumes it's the back room. A couple seconds later he feels a wet cloth wipe his face. I can do it, Izuku said, lifting his hands to take the cloth only to get them lightly smacked. Let me do it. You deserve some help. Izuku just stops as he listens to Ikazuchi talk to him. Everything around him feels a little too much now, and he promised himself he wouldn't cry. A feeling in his stomach, no, maybe his heart that he's felt before, but couldn't place. That you've been taking care of yourself too long. Izuku bites his lip because he's not going to cry. It's the truth. Even though things have gotten marginally better in the past couple months, he doesn't know how much long he can keep going. Waking up every morning to a car ceiling isn't what he wants. He wants little things like a warm bed. That reminds me of my grandkids. Izuku guesses one of them is here, and that's one Ikazuchi wants him to tutor. He sounded like he was around his age and pretty friendly. But that didn't say much. Izuku had met plenty of friendly people who flipped a SW's after what would be a seemingly unimportant piece of information was revealed. Would they be friends? Izuku has Mei, but he thinks about what it would be like to have other friends. People that don't care that he's quirkless or that he's a total geek. That you're a good kid, Midoriya? Is it though? He doesn't feel like it, and it's ironic that a person he's stolen from is calling him that. He's got a list of crimes. He lied to the school. He blackmailed a pro hero. He's stolen from the innocent and the criminal. Apparently being a human being without a quirk is the worst of his crimes. That I hope you've got more people looking out for you than just me. Now collect yourself and I'll go grab what you wanted. You can go out the back door. Izuku can name one other person. His only friend. He doubts Aizawa wants anything to do with him, then give him a lecture about being a problem before tossing him in the system where Izuku knows he'll be eaten alive and the remains left in a ditch. Not even good enough for dog food. He hadn't seen Kaken in months. He's probably happy about that and said that the school got shut down. Izuku sometimes thinks about going by his house. His mom was always nice to him, but Izuku's not sure if he can open those wounds. And that's about it. No one else. 3 people including Ikazuchi have extended their hand to him and he felt a weight in his pocket that is figuratively burning. Izuku pulls out the card that he's had in his pocket for a while, unsure what to do with it. He could have just thrown it away, but that would have been rude to the woman who was so grateful for his help. He thinks about the offer. He still wants to follow his dream. That's gotten him this far and has given some blessings he never thought he'd get ever or again. He wants to get better for the small amount of people who actually support him. For people who think he deserves more and maybe she can help him believe he does. Despite what happened, Izuku smiles seeing the drink carrier with a lemonade and a small coffee along with a small bag with his cake and a cookie. The office is quiet on a Tuesday afternoon. Apparently this isn't her busiest day and earliest opening. She has no patience on Mondays and instead sees people on Sundays. When Izuku questioned why Mondays were free to the receptionist, "Would you want therapy on a Monday?" Izuku guesses not. Mondays are usually people's hardest days as it's the start of the week and having a weekend open makes it easier to fit people in with busy schedules. That's considerate of her. Michi Keisuke was ecstatic when he called yesterday afternoon. She said she had been looking forward to it and hoped he'd take her up on the offer. She said she'd like to meet as soon as possible, which was literally the next day. Izuku was a little nervous to tell her no, and it wasn't like he didn't have anything else to do. Izuku looks over the documents carefully as he fills them out. These are a little more daunting than he thought and makes him think. He was going to have to give so much personal information to a complete stranger, which is kind of how therapy starts, so that was normal. But most patients aren't vigilantes who have saved their therapist from getting choked to death and know about it. Still, Izuku hasn't really thought about these questions until they've been put in front of him, and that makes him almost sick to think about because he's coming to some realizations. On a scale of 0, not at all, to 5, nearly every day. Little interest in doing things he enjoys. Feeling down, depressed, or hopeless 4. Trouble falling or staying asleep, sleeping too much 1. Feeling tired or having little energy 1. Poor appetite or overeating 2. Feeling bad about yourself, or that you are a failure 5. Trouble concentrating on things 1. Have you thought yourself better off dead or hurting yourself? Izuku thinks about it more personally. Has he ever thought about hurting himself? Or even others? Has he ever willingly hurt himself? Izuku hasn't, cut himself before, but he thinks about the panic attack he had after running from Aizawa. Anyone would think that counts. But he's never thought about intentionally hurting the people who wronged him. Apparently karma is doing a fine job at that for him, and he does want to be a hero. The last form at the end of the packet is an agreement for her to use her quirk on him if the situation should arise and she deems it necessary. He doesn't have to agree to it, but apparently it makes Ms. Keisuke at ease considering she works with high-risk patients. Izuku doesn't have to read the unsaid fine print what that means. People who are at risk for suicide. Izuku takes a breath as he thinks about the questions he answered. He doesn't want to cause her any grief, and it's not like he's coming back. He's just letting her meet with him so she feels better about him saving her. Despite this, her quirk is so cool and Izuku wonders if she'll talk to him about it. He just signs his name anyway. Like it'll matter. It's just one session. She'll see you now. Izuku likes her office the moment he steps inside. It doesn't feel super closed off, and there are books lining the shelves, both therapy-related and not. There are even personal items of hers and STMLTN toys, probably for patients. There's also a large window that has curtains if necessary, but the building it's in has a high enough lookout to the park across the street. There's fluffy pillows and even a couple beanbag chairs. Izuku briefly wonders if she sees children that are younger than him. Izuku's eyes come across a familiar logo on one of the 3 diplomas sitting on the shelves. 2 of them are from university where she got her bachelor's and MSDRs, but those don't interest Izuku as much as the high school one. It's from UA. Ms. Keisuke went to UA. Just like he wants to. He wonders if he asks about it, will she tell him about her time there? Sure, that might have been a little over 10 years ago, but it would be so cool to hear about firsthand. Ms. Katsuki is filing something when he comes in and Izuku swallows strong when she turns and he sees her throat. There's a dark bruise there and he thinks if he stares strong enough he can see shapes of what were fingers. Fingers that shouldn't have been there. Hello. It's so strange to see your face. You really are just a kid. Please sit anywhere. Michi said, finally getting a look at the hero. He really is just a kid, a cute kid, but one nonetheless. He's 15 and that says so much along with the other personal information he provided. However, a lot of it was left blank like parent information which didn't surprise her since he probably doesn't want her telling them what he's up to. He takes a seat on the couch while she grabs a notebook and pen and chooses to sit in the chair beside him. This okay? Yeah. Izuku replied with a small shrug. Let me know if not. I want you to be comfortable, Michi said. His voice isn't what she heard, but yet she can still hear the caring tone that lies in the distorted one she remembers. First and foremost, I want to thank you for saving me. I'm sure you know, but as a proper introduction, my name is Michi Katsuki. You can call me Michi. Just call me Deku? Izuku said. It's the name she knows from Eraserhead that night, so it might just be easier. Michi narrows her eyes at him, not impressed. I'm not calling you useless, whether you're using it as an alias or not. Personally, I think you should pick a new one. And your worth isn't defined by whether you have a quirk or not. You saved me without one, and that feat, along with getting up every day to push forward, doesn't make you useless. Far from it. I'm respecting your privacy right now and had my receptionist cover your real name with sticky notes because of our recent history. I want to know you as you, not just the person who saved me. I've looked over everything else so I know what to focus on. I want you to tell me your name, either one, but I refuse to call someone I want to help useless. Your choice. Don't worry, I have no intention of using this to hand you over to the police or your parents. You saved my life and I truly want to help you. She doesn't care that he's quirkless. She won't call him Deku. Everyone else just calls him Deku because that's what he is. That's what he's been told he is. But she doesn't want to know that person. She wants to know. Izuku. Good. That's how you should view yourself. You are a person, Izuku. A good person. You don't know me. Izuku said, a little confused. I know enough. You're a kind soul who doesn't want to see anyone hurt and just wants to help. Michi said with a soft smile. I could see it in your eyes when you came in. She points to her neck. I think we should discuss this before anything and clear the air. This isn't your fault, and yet I sense you feel some guilt because of it. I should have been faster, Izuku said in what was almost a hopeful whisper. How did you know I needed help? Michi countered. I was patrolling the area when I saw that man grab you, so I rushed in as fast I could, Izuku explained. It had been right at the start of his night. He had quite a few noon babies to test out for Mei, so he started patrol as soon as it got dark. He usually starts on the nicer side of town since those go faster and have less crimes thanks to the actual heroes who patrol there. Once he gets to his side where he lives, it's past midnight and all the criminals start emerging from the shadows. And you did nothing else but try to save me? Michi asked. Of course not. Izuku exclaimed. No one else was there and you needed saving, so my feet just moved on their own. Do they always do that? Do what? Move on their own. When you see someone who needs a hero, is that the first thing you do? Do you move to save them? Yes. Then that's what makes you a good person, Izuku. While it's a little reckless, I'm not here to tell you otherwise for that matter, but I can tell you most people will think something entirely different than what you do. Michi explained before she changed her voice that it sounded a little high-pitched. Oh, a hero will be nearby. What if he attacks me? What if I get in trouble? Izuku starts to snicker at the awful impressions she made of people he knows that exist. People he's heard before on the streets who idly stand by and watch. People who he probably saw yesterday in the shop. See, you're not those people. You want to see people safe and don't think about yourself. That man could have really hurt you if you weren't prepared. You're not going to hurt someone because they're going to or have hurt you, right? Self-defense. Izuku offered. Of course that's acceptable, it's different, but I mean because you look at them and think they should pay for what they did so they should be hurt? No, Izuku frantically said. And that's what makes you different from a large percent of the people out there, Michi said as points out the window. Even when someone arrives on scene doesn't make you, or anyone watching, anything less. No one is useless. At times it might seem like it, but even if you're not physically able to do anything, you can hope. Hope that things will be okay. Sometimes that's all a person needs. Everyone hopes, and sometimes it answers, proving us right. No one is useless. Izuku looks down at his feet as he thinks about it. His eyes feel heavy. Maybe he might be a good person like Ikazuchi says. Izuku has more questions than answers, but at least he has some. He wants to know when this will all stop. Izuku wants to be pessimistic and say hope can only get you so far, but he thinks about the people he saves. When something happens to them, even if they don't realize it, they hope someone will help them. That someone will not stand by and watch it happen. That a hero will come, and Izuku is useful to be that person. When will everything else stop? Izuku asked in a whisper that sounded teary. With time. Michi answered in a soft whisper as she took his hand. Working through it helps too. Finding ways to cope and understand. Not all problems disappear with time and need a little help. While we wait, we hope, and look at the small things that tell us it will get better. I know that was a lot, and I've noticed you've been itching to ask me questions. Do you mind? Izuku asked excitedly as a shine appeared in his eyes, and he felt all this heavy talk calm. It's rare he's able to talk to people who use their quirks for work that aren't pro-heroes. She could have used it in hero work if she wanted. An agency could hire her, meet the heroes before a mission, and she'd be able to keep tabs on them. She could even figure out those heroes who aren't so heroic. There were so many other applications too, so Izuku questioned why she became a therapist. Not at all. I try to be open with you as I want you to be with me. Michi said. Why did you become a therapist? Do you work with hero agencies or the police? How exactly does your quirk work? Izuku rambled off questions one after another until he saw her smiling at him. Oh, sorry. I guess I should let you answer. I have a bad habit of just running my mouth. It's no problem. Michi replied with a small laugh and a smile. You should embrace what you're passionate about. Whether you make something of that into a career or keep it close to your heart when times get rough is up to you. You can use that to help absorb what we talk about. I did ask after all. For the easier ones, I sometimes lend my quirk to assist with police or heroics. It's not often, but it has happened. My quirk is called IPS or Individual Positioning Sense. As long as I have personally met the person and know their actual name, I can track them like GPS. I can tell where they are, where they're going, and how long they've been somewhere. I can see them up to 100 miles as long as I know the area. It's like my brain is a satellite. You trained a lot to do that? I did. Michi nodded. At you, I bet. Michi looked back to her diplomas and smiled. So he noticed. Another one of her patients hadn't noticed that detail, yet despite he stares in that direction at least twice every session instead of making eye contact with her. Considering that boy's one-track mind, sometimes it surprised her. Yes. I was accepted into UA in general studies, and the principal was kind enough to allow me to train my quirk after I explained what I wanted to do with it. When I first started, all I could do was track people's location within a few blocks. I'm still training to this day to see if I can make it do other things like letting me know the condition of the people I'm seeing, but I haven't been very successful. So you knew back then what you wanted to do? Izuku asked. I did. Will you tell me? Izuku asked hopefully. There had to be a story there. The kind of training she did had to be on par with Hero Corps students, and the idea of how her quirk inspired her career would certainly be something to tell. While Izuku didn't think it would necessarily be a happy story, he wanted to know. How about a compromise? Michi asked as she looked at the calendar on her desk that listed out her appointments. We'll set up another session for this Thursday, and you come back to tell me what your goals are for these sessions and yourself, and I'll tell you my story. Ma'am. I don't need to be rude, but I can't afford this. Izuku said. Well, it's a good thing you're not paying for it. What? Izuku said in a bit of shock. Izuku, I'm allowed to pick one person for pro bono every year. I haven't found that person, not until the other night when this selfless boy came to my rescue when I thought I was going to die. Which means until you and I mutually agree that we don't want to meet anymore, you can keep seeing me for free. I also own this office, I can kind of do what I want. You deserve help, Izuku. All that you've been through isn't something you can brush to the side and forget. We may not have talked about it yet, but I can see it. Izuku, you aren't my first quirkless patient and won't be my last. This is the least I can do, so please let me help with your life as you saved mine. Michi explained. What if I just don't come back? Izuku asked, thinking about bolting for the door. He really did like talking with her, but he doesn't want to be a problem. Someone else might need the spot more. But 100 miles is a long way and someone is bound to catch up with him before he's out of range. Izuku doesn't like the look in her eye. Izuku, do you remember the form you signed about my quirk when you arrived? Michi said, yeah. Izuku said. Michi entwined her fingers as she rested her elbows on her knees and then her chin on her fingers as she looked over him through her glasses. She narrowed her steel-gray eyes on him and just smiled. Let me tell you what happened afterward that night you saved me. I met a hero with a keen interest. I think you know his name, Eraserhead. He took over the case to protect you and gave me his contact just in case I needed something. He could see exactly where this was going. Izuku, we're both heroes in our ways. I take my job very seriously. When you saved me, you saved my patients too. Change is difficult to accept for some people and sometimes that's the one thing that can derail them. Some change is bad, but some of it just looks bad and if you get past the strong parts, you might see the good that comes from it. So, I'm usually not one for such underhanded tactics, but, she brushed her fingers on the notebook labeled for him, we can keep having sessions and let me help you heal or I can tell Eraserhead exactly where to find his protege. Izuku looked at her dumbfounded by everything that just came out of her mouth. Oh how the tables have turned. He doesn't regret helping her, but part of him is starting to rethink calling her. Also she's wrong, he isn't Eraserhead's protege, he's his bane. He is practically gaping like a fish at her. Izuku does not like this game despite having played before. The game where the shoe is on the other foot and he dropped the pot on it. She's blackmailing him. Patient confidentiality won't let you? Izuku said with a smirk thinking he's got her. Izuku, I work with high-risk patients and if I feel you are a harm to yourself or others then I can use my quirk to locate you. I might know you're okay, but everyone else might not, especially with your nighttime activities. Minute. She has a point. He feels like he's backed into a corner. He doesn't think she'll do it, but he doesn't have any proof she won't. This isn't like back at Aldra. Calling her out does him nothing and convinces her otherwise that she should just tell Aizawa exactly where to find him. He can't run from this. However, maybe he doesn't want to. She said change might seem bad at first, but can transform into something good. Izuku doesn't quite see it yet and he doesn't have much of a choice, but to see through it. Taking a word from Kaken, and he'd probably agree if he ever were to meet her, Izuku called her a sneaky hag. Nothing I haven't heard before. Michi smirks. Izuku went bright red realizing he said that out loud. Katsuki comes into the office disappointed on Wednesday. It's pissing him off that all this walking around town before therapy is becoming redundant and completely pointless. Sure, he's getting fresh air and a little exercise, but that's not the point. He's attempted to just give up, but he's stubborn and won't because watch the one time he does and could have missed that med nerd. He should just accept the truth. A strong truth and FANG talk about it. He isn't going to find Deku. He should just move on and hope one day he just appears out of thin air. Or at least accept that he isn't going to find Deku on his own. Bakugu. Michi is ready for you. The receptionist said. FING finally. Katsuki tosses the magazine he was mindlessly flipping through on the table and gets up. Usually he doesn't have to wait long, but today was an odd day he guessed or possible something happened with another patient of hers. He walks into the hag's office to see her turned around, chugging a water bottle, like she's in the Sahara. Understandably talking for hours after hours is strong on the throat, but he'd think after a few years she'd just get used to it. The hag at home screams all the time since he could walk and she still has her voice. He heard her take a big breath before turning to greet him. He beats her to it. The F happened? Katsuki exclaimed as he was greeted with a dark purplish bruise around her neck. Katsuki feels his quirk start to heat up and clenches his fists to keep it in check. He can't blow up the office. He thinks back to the breathing exercises she taught him. In for 4, hold for 2, out for 4. They settled on the number 4 because Katsuki is impatient and prefers not to take such long deep breaths. Even though he should be calming down, he can't help glare at her injury, wondering who did that. He hopes she isn't a hypocrite or something. She's helping others when she's the one who needs it. Whoever it is, Katsuki will redirect his quirk toward them. Oh, Katsuki hates how the last few sessions have been biting him in the butt. He's angry. He gets sad when someone he cares about gets hurt. Like the time his mom got into that cat fight with a woman from work who ripped her dress on purpose because she didn't like his hag. His mother walked away with a scratch on her cheek and Katsuki couldn't help stare at it. The time his dad fell down the stairs and sprained his ankle. Katsuki wasn't sure who to be mad with at the time, so he just yelled at his father not to be a moron, and they might have had a burn mark on the floor. Like when he heard her say that Deku would be dead by 18. A disgruntled ex-significant other of a patient of mine. Michi explains simply as she clears her throat to get this attention back. You're like fine and sheet, right? Katsuki asked. Yes. I'm fine and this will heal. Heroes saved me in time and promised to patrol this area more, she mentioned. The hand-shaped bruises painted the picture for Katsuki. This a-hole attacked her and tried to kill her, probably for being set off that she helped her patient initially get away from him. That a-hole probably deserved it and anything else coming to him. He won't admit it, but he likes his therapist and doesn't want a new one. That might just make him quit altogether, because he doesn't want to get to know and go as far as trusting someone else again with what's on his mind. Who is to say the next one will understand? That's a change he doesn't want to experience yet until he's ready. Who saved you? Katsuki asked. She smiles, thinking back to her session from yesterday and the man she met the other night. There were some good heroes out there. She's glad she can do things for them. Whether it's letting them get out their frustrations, helping them through their traumas, or even letting them know someone they care about is safe. A vigilante named Deku, and then Eraserhead came moments after. Deku? A vigilante named Deku? Deku? Vigilante? What the F does that nerd think he's doing? He could get hurt. Hell, he could die. And Deku saved you? Katsuki exclaimed. Thin. F-I-N-G. Bakugu, you know I don't like that. No. Shut up. Midoriya. Minute. Izuku. Katsuki spluttered out eventually. Deku, Izuku, Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku. It couldn't be? Michi opens her desk drawer slightly and uses her index finger to lift the sticky notes up that are in the notebook she keeps in there instead of her filing cabinet. Patient name, Izuku Midoriya. Michi wants to take one of the thick books on the shelf behind her and hit herself with it. Deku is the name she scolded Bakugu for using during their very first session, and she hadn't heard it again until that night when Eraserhead yelled it. The hospital must have missed the concussion because she doesn't understand how she didn't connect the dots sooner. She then looks at the notes she has on Bakugu and often how Izuku comes up but is referred to as Midoriya, not to make any super personal connections on her part. Bakugu's sessions are about him, not someone she hasn't met before. Izuku is part of the reason Bakugu is even here. But now she's met him. She always did think to herself upon first talking with Katsuki Bakugu she wanted both sides of the story. Do you know where he is? Can your quirk track him? Katsuki asked. Michi narrows her eyes on him, silently questioning if he's serious about this request, because he knows the answer. That is a totally inappropriate use of her quirk and a breach in the contract she and Izuku both signed. Bakugu, you and I both know that answer. It's also a matter of patient confidentiality. He's a patient here? Bakugu exclaimed. Katsuki looks around for a moment, hoping that maybe he'll see some sign that Izuku had been here at one point. That he's walked on the same carpet, sat somewhere in this room, and talked with the same person he does. It was like all his wandering around finally led him back. Bakugu, please sit and I will explain. Katsuki snorts before doing as she asked. I'm seeing Izuku here as a pro bono patient. He saved me and I am repaying that kindness with helping him. He needs help, he deserves help, just like you still did when first coming here. Now, do not loiter around my office in an attempt to see him, or I will make our sessions over video call. That is a breach of any trust you and I have, that he has with me, and that you would want to form with him. You are not to tell anyone who I see as a patient. If we ever get to a point where I believe it's beneficial for you to meet, I will make that call. Until then you're both two separate patients who don't know about the other. Isn't that conflict of interest or some shit? Bakugo asked. Not entirely, I just need to stay neutral, but seeing both of you might allow me to better help you too since I'll know both sides. Think of it like couples counseling but separated, Michi explained. Katsuki's face goes bright red. We ain't a couple. I never exactly said that. But you two are a couple of people who need to work through things which are smaller than a group. Including the fact that what you need to work on deals with each, but can't be done together. Michi said, Can you answer this? Is he at least okay? He's not going. From what I've observed, he's fine, Bakugo. Katsuki snorts as he looks at the wall behind her to hide his relief. He understands. It is, but she's right. He doesn't know how Izuku feels about him. Does he hold any resentment toward him? Katsuki wouldn't blame him if he did. He's got nothing to show for that fact he's trying. He barely remembers the last time he saw Deku or even what he said to him. Probably some effed up shit. Things are different now. I know what I want to say to him now. And what would that be? Michi asked. Katsuki tells her and he's rewarded with a nod and a smile. I think he'd appreciate it. Michi answered. If you won't let me talk to him, can I ask another favor? Katsuki asked. Shoyuta unzipped his sleeping bag to look at his phone that interrupted his nap. He was trying to get some sleep in before he goes on patrol tonight to look for Deku/Izuku again, but apparently the universe has other plans. He's gone every night and he knows Hisashi doesn't like it, but he can't afford not to. With Endeavor recently being added to the case, Shoyuta now needs to locate him first before the flaming CRP does. Izuku's life is in danger considering Endeavor's track record. Shoyuta told the man that the vigilante Deku is likely a child and the man only snorted and said they needed better discipline and he'll do it if their parents won't. Shoyuta kept his mouth shut on that. Technically he is Izuku's guardian and his so-called parents are who knows where. Shoyuta wants to know that. When he asked about his quirk, Shoyuta just told him they don't know, which isn't technically a lie on the police's part and something Shoyuta omits from his reports. If Endeavor finds out Izuku is quirkless, he doesn't doubt the man will attack him on sight with extreme prejudice. Anything that happens will be swept under the rug because Izuku's quirkless and Endeavor is the number 2 hero. The police department knows he's at UA during the day teaching and Hisashi is on lunch duty today, so that doesn't answer his current question. Who the hell was calling him now? Must be some prank call or scammer. He lets it go to voicemail for them to call back again and again. Shoyuta rolls his eyes at the persistence and humors it. Aizawa. Shoyuta answered with a little sleep still in his voice. A voice scoffed over the line. It's like 1 in the afternoon. Why in the F? Do you sound like you just rolled out of bed? Shoyuta stops all thought. That voice. He hadn't heard it in about 2 months and had been meaning to do a home check to make sure the other little sheet, the one that he didn't want, was making an effort. Shoyuta was serious when he told him he'd accept him into UA just to rip the rug right out from under him. Bakugo? Shoyuta questioned. No sheet. UFNG finally picked up the DMN phone. How did you get this number? Shoyuta asked. This entire interaction is already throwing him through a loop. He never expected Katsuki Bakugo to reach out to him of all people after what happened the first time they met in that classroom. We have a couple mutual contacts in Deku and Ms. Keisuke. Bakugo revealed. Explain. As Shoyuta listens, he finds himself a little impressed. He won't say proud because he hasn't gotten that far yet, but Shoyuta is certainly pleased that Bakugo has taken everything that's happened to him in the last couple months seriously. He's gotten himself, with his parents' push, into therapy, which is the connection to Ms. Keisuke. What a small world. Everything that has been said to him or that he's unfortunately overheard has rooted into his mind and won't leave until it sprouts and grows into something more pleasant to look at. Oh, how the tables have turned. He went to Bakugo for answers on Izuku and now it sounds like he's doing the same to him. So what do you want? Shoyuta asked. I want to talk to him. If you found Deku, I want to talk to him, Katsuki said. Shoyuta wants to say no sheet to give the brat a taste of his own words, but keeps it to himself being the mature adult. What could Bakugo have to say to Izuku? Shoyuta rationally comes to the conclusion it isn't anything bad because Bakugo isn't a stupid kid and won't approach Shoyuta about it if it was. And what would you even say to him? Shoyuta asked. The line goes silent and Shoyuta checks his phone to make sure the line didn't drop. It didn't. Bakugo has just gone silent. That I'm sorry. That he can be a hero. Shoyuta for once finds himself in agreement. I want to warn you this might be triggering. My story isn't happy. Are they ever? Michi snorted a little. Oh, I guess not, but it's what we do with that tail that steers us. Her parents told her what was going to happen from then on with tears in their eyes. They had been weird for a few months and seemed like they didn't know how to approach the subject. Of course it's never easy and parents want to protect their children so they keep the harsh facts from them. She didn't understand why her mom and dad were getting a divorce. Her parents loved each other and loved her even more. They went on plenty of family dates, couple dates, and were always laughing. For as long as she remembered, she didn't think she ever saw her parents fight, and if they did, it never lasted long. They never went to bed angry. All those fun times seemed to be getting less and less. Maybe she just missed the signs because they were hiding it so well underneath the love and compassion they had for each other. Mom came home with bruises lately and was working a lot more than normal, or even a couple of times not at all. She's a nurse who absolutely loves helping people, seeing them leave the doors all better, but some people can get rough when they need help, so that must have been where the bruises came from. That's what she was told when she asked. Oh, Mom just got hurt at work. It's okay. Her quirk lets her put a mental tracker on someone only she can trace, but only one person at a time. She could probably do more if she trained with it, but that isn't her goal, nor has she expressed the longing to do so around the family. It's very useful when you're working with patients who like to run away or kids who are trying to escape a needle. She remembers the times it was totally unfair as a child when they'd play hide and seek. She overheard her parents one night, but didn't ask questions like she should have. Mom wasn't getting hurt by patients at work and apparently needed to pick up extra shifts. Why did Mom's coworkers hate her? Why did Dad get fired from the job he just got? Why did he get fired from his initial job, the one he trained for in the first place? He loved that job. Also, why did Dad stop picking her up from school after the other kids whispered about him? It just didn't make any sense, and no one would tell her the truth. She could handle it. She couldn't handle it. A truth she wished she didn't have to learn the strong way. No one is created equal. Michi is 13 when she learns that lesson. Her parents divorced last year, and she can't say her life has changed too much because of it. Her mother no longer comes home with bruises and doesn't mention scornful coworkers. She sees her dad all the time, but lately he's been getting distant from her. He doesn't come over to the house as much despite her and her mother inviting him all the time. He just says he's trying to find a way to help them. She's not sure what that means as she doodles in her notebook waiting for class to start. Hey girl, her best friend, Tomoko, said as she sat beside her. Are you wanting to hang out after school today? I bet we can check out that new kitty cafe. I'll totally pay. What is with your obsession with cats? Michi asked with a humorous smile. Cats are so cute and great. They seem to always know what you're thinking, they can move their bodies in ways we can't without a quirk, and they can find things. Cats are rulers of this earth, and I am a humble being who wants to be one with them. What is not to love? I didn't ask for an essay. One day you'll see the beauty of cats. Tomoko said dreamily. Once I'm a pro hero, I'm going to buy you a cat. And you will love him and keep him forever. I like cats as much as the next person, but not that much to hear about them all day. Sure. I'll look forward to the furry gremlin that will rule my life. Michi answered. Anyway, can I get a rain check? I want to check on my dad after school. He's been super weird. He canceled our outing this past weekend and didn't tell me why, which isn't like him. Understandable, Tomoko said with a bright smile. Hey, why not use your quirk to see where he's at? No can do. I don't think my quirk is even in range to do so anyway. He lives across town. Plus he's fine and said he'd see me later. I'm probably just worrying. Michi said. Your quirk could be like mine with practice. We'd be serious contenders for search and rescue heroes. Tomoko said. You're never going to let that go, huh? Michi asked. Nope. Not at pa. Tomoko grinned. I swear if I hear another cat pun, Michi started as her eyes rolled into the back of her head. What? You'll stop being my best friend? No can do. I'm like catnip. Can't get enough. Tomoko laughed. Hey, want me to go with you? Nah. I think this is something I need to do alone. Michi said. I gotcha. Tomoko said, but before she could continue the teacher walked in and cleared his throat ready to start their homeroom. Alright class. You're starting your second year, so you need to start thinking about high school exams and what you want for your careers. I know some of you want to be pro heroes, but not everyone is cut out for the job. Michi listened on as the teacher went on about what to expect and to not get their hopes up about anything. However, she did seriously think about his question. What did she want to do with her life? Her mom's a nurse and that's pretty cool, but she doesn't think she wants to do that. She'll just be a type of legacy then, and she wants to become her own person. Tomoko wants to be a pro hero and help find people in trouble. She's been begging her to be a hero duo or team with her, but the hero business doesn't seem like the right fit. Tomoko understands that, but that won't stop her from trying. Whether the attempt is serious or joking is up for debate. Michi knows she herself isn't super active, no more than she has to, and her quirk is pretty situational. She has to know the person's name and meet them if she wants to track them. She does know that she wants to help people. That's the coolest thing anyone can do. It's what her dad wanted to do and he did for a while as an EMT. That's how her parents met, but for some reason he can't find work. He's great at his job because he's super knowledgeable and quick on his feet. Maybe she'll ask him when she sees him later today. School lets out and Michi leaves with a promise to Tomoko to text her later. Now she just needs to hop on the train that goes downtown. Her dad's apartment is in a sketchier area than her mother likes her being in, but apparently it's all he can afford. That's the main reason she lives with her mom. She texts her dad that she's on her way over, but doesn't receive an answer. He always texts her back. Especially if it's about her coming to see him. Despite how much she hates it, he's always available to see his sweet Machi. A nickname she secretly likes. She won't tell him outright, but does so under an amused smile and a playful eye roll. He's called her that since she was a baby and it stuck. No one else is allowed to call her that. Her mom doesn't even call her that, saying that it's dad's nickname only. She gets to her dad's place a little bit before 4 and knocks. She clutches her bag to herself as she hears a couple yelling from down the hall, which caused a dog to start barking in the apartment adjacent from his. He tells her she can always come right in if he's home. It's her home too, but she was raised to be respectful. She doesn't get a response and tries the door. It's locked. Maybe he's not home? Or could he be asleep? She came over once last week because her mom had a late night shift on the weekday and found her dad passed out on the couch. He says he just felt tired recently and took a nap. More like passed out as the television was still on and the remote was on the floor, which had clearly fallen out of his hand. Michi uses her spare key and lets herself in as the door creaks as it scrapes across the floor. The small apartment is dark and cold. She flips on the lights and sees a layer of dust on the small dining room table that sits just inside the door, which is where she sits her bag, unknowingly covering something sitting on top. Looking around, the entire place looks like no one's been home for days. The small television is pretty dusty and the trash can is full. Her dad always tells them when he's going to be gone and he always takes care of things beforehand. Despite her parents' divorce, they act they're still married, but just don't live together or do things jointly anymore like taxes. Hell, she's seen them embrace, so divorcing never made any sense to her. Nothing is making sense and it's starting to scare her because they tell her it's not something she should worry about and focus on school, essentially her life. Dad, it's me. Are you home? Michi called as she walked toward the bedroom. Her voice just echoes, so Michi walks around the apartment and doesn't see him anywhere. Everything looks like he just left and didn't bother. Standing in the empty living room, she sighs and thoughts of her conversation with Tomoko earlier echo back. Her quirk flashes in her eyes with tiny black slits and comes up, blank. Her dad isn't here. He isn't in the apartment and isn't within the blocks surrounding the area. Maybe her mom might know. She can call her on the train ride back home and leave a message because she's at work right now and doesn't get off for a couple hours. She grabs her bag off the table and it slides as she takes it. She turns back around when she hears something hit the floor. She pps her head a little seeing an envelope. She picks it up to put it back on the table when she sees Machi Michi written on the center in her dad's rather neat handwriting. It's not her birthday, so that wasn't it. It's addressed to her, so she opens it to slide out a letter. Michi, I don't want to write this to you, it just makes everything so much worse, but I know you're going to be the one to find out. You have so much love to give. Always checking in on your dear old dad. Even your mom. That quirk of yours is going places, you know, kiddo. You could be a hero with it if you wanted. But do what you want. I'm sorry, kiddo. I love you so much, but daddy can't do it anymore. Mom won't tell you, so I will, because you deserve that much. You don't deserve people lying to you. I can't find or keep a job. People judge, beat on your mom because of me, and I can't ruin her life too. They do it to me too, but I can accept that fact. I can't support you the way I need to as your dad. I'm scared that they might start doing that to you. It's better this way, so you're not connected to me. I can't be with you as much as you, your mom, and I want. If they knew your dad was quirkless, they'd only hold you back, they'd view you like you were me. People will think I've tainted your precious smile and that smart noggin. Don't let society tell you what you can and can't do. Don't let them treat you like they treated me. You know I've only wanted to help people, and I can't even help the people I want to most. You and your mom. The people don't want my help. Not from someone like me. Someone that's viewed less because I'm not like you. Be kind to others like you always are. I wish I could stay, sweetheart, but I can't. I don't want to let you go, but I'm tired. I love you and your mom more than anything, but it just feels like I can't do anything else for you. At least maybe this will help. I love you, Machi Michi. The letter hit the floor and Michi just stared in shock. Her hands couldn't even shake. She was stone. Instantly her face and eyes twinged and blurred. She couldn't breathe. She looked down at the letter like it could possibly burn her and burn through the floor. That it would burn and create a hole that would swallow, like it was already doing. Her dad was gone? What? This wasn't real. This had to be a dream. He was fine. He had to be fine. Maybe he just left Japan. Yeah, that was it. He was going to get a job outside the country. A lot of people's parents did that. Michi's quirk flickered on and off. Nothing. She felt something leaking out of her nose and raised her hand up to touch it. It was a mixture of BLD and snot that was watered down with her tears. Her eyes flashed again as she tried a wide search. A ping. Her quirk pinged something. When she read the location, a place miles away from her, everything gave out. Her breath. Her strength. She collapsed and didn't feel the pain in her knees. Only her heart as she sobbed, eventually passing out. Her mother found her hours later after she didn't come home and sobbed alongside her. Michi was 15 now and in her final year of junior high. Her father's suicide had been talk of the school and quite a few kids have made their comments on it. She only yells at them to shut up and a few of them have called her some names in response. She knows she needs to keep moving forward, but she can't. Not when she lives with a guilt that she wished she could have done more and everyone reminds her that she couldn't escape the inevitable and is naive to think otherwise. She's angry. Not at her father, but at everyone around her. Her mom got her into therapy, but they weren't listening to her. She screamed and dropped every single one the moment they found out her dad was quirkless. It was bound to happen. He did you a favor. They didn't care. They were like how he said. She talked to her mother about it, but stopped after she could see how much it was hurting her. Especially after her mother snapped and she learned the truth behind their divorce. Her mother was getting assaulted, verbally and physically at work. She was getting either no shifts or all the shifts because she was married to a quirkless man. To the man she loved. Her father couldn't keep a job because either the bosses were assholes and discriminated against him or someone with a quirk came in and was better suited. Apparently kids at school noticed and told their parents. They didn't want a quirkless man near their children. Those parents confronted her father and told him to stay away. People started eyeing her because she might have the gene or that she's lucky because she has a quirk. Sometimes Michi wishes she didn't have one so she could be like him and tell people where to shove it. She already does, but it would mean more coming from someone who didn't have her blessing. Instead she just suffered in silence of her guilt because she refused to keep hearing the truth over and over again. It wasn't true though, but everything kept pointing that it was. She always thinks about what she could have done differently. Maybe if she had checked in more or got him to talk to her, then they might have figured something out. Maybe seeing her love him at his lowest might have given him strength? She didn't care about any of that. She just wanted her dad. Maybe if she trained her quirk or asked her mom to track him, they would have seen him go to the bridge a few days prior. They could have stopped him. A hero might have been able to get there in time to save him. She didn't want to be a hero like that. The ones who knew and were too late. There were other villains to fight. Despite this and the fear welling inside her, Michi started to feel those concerns again as she looked at the empty desk beside her. It's Tomoko. Her best friend is the most hyperactive, enthusiastic, and energetic person she knows. Her rock throughout the entire ordeal, even when she's being an angry beach, as someone in the hall called her. The one person who has always been there for her when her mother distanced herself for a while. Always down to go to a cat cafe or to simply hang out, whether it's at the mall or at one of their houses. She's gotten close to her parents since she typically stays over there while her mom has night shifts. Lately, she's lost the spark in her and has become pretty spacey. The bubbly personality that Michi appreciates has been popped and instead looks replaced by tears welling in her eyes. Every time Michi asks, she gets the same answers of don't worry and that she's fine. Michi doesn't believe her. She's tired of hearing people say that to her when they don't mean it. She sees some of the other kids give her weird looks even though she doesn't understand them. She's caught glimpses of Tomoko throwing pieces of paper away with a sad expression when she goes to meet her at her locker. She is convinced, especially after she missed 2 consecutive days of school and not answering her text. She'll listen to her talk about cats all day if it means her best friend will be okay. Michi decides that she isn't going to stand idly by and will take matters into her own hands as soon as the bell rings. She ignores the snickering she hears behind her back. She won't ignore this gut feeling she has before. She can't go through that again. She walks out of the school and goes in the direction of Tomoko's house, hoping to find something as she activates her quirk. She lives quite a bit away from the school, but the distance isn't going to stop her from trying. She is not making the same mistake again. Something wet slides down her lip and she gets a ping. Tomoko is at her house. A rapid, urgent knock sounds at the door and an emerald-haired woman answers it. She gasps at what and who is there. Oh my goodness. Michi, are you okay, dear? Tomoko's mother exclaimed, seeing her daughter's best friend's face. Fine. Michi answered after catching her breath from running the whole way there. Is Tomoko home? Well, yes. She hasn't been feeling well the past couple days. She should be in her room. May I see her, please? Michi asked, bowing a little. Go ahead, but I think you should wipe your... Her suggestion gets cut off as Michi barrels in, after taking off her shoes, and flies upstairs. The warm covers are her only comfort right now because nothing else felt real. Her thoughts wouldn't shut up. She's glad her quirk doesn't work on herself or she'd see how weak she was being. This shouldn't bother her, but it does. Nothing felt right anymore and seemed to fall apart. She doesn't know how much longer she can keep this up. She's lying to everyone. Her parents. Michi. Herself. What's true anymore? She just wants someone to answer her questions. She wants... Tomoko? Tomoko looks up to see her best friend staring at her with wide eyes and BLD running down her face. Her yellow eyes widened, realizing what she did. Michi only gets bloody noses when she pushes her quirk out of her available range. Since her father died, her quirk reached from a few blocks to roughly 5 miles. Tomoko is aware her house is more than 5 miles away, more like closer to 10. Michi, what's wrong? Nothing. I'm fine. I haven't been feeling good lately. Bullshit. What? Tomoko exclaimed, hearing her explicitly curse at her. Michi clenched her fist as she couldn't bite her lip to keep herself from crying. Please don't lie to me. Don't shut me out. I can tell. Please don't make me go through that again. Tomoko looked at her best friend as she failed to keep herself crying. It took a second before she realized what she meant. What? I wouldn't do that, promise. Michi, it's okay. Tomoko exclaimed as she threw the covers off and ran to her, enveloping her in a hug. Then tell me what's wrong and maybe I can help. You helped me, so please let me return the favor. You're my best friend. Tomoko sighed as she stepped away. Remember last week when you were gone because of your doctor appointment? Yeah. Michi said. Did something happen? Tomoko hesitantly nodded. It was at lunch. I was sitting at our usual spot when some girls came up to me. They kept telling me how I should give up trying to become a hero because my quirk isn't useful in a fight. That it's useless altogether. How can I defend people if my quirk has no offensive capabilities? How can I be popular if no one is saved by me? They kept telling me I'm such a space case and I should just be a crazy cat lady. They do it constantly when you're not around or leave notes in my locker that just keep dragging me. I know it's just words, but I'm scared they're right. I didn't want to burden you, but everything just keeps happening. Michi knows there has to be more to this, but she understands what happened. Tomoko is getting bullied for her seemingly unimpressive quirk. Which is a lie. Search is an amazing ability that doesn't have the limitations that hers does. Michi has always thought it was a better version of hers that she knows Tomoko will one day use to help locate people who need a helping paw. That's what she's going to do now despite Tomoko not wanting to tell her because she didn't want her to think about her dad. It's okay now. The run over helped her clear her head. It also made her realize she hates running, and that's another reason the hero gig isn't for her. More importantly, she knows emotions are messy and thus so is healing from them. She's angry at the people for being cruel, but maybe she should find another way to express these emotions than being unapproachable. You could have told me, Michi said. With everything that happened I didn't want to bring. I would have understood. I would have helped you. I might have been angry or sad, but you're the person who is here now and needs someone. I would have told them to shove it, just like you need to with those false accusations. Stick with the facts. You're worried about all the wrong reasons. Those people aren't going to be anything but people you're going to prove wrong and save one day. Michi snorted a little at what she was about to say. Worry about finding people to deal with your obsession over cats? Tomoko laughed a little. Shut up. See, those people are gonna talk shit and then what? You finish school with me and never see them again. You become a hero. You find people who like cats as much as you. No matter what life goes on. The fact you worried about my feelings and the look of concern you had when I came in proves that you're already on the right path, no matter what is happening around you. Tomoko was crying as she looked at Michi before moving in to hug her again. This is why they're best friends. She's the more outgoing one while Michi is calm and collective. She always knows what to say. She always notices and comes when she's needed. Even if the person doesn't realize it yet. She puts her nose in people's business like it's a job, but doesn't want to be a hero. Too bad. She already is. You'd make a really good therapist, you know? You always know when something's wrong and what to say. Tomoko mused. Michi let that thought sink in. She wants to help people and she likes talking to people. Well, more listening, but they go hand in hand. Maybe, just maybe she would be. She could get licensed to use her quirk and then, she'd never be too late. Michi? Yeah. You seriously need to wipe the BLD off your face? That's why her face was wet and everyone seemed freaked out. I just use everything that I've been through to help myself and my patients. Healing is so messy, but once it's cleaned it's lovely to look at. You feel so proud of yourself. You might not know where you're going, but it's a lot better than where you're coming from because you learn and heal. Michi said to finish up. Izuku, I know one of your biggest concerns is that I don't want to help now because you're quirkless. You don't have to tell me for me to know, but I need you to know that you being quirkless will never bother me. Everyone else might see you as useless, but I see you as a warrior. Izuku didn't realize when he was here a couple days ago that there was another picture frame in her office by the window. A simple one that might go unnoticed to someone not paying attention. All that's in it is a closed envelope with a plaque underneath. He doesn't know what it says and wants to look before leaving. Izuku wants to ask what's in the clearly aged envelope. He doesn't because he knows the answer. Makes sense why it's there. It's not for the patients, it's for her. For the days where it gets tough on her so she can just look out the window and see her yesterday and tomorrow in one place. Michi's story hits closer to home than he realized at first. She understands more than he thought she would. He expected her to be the one crying, but it's him. She just silently hands him a box of tissues and smiles. Guess she was right. Healing is messy and hearing it said differently than just get over yourself helps. It's okay. It makes Izuku wonder if anyone in his life feels the same way. Will Mei make a baby that will hunt anyone that's wronged him? Will Mr. Ikazuchi yell at anyone else that tries to say anything about him? He's already aware, even though they've barely known each, that Michi will raise hell for him. Does Kaken? Does Aizawa? Izuku likes to think they would. And maybe one day he'll pluck up the courage to ask them. Her dad was quirkless, and that's part of the reason why him being quirkless doesn't bother her. It all makes sense now. She's an advocate wanting to stop discrimination because she's seen firsthand what it does to people she cares about. She's showing him how to fight these battles because she's seen and experienced firsthand what it can do to people who have to fight them without being told. A sign up no one tells you when you turn 4. He'll feel the sting, the pain, and the burn under his skin, but that's the test of it. Will he believe that what he's been told is wrong? Will he prove he's strong? All she asks is that he shows her how to win. What's on your mind? Michi asked softly. Just thank you for helping me. Izuku answered as he looked up at her with his eyes shining, about to start crying again. You don't have to thank me, but you're welcome, Michi said. So I held up my end of the bargain. Now what goals do you have for yourself, Izuku? Izuku thought a lot about his goals the past couple days. Goals he wants in general and goals he has for therapy. As he thought about them, they made him cry, but only because those are things he wants. Things he was told he didn't deserve because he's been deemed useless. A place he sees himself at because he deserves it after the strong work, determination, and not giving up, despite everyone telling him to. I want to like myself and not believe what people say. I want to make friends who like me for being me. I want the voices in my head to stop telling me to give in. I want to become a real pro-hero. I want to save people and change how society treats each other, especially based on whether they have a quirk or not. Michi smiled and nodded. Since connecting the identities of Izuku to Bakugo's Midoriya, she understands and now knows so much more than what Izuku has told her. However, she has to keep silent on these matters and subtly bring them to surface, hoping that Izuku will confide in her on his own. The discrimination, the school's treatment, the bullying, being abandoned. While Bakugo knows that Izuku is her patient, Izuku can't know Bakugo is too. Not yet. She's not sure how Izuku feels about Bakugo, and that might hurt him in his attempts to heal. Izuku is her patient right now who she's seeing, so his well-being is all she's focused on. Especially during their sessions. Those are all obtainable. Some I can't exactly help you with, but no matter what, you have my support. Do your parents support you? We haven't talked about them, and I want to make sure you're safe at home. Are you? Michi asked. I'm safe at home, Izuku answered. He's aware he technically lied, but not really. It's a gray area. What would she do if he found out that he doesn't have a home, or that it's an old car in a dump site that used to be a beach? Probably go ahead and tell Aizawa. He's aware it's no place for him to live, but he doesn't have much of a choice in the matter, and it's safe. He has nowhere he can go, and he doesn't want to burden the people who are already doing so much. What if they realized he's close to being at rock bottom and just left him there? If that changes, please tell me and we can figure something out. Michi noted. Michi knows he's lying in some capacity. Bakugo and his parents told her that both of Izuku's parents abandoned him. She hopes that he's living with a friend now or something. The other possibility is that the kid's homeless, and if that's the case, she might need to intervene. While it might break the trust Izuku has in her, she can't allow him to not have a home. While she can't outright ask him if he's homeless because that could make him run. She'll just have to keep an eye out and get in touch with that pro-hero who seems invested in Deku. Hopefully he cares about the kid under the mask and they can figure out something they can do. Can I ask 3 unrelated questions? Izuku asked and Michi nodded. She allows them and encourages him to do so to make their chats have some lightheartedness to them. Izuku has a notebook full, but these sessions are about him, not her and his never-ending list of questions. Do you still talk to Ragdoll? If so, could you get her autograph for me if that's not too much to ask? And finally, did she ever get you that cat? Michi wholeheartedly starts laughing. That wasn't what she was expecting, but she's all for it. This kid also has a one-track mind about becoming a hero, so of course he'd recognize that Tomoko is the pro-hero Ragdoll, one of the 4 members that make up the rescue team Wild, wild pussycats. Tomoko really did go on and did everything she said she would. She even found a group of people who love cats as much as her. Yes. Tomoko and I are still best friends. Her living in the mountains and our careers get in the way quite a bit, but we message all the time. I actually see her team for any sessions they might want or need. So I might be able to get everyone's autograph. Michi said with a wink, and Izuku grins with excitement at the prospect. And the cat? Yes, the minute she formed the pussycats she bought me a cat. It's still alive too. He's 10 years old and is a ragdoll named Hiro. Ragdoll got you a ragdoll and named him Hiro? Izuku questioned very slowly to comprehend what she revealed. Yes. She did it on purpose so I wouldn't forget she's a cat fanatic, cat-themed hero named Ragdoll. I know it's out of spite despite that smile on her face. Michi exclaimed with a smile and was pleased to see Izuku laughing alongside her. So your goals, what's your first step toward even just one of them? Izuku got a little nervous as he thought about it. He actually already was ahead before even coming to his session. I'm tutoring someone tomorrow. Izuku walked into the internet cafe he frequents, not for the reason he's usually there that next afternoon. They close early on Fridays so he's coming in right as they're closing up shop at 3. Usually he comes in for schoolwork, which he won't have for about a month, or to play games in the communities he's joined. His Paragon advisors said that he should take a break and allow himself to relax before jumping into any other courses. It'll be good for his young human mind, whatever that means. No, like he told Michi, he's here for a tutoring session. He swung by the shop after his therapy session on Tuesday and told Mr. Ikazuchi that he'd take him up on the offer to tutor his grandson. The older man was ecstatic about it and claimed that he knows they'll get along great. Apparently, despite sometimes being a blubbering idiot, he's a good kid and makes friends easily. Izuku isn't sure if family is supposed to insult one another like that, but it seems to be all in good-natured and not like the insults he's heard from his own mother and father's mouths. He shakes his head before he can start thinking about them. He needs to forget about them. They aren't in his life anymore, so they shouldn't control him. That's what Michi said. Only include the people in your life that he wants to. The people he wants to let in. His parents left and Izuku doesn't want to let them back in. Hello, Midoriya. Ikazuchi greeted as he sees Izuku come in. Izuku perks and smiles as he walks a little faster toward the counter where Ikazuchi is counting the drawer. Hello, Mr. Ikazuchi. I hope I'm not late. I'm just making Denki do some dishes before he comes out so he doesn't use all his brain power yet. Ikazuchi said a little loudly. Come on, Gramps. First you ask some random dude to tutor and then talk mad CRP about me. Not cool. Izuku assumes the blonde with black lighting bolt in his hair that just came out of the kitchen is Denki. He recognizes the voice from the other day, so it must be the same person who took over the counter after his incident. He's a little taller than him, but that's not saying much since Izuku snorts that almost everyone is taller than him. Thanks, Inko. He's not random, you nitwit. Your parents and I just want you to have a good head on your shoulders, especially if you want to get into UA and become a hero. That's why you work here too, to teach responsibilities and how to talk to people. Ikazuchi yelled. Izuku turns to the side before snorting. He likes the family atmosphere they give and he wishes his family had been like this. He also notes that Kaminari wants to go to UA, just like him, and become a hero. Ikazuchi's quirk allows him to electrify anything he touches, so he's curious if Kaminari has something similar. Electrical quirks are pretty rare and sought after in most careers. I know. You must be Midoriya. I'm Denki Kaminari. Kaminari introduced himself. Nice to meet you. Izuku returned politely and a little nervously. Now you better listen to Midoriya and not cause him trouble. I asked him for a favor. You weren't going to pass the entrance exam with your grades. I know. Denki groaned as he flopped over the table. You always tell it straight. Here. Ikazuchi said as he placed a small hot-to-go cup down in front of Izuku and a couple cookies on a small plate. What's this? Izuku asked. Coffee and a snack. You're going to need it, Ikazuchi said as he turned around. And don't worry, we were either going to take them home or throw them out anyway. While Izuku's glad he's getting a coffee as a bribe/payment, he's not sure how he feels about how the next hour or so is going to go. It makes him a little nervous, but he's up for a challenge. It makes him wonder where Kaminari is in regards to school to where Aldro was when he left. He hopes he'll be of help. He grabs his sweet bribery as he goes to the table where Kaminari has his books and papers messily scattered across. Just want to say before we start, my dude, mad respect for what happened the other day. Kaminari said with a grin as he tapped Izuku's shoulder with his fist. What? Izuku questioned. With those jerkwads? Kaminari explained. You were so calm about it, and don't worry, they're banned from coming back. I just wish I could have said something. You didn't deserve that even if you're quirkless. Izuku is taken back for a second about how he knows, but then remembers the bully announced it to the entire store. Everyone heard him. People outside and maybe down the street probably heard him. He must have overheard it, and if not, Ikazuchi told him. Like seriously, not having a quirk shouldn't matter. You graduated middle school like almost a year early, so you must be smart as heck, helped Gramps with his quirk, and meanwhile if I go over my voltage I'll turn into an idiot. Props to you my dude, and I know you'll go places. My dad's an electrician and my mom works in a lab, and that's pretty cool, but it's not the gig for me. So what do you want to do? Denki. They both look toward the back area. Chat with your new friend later. The brains of your parents skipped you and went to your sister, so get to it. Don't waste Midoriya's time. So mean, Gramps? Kaminari pouted. I hope your family isn't as mean. They're normal. Izuku replied with a nervous smile. Normal for a quirkless person anyway, so not technically a lie. He's looked it up. The normalcy for quirkless kids getting abandoned is high. If he remembers right, it's like 1 out of 20 will have decent parents that love them and keep them safe. Considering only 20% of the population is quirkless, and with his generation being on the lower percentage, doesn't mean as many as people might think. He's right, we should get started and I'll help in any way I can. Izuku smiles at his new friend. He's glad he took the chance. Kaminari, he said to call him Denki, is a pretty cool guy, and while they might not share a lot in common and or him not really understanding when Izuku starts rambling, he's chill and still listens because he's intrigued. He likes that Izuku is so smart and diligent. He can tell people he's got a super smart friend. It made Izuku happy that Denki wants to tell people they're friends. Izuku was glad he was able to help him with his schoolwork, as it's all material he's learned before, with some being recently. Izuku does wonder if Mr. Ikazuchi threatened his grandson to be nice to him, but Izuku is going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Even if he was lying and Denki really did hate him, Izuku could always just teach him the wrong thing and fail him if he found out. It wouldn't be the first time he's done something like that. The bullies in second year at Aldra learned real quick to stop asking him to do their homework when they realized Izuku didn't care if they came after him for making them fail on purpose. While Denki is chewing on his pencil eraser trying to figure out the problem, Izuku takes a moment to check his phone, which he put on silent. Usually by this point Mei messages him about meeting up to discuss babies and patrols since it's the weekend. Nothing. Actually, Mei hasn't messaged him in a while about meeting up or anything. Sure, they've talked, but nothing like before his birthday. He wonders if she would want to hang out one day and maybe even her and Denki can meet. He can really start living like a normal kid. He hopes everything is okay as he smiles, actually feeling like Michi is right. Things do keep going no matter what's going on around him. He just hopes he isn't proven wrong and gets swallowed by the shadows of what he knows. Meaning things go to shit. A voice in the back of Izuku's head echoes. He can't have nice things. He doesn't deserve them. A voice that's collectively named after everyone who has said that to him. He just ignores it and hopes it's wrong. The blaring alarm clock wakes up a blonde from his rather peaceful slumber, even though he couldn't help feeling restless. Looking at the clock. It's 5:30 in the morning and he needs to get up and get ready, especially since his hair takes about a half hour by itself. He should roll over and wake up his boyfriend. The bed is cold and empty. That's why he felt restless. Hisashi always feels that way after he sleeps alone. He sighs and runs his hand over his tired face. It's too early and he feels this isn't going to end well. This entire day doesn't seem like it's going to end the way he wants it. Hisashi is worried about Shoyuta. The kind of worry that reminds him of the events of over a decade ago, where Shoyuta became so engrossed and obsessed that he lost all sense of self. He neglected basic needs such as eating, sleeping, and even hygiene. He shut everyone out. Hisashi hated watching his best friend go down that road, and as his boyfriend, he refused to see him do it again. Might as well get it over with as he rolls out of bed hoping to not see Shoyuta where he thinks he is, as he then walks out of the bedroom into the living and dining area of their apartment. Hisashi can't say he's surprised. Shoyuta is exactly where he thought he was going to be. Passed out, slumped across the dining room table with reports and files surrounding him. Silently he walks up and browses and sees that it isn't just reports but notes that Shoyuta has compiled. Notes that Hisashi knows that Shoyuta has committed to memory. The case against Aldra and police reports are what he figured, but he sees scribbles at the top of the pages. Deku sightings. Where? Endeavor patrol routes. Where? Bakugu. Therapy? Meeting? Shoyuta ranted for hours after coming home one morning about how the police added Endeavor for the search for Deku, who is actually Izuku. Considering Shuta's been sending them on a wild goose chase, he isn't surprised they'd call in someone to get results when it looks like Shoyuta has failed. Hisashi understands the urgency to find him with Endeavor's track record. Attack first, ask questions later. Hisashi remembers Shoyuta updating him on his kid. He's glad to see Shoyuta feel so strongly about someone. It's been a while since that subtle eye looked over to make sure they were still within reach. The last time was probably when he confessed that he saw Hisashi as more than his friend and didn't want to lose said friendship. Hisashi feels like he's on a roller coaster, but isn't getting any of the fun out of it. On a journey for a treasure and not getting a share of the reward. Hisashi has offered his help many times, but Shoyuta shuts him down, telling he needs to do this alone. He has to find Izuku by himself, and Hisashi just wants to yell that Shoyuta knows it doesn't work that way. Whether Shoyuta hasn't said anything or doesn't know, Hisashi has been helping in more subtle ways. Making at least the world a better place. He's picked up a couple more radio hours at the station to do real talks and give advice. A lot of what he voices is about discrimination, especially toward the quirkless. He's gotten positive feedback, but of course there are those who are filled with hate. Those people are cancelled immediately, and Hisashi reminds them that everyone is human. He's just doing what he can to support Shoyuta since he won't let him physically help with Izuku. Not yet. Shoyuta literally has custody of a kid that is not in his care. Hisashi knows that it's in the terms of their relationship. Midoriya is his kid too, but he isn't at the same time. Hisashi just isn't as close to him as he wants to be. Sure, he knows about the kid's life and his heart bleeds for this little fighter, but he hasn't met him before. Not officially, besides seeing this kid run away from Shoyuta at the park. There is no physical connection to this kid, and Hisashi generally does want to meet the little listener that's stolen his boyfriend's heart. Because that's what he did, he stole his boyfriend. He's not mad, but he's a little pouty about not cuddling with him and seeing the grave Shoyuta is digging himself in. "Shoyuta, wake up," Hisashi said. Admittedly, he didn't say it in a sweet voice, like he normally would, but they needed to talk. This couldn't wait, and as a pro, he is handling this problem front and center. At least the ones he can help with. "What?" Shoyuta said, waking up with a groan. Hisashi rolls his eyes and looks at the clock on the wall. "It's 5:45. You need to clean up and get ready. You've got school and need to be on your A-game with exams coming up. They'll be fine. If they can't handle it, then maybe they shouldn't be in my class," Shoyuta said, slowly sliding the papers into one stack before rearranging them in a specific order. "But what about you?" Hisashi asked, curiously and a little suspiciously. "I'm fine," Shoyuta answered in a straight, monotone tone. "Shoyuta, I think you need to take a break," Hisashi admitted with a slight sigh. Shoyuta shook his head. "I can't, Hisashi. You know that." "Yes, you can." Hisashi raised his voice without activating his quirk. "When's the last time you shower? Slept? Had a day off? I don't know, spent time with me? I know finding Midoriya is important, but I can't stand here and watch you neglect yourself. That's not fair to me and certainly isn't fair to him. Once you find him, you are physically, emotionally, and mentally responsible for this child. A child who needs help, from what you and I both know. You can't just expect all this stress to just disappear as much as you want it to." How do you think he's going to feel knowing you've been running yourself into the ground for him? From what you've told me and I've seen in those notes, this kid is going to take it personally, feeling at fault. Guilty. Everyone's noticed Shoyuta and we're getting worried. You're going to drop and something bad is going to happen. Think about the people who care about you and who you care about. Your partner. Midoriya, Izuku. Hell, that kid is your son. I won't watch you do this to yourself. I'll see you tonight, but I need to get ready for work. Without saying anything else, Hisashi walked into their bedroom and shut the door. He then proceeded to go into the bathroom and close that door too, locking it. He hopes putting some reality and saying it straight will make Shoyuta notice. He has a family, a partner who loves him, and a son who is going to need his full support. It's out of his hands now and he needs to get ready. Most schools had exams coming up, so it was all just study days, thus Nizu allowed him to take his mornings doing what felt like actual hero work. Instead of watching students pretend to read their notes, he talks to the public on the radio and hopefully touches people's hearts on the real ongoing issues in their society. He needed to clear his head and he mentally prepared himself for two options later that night. Hisashi was either going to get home and not find Shoyuta, or Shoyuta was going to be home, much to his surprise, and they were going to yell at each other. Hisashi already knows this will probably end in him crying. Would Hisashi break up with Shoyuta over this? Absolutely not. Shoyuta is doing his job as a pro hero and, well, a parent. Hisashi can't fault him for that, but he can make sure that he isn't going to collapse before he even gets the chance to be the latter. Hisashi is riding the wagon of their relationship until they decide to get married, whenever that is. They're in no rush, but it doesn't seem like any time soon. Just like Hisashi doesn't think Shoyuta will come talk to him. Probably will just grab what he needs and... A soft knock echoes on their bathroom door. Hisashi. I'm sorry. You're right and we'll talk about this later tonight. I'll skip the patrol I picked up. I have enough people who owe me a favor and maybe I can convince them to cancel Endeavor's patrol. I'm going to school now, so I'll see you in the afternoon. I have a meeting after school, but it shouldn't take more than an hour or so. I'll tell you about it later if you want to hear about it. Then I don't know, have a date night in or something? Shuda's voice came from the other side. Hisashi can hear the sincerity in Shuda's voice. It's not often the man apologizes for anything, and when he does, he knows he's messed up and means it. I love you. That I love you too. Hisashi whispered to himself. Although Shoyuta didn't hear him, he did. Izuku won't say he's worried, but his concerns are valid. It's Tuesday afternoon and he hasn't heard from Mei all weekend. He messaged and even called, receiving no answer. He even tried to catch her attention by telling her about how her babies worked so well on his patrols on Saturday and Sunday. He didn't do one Friday, having taken a personal day, and Monday is apparently when every pro and their sidekick is out, so he avoids that day like the plague. Maybe Michi was onto something about Mondays. When that didn't work, he resorted to plan B, being telling her about Denki, aka someone with an electrical quirk. He figured she'd go apeshit for that, but he received radio silence. Izuku wants to check on her, but that's the issue. He doesn't know where she lives. He's never been to her house or met her parents. They always just meet at his house, not that she knows that. He knows he should probably tell her the truth. She's gonna find out and there's nothing he can do but play damage control. He just hopes they'll still be friends after this. He'll try calling her again after he visits the cafe for whatever reason they wanted to see him. Izuku hopes he didn't do anything wrong. He wasn't really planning on stopping by today, but Denki texted him, having exchanged numbers that Friday, about him popping in for a couple minutes to talk about something. Izuku didn't like the butterflies in his gut telling him that something could be wrong and he was going to get kicked out or yelled at. At least he tried, right? Midoriya. Izuku. Izuku freezes upon hearing multiple people say his name and actually sounding happy about it. Looking around, the shop wasn't too terribly busy and no one seemed too bothered by their outburst. Come here, kid. Ikazuchi said as he waved him to come up to the counter. Is something wrong? Izuku asked as he got closer and looked where Denki had run into the back room. Not at all. Sorry to scare ya. Ikazuchi said as he turned around and grabbed something off the counter and sat it down in front of him. Izuku is confused by the to-go cup that clearly smells like coffee. exactly the way he likes it, and the small treat bag. He hopes that they didn't make his usual order ahead of time thinking he was getting something. He honestly didn't plan to because he wanted to save some money since his patrols have been rather light lately with everything that's happened and Mei has been taking all the good junk that he normally sells. He isn't going to tell her no and give a poor reason why. Oh, I didn't order anything. Izuku said, confused. Izuku, my dude. You're a miracle worker. We had a half day at school since exams are over and back, so look at this beauty. Denki shouted as he slammed something down on the counter in front of him to see. We're proud of him and this is a little thank you. From me at least for accepting the offer when I asked. Ikazuchi said, as he pushed the cup and bag closer. Izuku looked at a test? Denki mentioned exams coming up and that's why he needed to study on Friday. A half day also explains why he's here at 1 in the afternoon. Not everyone is like Izuku and doesn't have to go to school. For once Izuku appreciates getting out early so he can enjoy the simple things like not having to cram or worry about exams. Exams that if he didn't do well on meant that he got punished because that meant the school's average suffers. In exchange, so does he. Izuku didn't expect it to be bad from the way they were both talking so excitedly as he finally looked at the score. He got in, dude, my teacher was so shocked and complimented me. Thought I cheated for a second, which was so rude. Which I didn't. She said to keep doing what I've been doing. So do you think you could totally help me study? Denki said with sparkles in his eyes. Sure. Izuku said with a little nervous smile. You're awesome, man. Denki said as he pumped a fist in the air. With your help I'm a shoe-in for you. Doesn't mean slack off and trouble Midoriya. Kazuchi commented, reaching for something in his pocket. I mentioned this to his parents and they're willing to pay you for your time. Oh no. That's not necessary. Izuku frantically declined. The little voice in the back of Izuku's head disagrees. He could use a little extra income and he wonders why he didn't think about something like offering services like tutoring to begin with. He could make a flyer with his number and hang it up at the library. He snorts as he remembers why. That would require him to meet new people and new people means more chances for people to hate on him. Yeah, never mind. They said too bad, kid. Anyone who can make this kid pass deserves it. Ikazuchi said, handing Izuku an envelope. The treats are just from me for being a good kid and helping Denki. Don't get used to the coffee. I'm guessing I can't say no. Izuku wondered out loud. No, dude. Just take it? Denki answered. All right then, thank you. Izuku said, accepting it. Dude, wanna hang out and chat for a bit? Denki asked. You and I have never really hung out. You idiot. Don't think you can get out of those dishes I told you to do. Ikazuchi yelled as he lightly tapped the back of Denki's head. But, if you get them done quickly and Midoriya doesn't mind staying, you take your break in like 10 minutes. Ikazuchi explained. Sweet. Denki cheered. You don't mind, do you? Or do you even want to? Sure. Izuku said after glancing at the time. It wasn't like he had much else to do for a couple hours. Cool. Be back in 10. Denki said as he rushed toward the back to get started. Thanks, Midoriya. Ikazuchi said, breaking the silence after. For what? Izuku questioned. He already thanked him more than enough for tutoring him. It honestly didn't seem like that big of a deal. Denki is friendly, but I don't have to tell you kids are mean. He's not the brightest crayon in the box, but he's got a good heart and makes people laugh. Friends come and go with him and a lot of them seem to be bad influences. I think for the first time he's found someone who he wants to be around and that won't get him into trouble. It's nice to talk to someone. Izuku answered, not really sure what to say. I guess I'll just wait for him and let you get back to customers. Izuku grabbed his treats and turned around, only to collide with someone and drop his coffee on the man's boots. He prays this person isn't mad or is a regular that knows who he is. While he knows Ikazuchi will probably stand up for him, he doesn't want to rely on the man to hurt customer morale or his business for him. Standing up to adults is a lot harder than to kids his own age. Izuku looks up to see a pro hero he recognizes only from his voice. It's Present Mike. I'm so sorry. Sir. Izuku exclaimed as he internally freaked out for more than one reason. 1. This is Present Mike. A hero that he remembers fondly listening to his radio station as a child and still does whenever he can. He's amazing and a pro. 2. He just spilled coffee on his shoes. Don't judge a book by its cover is a lesson Izuku knows all too well. Just because a pro hero seems nice on television and to the public, doesn't mean he isn't fing a-hole in his private life. Sadly, Izuku speaks this from experience. 3. And probably more importantly, he has connections to Eraserhead, to Aizawa. Hell, as far as Izuku remembers, he's pretty sure they're dating one another. No doubt Aizawa has told his partner all about the kid who blackmailed him. It's all right, little listener. Hisashi reassured him. It happens. Hisashi looks down at this kid and thinks he knows him from somewhere, but can't place it. He swears the image of big green eyes and a mop of green curls sticks out to him. It's going to drive him crazy. Yamada. Ikazuchi greeted him. Aizawa and Yamada come here often for early coffee dates and such. Kind gentlemen who he knows are strong working pros, and it's rare to see either of them so flustered. Considering a couple strands of blonde hair are poking out, Yamada looks to be so. It's rare I see you by yourself without your darker half, and if you don't mind me asking, is everything all right? Yeah. Shoyuta and I kind of got into it this morning. We're not fighting, but it's fighting, you dig? Hisashi commented. I understand, Ikazuchi said. So I figured he and I could talk when he gets home. I need a recharge and can't stop thinking about it, you know. So I figured I'd grab a latte for me and his favorite treat for later as a way to break the ice. Not as a peace offering, but maybe get it through his thick skull. I'm trying to help. Oh, hero business? Ikazuchi asked. Not per se. Shoyuta is invested in this kid he found a couple months ago. Poor Izuku has just been getting kicked over and over again. Apparently his parents abandoned him because he's quirkless, and then his school was basically extorting him, and don't get me started on the discrimination. It just makes me sick thinking about it. He's a smart kid and pulled one over on Shoyuta. I think it's rather funny because not many people can do that. However, he's nowhere to be found and Shoyuta is beside himself trying to find him, which is why he and I got into it this morning. He hasn't been taking care of himself like he should. He can do both, and he's gonna have to learn when he finally brings the kid home. But he needs to remember to rely on others. Can you believe it? Shoyuta has full custody of this kid. Shoyuta Aizawa. The man who can't stand children wants this one, which means I know this kid is special. I haven't officially met him yet, but I can't wait until Sho brings him home. Izuku looks at the hero with shock. Aizawa is looking for him, but not to arrest him or toss him aside after he lectures him. Something else rang throughout Izuku's heart and mind. Aizawa has custody of him. Like he went through the legal steps, whatever hoops he had to go through, and now is basically his guardian. He is looking for him to bring him to his home? Izuku finds himself back in the principal's office that morning just a few months ago. Aizawa stood up for him. Aizawa protected him. Aizawa said in his office that he had an emergency foster license that he used then to take custody of him temporarily, which was now a little more permanent other than adopting him. Aizawa has been chasing after him. Aizawa wants him in his life because he cares about him. Cares about him so much that his partner is noticing, and it's his main focus. I know what you mean. This one here is a special kid too, Ikazuchi said with a hearty chuckle. Helped me figure out my quirk when it was giving me some major health issues a while back. Really saved me from hefty medical expenses and any family grief. Now he's helping my grandson get his grades up. A humble child who doesn't ask for anything. Don't worry about the coffee, kid. I'll get you another and I'll make Denki clean it, Ikazuchi said, taking Izuku's expressions as one of concern about the mess. Oh, aren't you supposed to be in school though? Hisashi asked. Oh, no sir, Izuku said, snapping out of his thoughts. So far present Mike hasn't recognized him, so possibly he might only know his first name since that's what he gave Aizawa. Despite Ikazuchi wanting Izuku to call him by his given name, he doesn't do the same, which Izuku doesn't mind either way. He's just been Midoriya to him. I did my junior high work online and tested out early. I'll be starting high school classes early. Nice job, kiddo, Hisashi exclaimed. I only wish some of my students were as studious as you. Classes let out early today, so? Izuku doesn't hear the small talk between Ikazuchi and present Mike as he feels his phone go off. He discreetly takes it out of his pocket and sighs in relief. Mei, hey Izuku. Sorry I got caught up in something important. A new baby I think you're going to love. Wanna meet at the beach? I want to talk to you about it as soon as possible. Izuku smiles, glad she's alright, and his hunch about just being busy with her babies is the reason why she practically ghosted him. Izuku looks at the time. It's 2:30 now. Getting over to the beach will take about a half hour, and he still has to take the public train to the other side of town for his appointment with Michi, and he needs to catch the 4:31 to make it on time. He gets there a little early, but Michi doesn't mind as it gives him time to geek out about whatever he wants, whether it's her quirk, a hero, or anything that comes to mind. Izuku, sure. I'm not there, but I can head over now. It can't be too long though because my therapy appointment is at 5:30. Thanks again for encouraging me to go. I like her a lot. Can't wait to see what you have. Izuku's therapy session is at a later time per his request. Usually he has them in the early afternoon, but because Izuku worries, he asked Michi would she mind having his session be the last one of her night. He goes on patrol right afterward and makes sure the area is safe for when she goes home. It makes him feel at ease, and Michi thanks him for thinking of her safety as long as he's careful. Izuku, I'm done in record time. Denki called from the back area where the kitchen was, and Izuku's head shot straight up from looking at the message with wide eyes. Izuku's face then drops as both Ikazuchi looked like he put in a missing puzzle piece seeing the bigger picture, and present Mike looked like someone told him a secret that was world-shattering. They both look at him and Izuku feels his heart pick up in panic. Izuku has one thought going through his mind. Izuku Midoriya? Hisashi questioned as he looked closer at the boy in front of him. A simple glance and picture that he looked at once a couple months ago creeps back into his mind. He's a cute kid. Tell Denki I'm sorry. Gotta go. Izuku exclaimed as he dipped away from Hisashi and booked it out the door, only hearing the echoes of multiple people calling his name. The door slammed behind as the bell rang. As Izuku runs down the street, he can't help tears from forming, but they dry up instantly from the wind blowing in his face. He can't go back there now. The friendship he had that lasted all of 5 days is over. He can no longer go to his favorite shop and see people who like him for who he is. They'll say something to him, and even if he still talks to Denki, maybe over text, he'll probably try to convince him to come around. He can't. They don't know. People weren't supposed to know, and now he's paying for it. Izuku can't think about how this day can get any worse. Yamada. Yeah. You said that the kid Aizawa is looking for Quirkless, right? Yeah. Do you mean it? Where did Izuku go? Ikazuchi looked at his grandson as he looked around the comm shop confused. Denki doesn't see his green curly-haired friend anywhere. Maybe he had to leave? He hoped things were okay because all he heard was shouting after he yelled that he was done. Izuku has been nothing but what a friend should be, and Denki wants to talk more. He never did find out what Izuku wanted to do with that big brain of his. No matter what, it's probably pretty cool. Hisashi just stares at the door knowing that Izuku isn't coming back. In the span of 5 minutes he's learned everything that Shoyuta did in a couple hours. Izuku is a bright child who just wants to follow his dreams. He wants to help people. He looks at the time and realizes he's running late for his radio station segment. Afterward he needs to talk to Shoyuta and probably apologize. He would call him, but this needs to be in person. Mei is anxiously tapping her foot on the sand as she waits for Izuku. He isn't here right now. Or more like Izuku isn't home. Just saying that fills her with a kind of anger that makes her want to blow things up. On purpose. Since Izuku's birthday not that long ago, she's been tracking him every night. She needed to know, and now she knows the truth, that Izuku is homeless. His parents abandoned him and left him on the street. And while the fact he's survived this long by himself is impressive, he shouldn't have to. The first couple times were after patrols, and she's aware they end early in morning, so she gave him the benefit of the doubt that, like her, he just passes out and sleeps there. However, Izuku has been there every night at Takoba Beach since. There are also some things she's noticed. He doesn't talk about his parents and never has invited her over to his house. Granted, she hasn't either, but her bedroom is literally a death trap to anyone not her. She's had enough. She's helping him whether he likes it or not. Mei turns to see Izuku climbing through the piles of trash toward her. Some of the taller, unstable towers teeter, and that's another reason she can't allow him to continue living like this. It's dangerous. What if an earthquake or more likely a villain attack occurs? All this appealing junk could fall and hurt him. Hey! Izuku stops immediately. Something about her voice is rather off. She seems upset. He hopes nothing is wrong. It sounds a little selfish, but he can't handle another thing going wrong right now. For the moment he's trying not to think about the F up at the cafe. He doesn't know what he's going to do and he really hates to lie, but he can't help it. He's scared. He doesn't know what is safe and he wants to keep as many good things as possible. As of late his life is just being built on lies and eventually it's going to crash and burn. Izuku just wants to save what he can. Everything okay? Izuku asked, nervously. No, Izuku. It's not. You lied to me, Mei said. She sees Izuku open his mouth, probably to deny it, but she beats him to it. You're living here and you said you weren't? I just fall asleep here sometimes, Izuku said quickly. His heart is starting to pick up again and his stomach is doing flips. He feels like he's back at the cafe. It's like he's back in the principal's office. Everything is making his mind race and he can't think straight. Nothing makes sense. My parents don't notice or care really as long as I stay out of their way. Izuku gives her some truth, hoping that it will make her drop the matter until he finds out how she figured it out. There might be a bug here she placed when he wasn't paying attention. He needs to start covering his tracks better and hates how things are collapsing. He feels so stupid because it's just like him to screw everything up. It's because they aren't here, Mei said with a serious tone. It's not a question. She knows. I'm your friend. Are you? Izuku asked, feeling defensive. Whatcha mean? Of course we are, Mei said brightly. Like, don't be so dense, Izuku. I care about you as my friend and the one person who truly understands. That's why I put a tracker in your phone, Izuku. That's how I know. My own version of this baby has an app that tracks yours. I 100% support your vigilantism, but this is different. You support me and I support you, of course. I talked to my parents and they said, they know about me? Izuku asked. You're not embarrassed by me? Of course they know, you silly goose. I talk about you all the time and they said if you... Mei is cut off by a giant wave that crashed on shore and slammed into the trash. Izuku has been meaning to drag some of it back, but he's gotten behind and it's been piling up. Groans and creaks echoed throughout the piles of junk until a screech was heard. A large metal container that sat at the top of a junk pile starts to fall. Gravity did all the work as Izuku could only watch helplessly and uselessly as it all really came crashing down. The instantaneous sound of metal crunching and glass shattering felt like the last straw as Izuku watched as his home was crushed under the weight of it all. A layer of sand that had blown out settled and Izuku's breathing picked up. He got to have his UPS and now it was ripped from him. He couldn't stop it. He was useless to do anything. Was he? That couldn't be true, right? That was all he had left. Everything he had was in there. His notebooks. His clothes. His food. His money. What was he supposed to do now? Where was he supposed to go now? Especially with nothing. Izuku, Mei said as she stepped toward him. Izuku flinched as he stepped back away from her, almost tripping over his feet. He kept looking back to what remained of the place he could always go back to when everything got too much. A hideout, a home away from home, that really became his home. He wonders if the streets would have been better. He might not have met Mei then, and Izuku sourly thinks about whether that's good or bad. He's doing what he does best. Screw things up for people and burdens them. Everyone just seemed against him, so in times like this he did what he knows best. He ran. Izuku, come back. It's 6 o'clock at night and she is beside herself with concern, but keeps reminding herself that maybe he's just running late. It's been a half hour though and he's always early. She keeps looking out her window for some sign as he keeps biting her lip. It's a bad habit she knows she has, but at the moment it's keeping her from doing anything drastic. Izuku is late. Michi looks at the clock and just had her receptionist double the building just in case. Her heart skipped a beat when she came in and shook her head. Izuku isn't here and he's made a point to come to all his sessions, so there is nothing to explain this absence. He also hasn't contacted the office, either excusing his absence or letting them know he's late. Michi doesn't like resulting straight to using her quirk, especially when her patient seems to have been doing so well. She takes a deep breath and closes her eyes. She opens them as slits appear. Ping! She's got him. He's across town just on a street. He's been there for about 10 minutes and isn't moving. She doesn't know where he's going. He doesn't know where he's going. Turning off her quirk, she needs to get someone to him as soon as possible. It'll take her about an hour to reach him. Izuku may not have that kind of time and could move locations, literally becoming a game of cat and mouse. Despite only learning simple locating factors when she uses her quirk, she's learned to read those signs. Someone not knowing where they're going is the biggest red flag. She quickly rummages through her desk drawer looking for that card. Immediately seeing the phone number, she dials it and it picks up after a couple rings. I need to speak with you. It's urgent, she said when the person picked up. Shoyuta sighs as he looks across at the blonde in front of him, and not the one he wants to be talking with. Red eyes bore into his black ones and he feels like he's right back in that classroom of that rotten school. Hopefully this conversation will end better this time than the first. He has better things to do than to entertain a conversation that is of no point. I'm here, because... What do you want? Shoyuta asked. I told you, hobo. I want to see him. Katsuki gritted out. Who? Shoyuta asked. Don't play stupid. Katsuki growled. I'm not. I'm just seeing if you are. Shoyuta answered. Katsuki leans back in his chair and snorts. He closes his eyes for a second and Shoyuta recognizes that tired look. It reminds him of the lecture from Hizashi this morning. From what it sounds like over the phone, Bakugo has done some growing up in the past couple months. Shoyuta can't say he's surprised by what he knows this kid has overheard and how driven he is toward his goals. Therapy seems like it's been good for the kid. Katsuki sighed. I want to talk to Izuku. I want to let him know that I'm sorry for what I've done to him and that if he needs help, let alone want it from me, that I'll do it. He deserves that much. Any particular reason you feel this way? Shoyuta asked, hiding his smirk in his capture weapon. I don't have to tell you, Sheet. What I talk about with my therapist is between me and her. Shoyuta nodded. Shoyuta doesn't have to be told why. It means he's learning and there is actually some moral reason why he's reaching out and even feels apologetic. Shoyuta isn't blind to what the triggers are. Having been told he'd be a shitty hero by a pro-hero teacher who deems him unworthy, and then hearing about how someone who he doesn't know what to make about is apparently kicked over and over again. Especially by his mother, and hearing the words straight from the source itself. He'll be dead by 18. Yeah, not if Shoyuta has anything to say about it. Bakugo. I haven't found Izuku. The F you mean? He ran off, Bakugo. I haven't seen Izuku since that last day of Aldera when we met. Well, not exactly. Because he's roaming the streets as some vigilante? Katsuki said. How do you know that? Shoyuta asked. A thought runs through his head that Bakugo might know where Izuku is. FING therapist told me. Don't blame her. I put 2 and 2 together and got 4. Katsuki said as he narrowed his eyes on the pro, daring him to say something. He's not trying to get her in trouble, but what Izuku is doing is dangerous for anyone. A shrill ringtone goes off, interrupting any continuation of the conversation, and Aizawa picks up the line immediately. Aizawa, I need to speak with you. It's urgent. Shoyuta recognizes that voice despite only having heard it a couple times. That's the therapist that Izuku saved and that is currently seeing Bakugo. There is strict urgency in her voice. What is it? Izuku Midoriya. Deku. Michi said over the phone despite grimacing at calling the boy that name. I'm seeing him as a patient. That is certainly news to Shoyuta, but isn't unwelcomed. He's glad Izuku is talking to someone because as soon as he was home he was going to see, he didn't show up for today's session. Eraserhead, I need you to check on him. You specifically. I can tell you care about him, so it can't be anyone else. I can't risk anyone else. He knows what she means. Anyone else finding out that Izuku is quirkless might not be as accepting as him, and she's aware that Shoyuta has some positive interest in him. If Izuku is in real need of someone, A hero, he bitterly thinks afterward. Then he doesn't need someone to kick him when he's down. This might be the chance Shuta's been looking for. Where's he at? Shoyuta asked, and he then plugged the address into his phone and the location pops up immediately. It isn't too far from here as he studies the area, which is where he typically starts patrol soon. That thought is what makes his heart drop, and he knows he has to leave now. He's moving toward my office, but if you leave and go through the main intersection you might be able to cut him off. Shoyuta almost asks how she knows that, but then forgets she can see his location too. I'll get to him. Don't worry. Thank you, and I'll keep you posted. Please let me know if anything changes. Shoyuta said before hanging up. Something came up, I have to go. I'll be in touch, Bakugo. Is it about Izuku? Why did that woman sound like my therapist? Don't lie to me, Katsuki said, getting up to follow the pro out. Bakugo, I don't know what's wrong with him, so please let the adults handle this. We won't let anything happen to him, Shoyuta said before running off the direction of the Izuku's last known location. Katsuki growled as he watched him go. Like hell is he going to stand around? Adults haven't done shit for Izuku, and apparently only 2 of them are doing anything now. Yeah, right, they're going to need help, and he's going to do what he said he was. He thinks about some of the things the hag on the phone just minutes ago told him within the times he's seen her. Think about how Izuku was raised, his experiences, the lessons, and then put himself in his shoes. He understands that nerd a lot more, especially having it reinforced that he knows what Izuku has been through. Izuku isn't going to trust anyone for shit when said shit hits the fan. Izuku didn't know how far he had been running, but stopped when he was out of breath and felt like he couldn't take another step. He just leaned on the streetlight pole and tried to catch his breath. He wishes he didn't, because as soon as the air came it left when he let out a gut-wrenching sob as everything came crashing down. He couldn't breathe again. Fat tears ran down his face and hit the ground like raindrops. His body was shaking so strong he couldn't stop it, and he was afraid to let go of the pole in fear that he'd just collapse, unable to get himself back up. That he'd lie there under the spotlight to show his life just wasting away. Luckily no one was around, but Izuku didn't care about that. They wouldn't care about that. They'd all look at him with concern until they found out. He didn't know what to do. He can't go back to any of his safe places. He's lost all his friends. Despite the tracker he knows is in his phone, he resisted the urge to smash it into the ground as he constantly feels it going off. He can't do that. Mei worked strong on this, but he should find a way to return it. Regardless, someone's calling him. Someone's texting him. He slides down the pole and lays on the cold cement sidewalk and just cries. He's failing at everything and just wants someone to come pick him up because he can't do it anymore. He still wants to keep going, but he doesn't think he can do it by himself. He slides his phone out as he blurrily looks at who's been trying to reach him. He has several missed calls and text messages from 3 different people. Mei, Izuku, please come back. It's okay. I got all your stuff and you can come stay with me. The babies will be so happy to have both of us. Denki, dude? Are you okay? Gramps said you had to go, but didn't say why. Answer me, man, when you got a chance. Michi Keisuke, Izuku, you missed your appointment. Please respond to me at your earliest convenience or I will track you. I'm extremely worried. Izuku glances at the time and sees it's now 7. He missed his therapy appointment and he hates the guilt that follows. His thoughts won't rest and he's borderline sick because of it. He can feel his stomach churning as every unkind and demeaning thought topples into his mind. He hopes he didn't worry her too much considering what they both know about each other. What he knows about her. Izuku, I know one of your biggest concerns is that I don't want to help now because you're quirkless. You don't have to tell me for me to know, but I need you to know that you being quirkless will never bother me. Everyone else might see you as useless, but I see you as a warrior. I can't wait until Sho brings him home. Izuku feels the tears welling up in his eyes. While he might have to run away from the area, consider giving up UA, but there's a thought of this chance. He just wants some help. One of those 2 would be able to help him, right? He just needs to get up and go to that help. One final test. Michi is worried and will be looking for him. Aizawa is looking for him, and wants to take him home like he wanted to on that first day. Michi knows Aizawa. Izuku doesn't think he has much else to lose right now. He is strong, but he needs help. He's walked this lonely road and now he can't find his way back. He's stuck in a dark corner of where he once was and he doesn't want to stay there. He likes being happy. He likes being with people who care about him. Izuku gets up on shaking legs and drags himself toward that side of town hoping to find a better side. He just hopes it's worth it because he doesn't know what he'll do if it's not. It takes that first step. Izuku! Izuku stops in his tracks. He turns around and sees a breathing black-cladded hero coming toward him. The streetlights above them all flicker on at once, illuminating the sidewalk as darkness has fallen. The space between is deafeningly silent. It's been over 2 months since they've seen one another outside the personas of hero and vigilante. Eraserhead and Deku aren't there. It's Shoyuta and Izuku. Izuku! Don't run. Please don't run, kid. Shoyuta said as slowly walked toward him. He can see in Izuku's body language that the kid is either going to bolt or collapse. Despite neither option being good, he prefers the latter. Izuku, despite what that big head and heart tell you, I'm not mad about what happened at the school. I'm worried about you. Please let me help you. Give you a home and support you. I don't know what's happened and why you feel like you're falling apart, but all I see is someone who needs help, so let me help you so one day you can help others. That's what you want, right? To be a hero. Because with that drive and determination, I can't see you doing anything else. Izuku nodded as he bit his lip. He still wants to be a hero. He's still encouraged by watching all the people who get to go home at the end of the day because someone was there. The echoing voices of gratitude talk to him, and he knows where all those people would be if it wasn't for him. He just wants someone to do the same for him. He wants to feel like he deserves to be saved too. He feels like someone has been twisting his arm for so long. Izuku didn't know who was the one doing the twisting. The universe? Society? Himself? His quirklessness was the voice in his head and it sounded just like him. Not Dad. No Mom. Not Kaken. Not the bullies. Not anyone else. Not really his quirklessness, but the stigmas and treatment that came along with it. Izuku was blackmailing himself that he had to stay down, under the weight of his world, or he was just going to mess it up anyway. Eventually it spilled over, and it's burning him from the inside out. I'm tired, Izuku said as he just started crying. Let's go home and take a nap then. We'll wake up and sort this out. Shoyuta said. You can meet Hisashi and I'll show you the room we prepared for you. You have custody of me. Izuku said softly. I do. Don't know how you know, but I filed the paperwork. I'm your guardian and I want to give you a home. I want to see you chase your dream and become a hero. It doesn't have to be with me, but you deserve someone who you like and trust watching out for you. You deserve to be given a chance. Shoyuta said as he used his peripheral vision to look around the area. He needed to at least get Izuku to move out of the open, out of plain sight. Do you want that? Izuku, is this something you talked about with Ms. Keisuke? Not exactly. A hidden goal he couldn't tell Michi about or she'd know the truth. A truth she no doubt knows about now. He wants a place to call home with friends and family. He wants a normal life. Can I? Izuku asked as he in his breath through his snot and tears. After what I did. I blackmailed you. I'm a thief. I've stolen from people as a vigilante. I don't care what you've done to survive, Izuku. Shoyuta said, taking another step forward while Izuku wasn't paying attention. You can still come home with me, kid. I'm here for you. Always have been and always will be. Shoyuta realizes in that moment what Izuku needs and he might be the closest person to fit the bill. Izuku is afraid that everyone is out to get him because of what he's been through. That he deserves what he's been through because that's all he's ever known. Shoyuta remembers a time when he faced down the bullies at school to go home to an a-hole father and absent mother. Eventually getting into UA to climb through to the hero course only to be shot down again, unable to save a small kitten. The doubt that carried through him, until his friends supported him. Pot calling the kettle black as he muses to himself. He guesses it's his turn to return the favor for someone he cares about when it seems like everything they longing seems out of reach because no one was around for so long to tell them otherwise. To see someone in need of reassurance that their desires aren't pointless or useless to want. Thank you. Izuku sobbed. I don't know. Izuku, it's okay, we'll sort it out, but we need to go. Shoyuta said urgently as he looked around. The coast looks clear, but who knows what could be hiding in the shadows. Especially with Izuku admitting out loud seconds ago he is a vigilante. It doesn't help that he's here after having called off and failed his attempt with the police earlier. Where? Izuku asked, nervously as his brain started to ramble. Where was Aizawa going to take him? The police station? Home with him like he said he would? Izuku didn't understand what was happening. He tries to think of the then what game that Michi taught him to calm down his thoughts. He's going to go home with Aizawa. Then what? He's going to talk this all out and get things sorted. Then what? He might not lose everything he's gained, but add to it, which makes Izuku really happy. The picture painted right now is an ugly mess, but it's clearing up to be something Izuku wouldn't mind looking at. Then what? Izuku muses that he's going to have to stop being the vigilante Deku? Without the brain-to-mouth filter. He said all of it out loud, not worried about who was nearby to hear it. Not that he knew anyone was nearby to care what someone like him had to say. He didn't know, no, not like Eraserhead who did. Burn. A scorching heat is on his back and he feels something wrap around him, yanking him forward. His breath is stolen from his lungs at the tug and as a searing pain stings through his body that instantly stops as he hears a familiar boom. He knows that sounds better than anything else. His hand lets go and drops his phone that is enveloped by the flames of his attacker whose voice he only knows from seeing him on television or trying to save someone. Someone that isn't Izuku. Mei dropped her phone as she was looking at the tracker. She felt lucky that Izuku didn't 1. Get rid of their baby, and 2. Or smash it. She knows Izuku would never do that. He's too kind, which she knows is why he didn't tell anyone about his problems. He doesn't want to worry them. She wishes she had been able to catch up with him, but Izuku was always the physical one between them. Inventions are her way of being a hero and she was going to use this one to help him. She didn't have a chance to tell the super awesome news. Her parents said he could live with them for a little while as things got sorted. While she didn't know exactly what went on in his life, she was going to try and be a real hero to at least one person. However, instead she's overwhelmed with a panic as she sees the tracker go out. That couldn't have happened. Izuku would never. Something happened? Izuku. He notices them when he hears shouting and rolls his eyes. Probably just a couple people squabbling about pointless matters. But if he's going to strive to be the #1 hero, then he should investigate any suspicious sounds. That also means lowering himself to work alongside the police and unknown underground heroes in order to win their favor and so the citizens see he's here for everyone. No matter the time or place. A vigilante can't be trusted to do the job of a hero. They're untrained and could make mistakes. Better to leave it to the professionals. Vigilantes like this one discomfit police and the public is starting to notice. Sooner or later they'll try to do the same to the pro heroes. He can't have that. Especially not ones that are weak and refuse to show off their quirks, which makes him believe this a child with a weak quirk that got their dreams crushed at being a hero. There wouldn't be any use for them in their society anyway. As he stands on top of a rooftop he hears the people more clearly. Looks like a man and his son. Probably a spoiled brat. Is that Eraserhead? Wasn't he supposed to be off tonight? He sees where this might be going as he sees him talking to a young boy with green curly hair. This might be Deku and Eraserhead wants the credit for a peaceful turnover. That must have been why he was at the police station early this morning trying to convince them that he shouldn't patrol without the underground hero. He never thought this basically nameless pro would care about matters such as this. He wonders if he's jealous of the heroes who have better quirks for limelight, so he just tries to get his kicks where he can by making a fool out of him and winning over the police. Izuku, it's okay, we'll sort it out, but we need to go. Eraserhead said to the boy. Izuka? Sounds like Deku. Where? The boy questioned. He can hear the nervousness as the boy in question starts to ramble. He clearly knows Eraserhead, knowing his civilian name. He thinks he hears something about the police station and then about going home with him. He's going to have to stop being the vigilante Deku? It was him. This small, puny child was Deku. This had to be some mockery. He felt his flames burn up and he jumped from the roof. He'll be the one taking him in. Burn. Shoyuta sees it too late and curses, not just grabbing Izuku and leaving. He only has a second to throw out his capture weapon to wrap around Izuku's midsection and pull. Like a doll, Izuku comes flying toward him, but it's too late because his heart bleeds when he hears Izuku's cries in pain as a searing hot flame licks his back. This isn't what Shoyuta wanted when he wanted to accept Izuku with arms wide open. He imagined it more happily and tearfully as Izuku just cries in his embrace, overjoyed that someone understands him, accepts him and wants him for who he is, not what he is. As Izuku's full deadweight collides with him, Shoyuta stumbles and falls to the ground. What hurts more than falling is hearing Izuku's whimper as the fall aggravated his burns. Shoyuta wraps a strong yet gentle grip around the back of Izuku's head and shoulders. This allows him to look at the damage and Shoyuta grimaces at the sight. Izuku has at least second-degree burns all over his back with a couple spots screaming third. His whole back would have been third-degree if he hadn't pulled Izuku away. Hell, Izuku would have been killed. There is no if. His back is bright red and spots are already blistering, crossing several inches that shine with a glossy sheen. The worst parts are where Izuku's skin is black and Shoyuta doesn't know if it's because it's dead or if it's where his clothes have been burnt into his kid's skin. Izuku's shirt has practically been burned away as his forearms are bright red and from what he can see of his kid's face, the fire like there too. Hand him over, Eraserhead. Endeavor roared. Shoyuta is about to scream at him. He attacked a child. An innocent child who wasn't doing anything wrong. If he wasn't holding Izuku in his arms right now, he would stand up and punch him in the face, calling him, "You be a city." Shuta's eyes widened as he watched Endeavor turn around just in time to see Katsuki Bakugo fly through the air and blast him in the face using his quirk. A large blast of fire and smoke clouds the area and Shoyuta pulls Izuku into his city to protect him. Shuta's not telling the kid this, but if he makes it into his class he'll survive one day and maybe be sent to general studies. It's a tough pill to swallow, but now he might say he's proud of him and the progress he's made. Once one of Izuku's bullies to now throwing himself at high-ranking pro heroes to defend him. To get some kind of retribution for hurting the same boy he once did the same to. This could hurt his future. "Get behind me," Shoyuta said to Katsuki, avoiding the use of his name. Katsuki growled as he popped his hands. "You dare strike a pro hero boy?" Endeavor yelled. "You demand right, I do. Especially if they're as shitty as you." Katsuki shouted. "I guess it takes one to know one, because you're an a-hole. Tell me your name, child." Endeavor yelled. "How about no?" Katsuki sneered as he pulled out his phone and held it up. "You listen to me, jerkface. I have a video of you attacking an innocent citizen and you're going to leave quietly and never speak of this to anyone or I'll send it to everyone. Every news station, hero agency, the police, you f-ing name it, it's there. You wouldn't dare. Give it to me." Endeavor growled, taking a few steps closer to him. "Doesn't matter. My phone's backed up on my computer and I already sent it to the hobo behind me. Something happens to me, he'll surely take your dumbass down for me." Katsuki smirked as he put his phone back in his pocket. "You might think you're high and mighty, but no. One is going to look lightly considering it's on brand. All the evidence will speak for itself and you're done for." Katsuki bit his lip. He wasn't scared. No f-ing way. More like a slap in the face. It was like looking in a mirror and he hated what he saw. Sure, being strong and taking down anyone who stood in his path to number one would give him what he wanted, but he'd be like Endeavor. It might not even get him to the top spot and he'd be lagging behind someone else. Watching as karma of his mistakes reaped him of his dream more than Aizawa ever could. Arrogance would get them in the end. Endeavor glared at the child. While he could just take matters into his own hands, the boy had a point. The media was fickle and often ate up any piece of garbage they could get their claws on, no matter if it were true or not. If the child has a video, then there'll be no escape. Especially with Eraserhead involved, as he's well aware where he is additionally employed. UA High School. Despite being an alumni himself, the principal and him have always had an estranged association. If the principal catches any of this, it certainly won't end in the direction of his favor. He growls at what the obvious choice here is. He feels like he's lost and he won't forget this. Neither of them. The one who dared blackmail him and the one laying on the ground who dared to escape. Instead of saying anything, Endeavor glares at all three of them before blasting away with Katsuki's red eyes on him until the flames are just out of sight. Effing a hole. Katsuki grumbled. Katsuki knew he was taking a huge risk and this would backfire on him. There's no doubt. He remembers Michi asking him what he would say to Izuku. He told her, "He's sorry." But words can only say so much, and Katsuki has always been a person of action. When he saw Endeavor attack Izuku, he felt enraged and struck back, only thinking just barely of how he was jeopardizing his own future. If he was really sorry about what he did and trying to make amends, then sacrificing everything would sure be a DMN good way to show it. He owed Izuku that. "Izuku? Can you hear me?" Katsuki turned around and saw Shoyuta moving Izuku in his arms so he could get a clear view of his face. Shoyuta is being as careful as possible not to aggravate Izuku's injuries, but ever since Izuku was struck he's been silent, except for a few soft whimpers that stab into Shuta's heart every time he hears them. Izuku's eyes are open, but no one's home. That once mischievous and driven green has dulled and, dare he say, given up. He puts his fingers to his pulse, thankful to find Izuku is still alive. Just for one moment he feared. Izuku may be alive, but he doubts the boy feels like that. He doesn't know what happened, but it certainly had to be one thing after another to eventually receive a call from their therapist and to find Izuku wanting to find him after he's been running away for months. Shoyuta begins to wonder if he feels any pain right now or if he's so emotionally and physically spent that he's just lying in wait, either waiting for someone to save him or someone to finish the job. "Hey, is he?" Katsuki said with a gruff voice that Shoyuta had never heard before. "We'll speak about this later, Bakugo, but I need to get Izuku to the hospital," Shoyuta said. "This might be more difficult than it looks. The normal solution is to bridal carry Izuku, but the majority of the burns are on his back. He doesn't want to cause him any more pain than he's already in. Looks like he'll need to lift Izuku up by his arms and hold him parallel to himself. Luckily Izuku is fairly short, but Shoyuta knows he can't do this alone. Demented Hisashi. He needs a doctor," Katsuki said, pulling Shoyuta out of his thoughts. "I know," Shoyuta said, as he pulled out his phone. "The burns on Izuku's back need professional treatment one can only find in selected places like a hospital. There is one other place, but the hospital is closer. Izuku needs help as soon as possible to prevent any further issues. He obviously can't carry Izuku there, even with Katsuki's help, and calling an ambulance is out of the question. If he calls in an ambulance, that will attract the police. He's supposed to be off duty, and while a hero is never truly off duty, it's going to look suspicious. He takes the night off only to end up having a burned child in his arms that may or may not be the vigilante Deku, the same one he was supposed to be chasing alongside Endeavor. He sees that going over well. He needs to get his story straight before answering any questions. He hates the blind trust people have with pro heroes that will just take his word, but that doesn't mean it couldn't end badly. "Blame me." Shoyuta looks up at Katsuki almost in shock as he stops before dialing the number he pulled up. The look in his eyes says he knew what was running through his thoughts. "What? Blame me? I have an explosion quirk that can cause burns," Katsuki said. Katsuki knew he had to think like a pro. He needed to if he was going to be of any help. Izuku needed medical help and was only going to get it at the hospital. Hospitals ask questions so they can fully know how to treat their patients. What was Aizawa going to say? The truth? Hell no. That would open up a whole new mess of problems that Katsuki couldn't help cover for. He didn't take back his intention when he attacked Endeavor, but he might have fudged the truth. He's aware that he and Izuku are entirely different people. It's ugly to think that he could have caused this one day. It's ugly because Katsuki knows he won't get in trouble for it despite how bad his injuries are. All because of one simple difference. A difference that doesn't bother him anymore. While he doesn't want to give up being the #1 hero, he at least can try to make sure Izuku has a chance of being one at all. "Bakugo, you are not taking the blame for this. You might be in enough trouble. I'll figure something out," Shoyuta said as he continued, pushing the talk button. His cell phone rang once before it picked up, and Shoyuta was relieved to hear his voice. "Shoyuta, where are you? Is everything okay? When are you coming home? I have something to tell you. It's important." Shuta's glad that Hisashi sounds more worried than said. Shoyuta is a man of his word and Hisashi knows that. If he said he wasn't patrolling, he wasn't, so Hisashi must assume something came up that couldn't be avoided or didn't have time to let him know. A hero's work is never done. Hisashi. I'm fine, but I'm going to send you my location. Get here as fast as you can with the car. I need help. What's wrong? You're not hurt, are you? You sound okay. I have Izuku. Zashi, it's bad. The line goes silent. I'm on my way. When Hisashi arrived at the location Shoyuta sent, he saw a scene he never expected, but didn't paint a pretty picture as he flung himself from the driver's seat. Shoyuta wasn't alone. Katsuki was there. Izuku was in Shuta's arms on the ground with bright, blistering burns over 90% of his back. Hisashi swallows the thought. He knows that Katsuki didn't cause this, but the thought did cross his mind for a small moment. That is until it dawns on him where he's at and what he saw this morning on Shuta's notes. Endeavor's patrol routes. Knowing that's the truth almost makes him scream. What Shoyuta had been so scared of actually happened. As much as Hisashi wants the full story, it's time to be in hero mode and take care of the more dire situation first. Hisashi called. I'm here. We need to load him and get to the hospital, Shoyuta said. I'll grab his upper half and help move him toward the car. I'll get in first and hand him to me. Careful of his back. Through the painful groans, hissing guilt, soothing comforts, and useless stares, they eventually got Izuku into the back of the car where Shoyuta sat behind the driver's side with Izuku laid out on his stomach with his head in Shuta's lap. Get in the front, Bakugo, Shoyuta said. With Endeavor out there and that stupid stunt you pulled, I can't risk leaving you alone. Katsuki snorted and got in, not wanting to fight him. He was going to force his way to go with them anyway. Hisashi quickly ran to the driver's side and hopped before turning the car back on and driving as fast as he could toward the hospital. For a moment the ride was silent. Bakugo, what you did was foolish. He could have hurt you, Shoyuta started. Like he hurt Izuku, Katsuki yelled, but instantly quieted down hearing Izuku whimper. I know he hurt Izuku, but that's the number 2 hero, Shoyuta said softly as he comforted Izuku by running his fingers through his curls that he now noticed were singed in the back. Once they took care of his physical health, they'd see about a haircut and a good wash. I can see why he's a piece of shit, Katsuki snorted. Although Shoyuta had to agree with him, he wasn't finished. Like I said, he could have hurt you and he won't take that lightly. You've put yourself and your future in real danger. Hopefully he'll take it seriously. We might have gotten off on the wrong foot, but I can tell you have gotten better, Bakugo. You might survive my class and I just might want to actually see it. Now please forward me the actual video of the attack, Shoyuta said. Shoyuta doesn't think the boy from a couple months would have done that. While Bakugo was the one who tossed the spider lilies on Izuku's desk that morning, it still didn't excuse anything else he admitted to doing. Verbal and physical attacks with and without his quirk. That kid didn't understand the why and how. Katsuki snorted. What video? Bakugo. This isn't a game, Shoyuta said before he realized it, and he stared strong into the rearview mirror so he could look him right in the eyes in some shape or form. He takes back what he thought earlier upon realizing what this little sheet means. He also sees why at one point he and Izuku were friends if these two have the same twisted sense of getting what they want. While not really heroic, Shoyuta can't deny its effective thinking about a simple coffee cup. I threw it away yesterday when you weren't looking. Katsuki didn't have or know about the video because he never took it in the first place. You bullshitted him, Shoyuta deducted. You never took one. He should be used to it being number 2 and all, Katsuki said, still with that smirk on his face. They arrive at the hospital moments later as Hisashi parks right outside the door. Shoyuta makes a mental note that they'll talk about this later. They need a game plan in case they need to retaliate. Hey listener, help Eraser while I grab someone, Hisashi said as he unbuckled his seatbelt and jumped out, rushing toward the automatic doors. Hey, I need some help and a gurney. What are we expecting? The doctor asked, running to follow the pro. 2nd to 3rd degree burns mainly on the back, Hisashi said thankfully without grimacing. It's different when someone he knows and it never gets easier. Luckily neither one has experienced any major injuries in the field that have been life-threatening. Sure, a stab wound to the leg that just needed stitches seems to be the worst, but this is Shuta's kid. Practically his kid too. We're going to need a burn unit, the doctor yelled. The doctor ran out to see a taller man in black and a boy with blonde hair holding their patient up. Definitely second and third degree burns on the majority of his back. In his years practicing medicine he's seen worse, but this wasn't good. The fact he was young is what the kid had going for him. Just when he was about to turn around and yell about the gurney, it appeared out of nowhere thanks to a nurse who had a quirk that could teleport objects a short distance. What's his name? Did his quirk cause this? The doctor asked as he moved the gurney closer. Izuku Midoriya. He's 15 and no. Shoyuta said. What's his quirk so we can determine for ourselves? There might be something that may react badly to any medications we give him or treatments, the doctor said as he watched the two gently lay Izuku on the gurney. That shouldn't matter. Please help him, Shoyuta said. It's fine if you don't know, the doctor said as two nurses arrived. We have a nurse with a database quirk. The doctor then nods and then the nurse touches Izuku's forehead with his index and middle finger. Izuku's head moves away from her touching him. Think no more. It's okay, sweetie, she said softly with a smile as her eyes flashed like a computer code. Her quirk works like a file cabinet. Once she reads the information it's stored in a database she can access anytime. She knows everyone's medical files in the entire city of Mizudafu and most of the Shizuko prefecture just in case. A second later they returned their lime green color as she then looked at Izuku with disgust. Doctor? What? He questioned. He's a dud, she sneered, and then she says like it's a death sentence. He's quirkless? The doctor's once concerned features immediately faded away. He looked down at the child with red breathing and whose face was scrunched in pain. He's quirkless, he stated. So what? Katsuki yelled. We won't have the medical supplies here to effectively treat him. Please take him somewhere else, the doctor said in a low tone contrasting differently than the one mere minutes ago. What? Shoyuta growled. Can't treat him or won't? Sorry, sir. We've determined that it is in the best favor. For who? Shoyuta yelled. Please, sir. Remove yourself from the property or we'll call security, the doctor said. They're pro-heroes, dipshit. Katsuki shouted. The doctor seemed unbothered by this declaration. Then they must know we have our reasons, the doctor said. Nurse, please transport the gurney back in for a patient who will need it. He needs it, you jackass, Katsuki screamed. The smaller nurse of the two that followed the doctor out nodded and touched the gurney. Instantly it disappeared, leaving Izuku to instantly fall to the cold, strong ground. Shoyuta and Katsuki cry out in shock as Hizashi gasped as his hands covered his mouth. None of them were able to do anything as Izuku hit the ground. He slams into the asphalt and cries out in pain, snapping him out of his paralyzed state. He immediately starts crying, painful sobs that are muffled into the ground. Shoyuta and Katsuki immediately go to his side and Shoyuta tries to move Izuku into his arms without stressing out his injuries. Izuku only cries harder that eventually are soothed by Shuta's caress of his curls or passing out. Shuta said and wishes he wasn't a hero. And as much as Shoyuta would love to go after him and arrest him, it'll be in vain and Izuku needs his help more. Katsuki resisted the urge to vomit. It was one thing to see kids in their class be assholes doing shit he did too, but adults, people whose entire careers were supposed to be able to help others, act no different, even worse than them or even himself. He spared a glance down at Shoyuta to see the anger written in his brow as he held Izuku's head close to his and then another to Hizashi to see the man almost snarling. I'll be back. Hizashi growled before he walked inside the emergency room with his fist clenched and heavy, angry steps. Shoyuta just lets him go knowing he can't stop him. It's fine. Hizashi won't be long. What now? Katsuki asked, hoping to spur the other pro into acting. He was a child. He wasn't a hero. He didn't know what to do. How were they supposed to help Izuku now? Anywhere else is probably going to treat him just the same. Even if they do help him, do we trust them to even do it right or break the do no harm sheet? Shoyuta knew the answer and didn't like it. He looked down to Izuku, who he could confirm had thankfully passed out. At least he's being spared from the pain from both the literal and figurative burns. The burns caused by someone who swore to help him that willingly turned him away and hurt him further, and the fact that Izuku goes through this every day. Shoyuta knows this is the reason Izuku doesn't trust people, especially when they're trying to help him. Shoyuta hates that he's right. They could take the chance and go to the hospital that was on the other side of the city, but Izuku needed help now. He's gone too long without treatment already, and they're risking an infection being exposed. While not everyone is a quirkist piece of shit, Shoyuta doesn't want to take a risk of going to another hospital and meeting with the same outcome. Not seen as valued time and effort. Maybe even a worse outcome, and every second they spend questioning this is a second Izuku's health doesn't have. It's Izuku's pure self-determination and preservation skills that's kept him alive before this. Shoyuta thinks back to the first couple days of meeting Izuku. The scratches on his skin. The other burns. Being tripped in the halls. Any of those instances could have resulted in a hospital visit, but knowing Aldera, they probably wouldn't have sent him if they did. No doubt at least one of those needed professional treatment that Izuku never sought and tried to tend to himself. Shoyuta doesn't doubt that Izuku has probably sought medical help before and been denied. Or at least gotten half-butted care before they turned their backs on him to care for someone who had the sniffles. Shoyuta has a pretty rough estimate of the last time Izuku saw an actual doctor, and that's over a decade ago. He should have done this in the first place. They just should have gone to the one place he knows Izuku will be treated as he should. He silently apologizes to the kid. "Bakugo," Shoyuta said. "Help hold him." Katsuki gives a nod and kneels down. He's hesitant to touch Izuku, but takes some of the weight off of Shoyuta so the pro can grab his phone again and call another number he has on speed dial. He puts a shaking hand on his head and hopes it brings some comfort to him even if he doesn't know it. "Hey, it's Aizawa," Shoyuta said the minute the line was picked up. "I'm coming to UA with Izuku. Have recovery girl meet us there." "Don't worry, Aizawa. I'm well aware," Nizu answered. Shoyuta isn't surprised. The principal probably knows more than he does and holds all the cards. With that, Nizu hung up and Shoyuta looked up to see Hizashi coming back with what looked like medical supplies in his hands. "Simple gauze and maybe some ointment." "What did you do? You didn't break any windows or eardrums?" Shoyuta commented. Hizashi snorted. "I want to, but the news doesn't need to drag me through the mud as a villain when all these people should look in a mirror. I gave them a piece of my mind though," Hizashi explained. "You didn't steal that, did you?" Shoyuta asked. While he doesn't think his boyfriend would steal from a hospital, he wouldn't cross it off. "Oh, a kind nurse gave me these," Hizashi said with a slight smile. Shoyuta nodded, glad to know there was at least another person out there in what seemed like a small percentage of who could look past what society told them. Maybe one day that percentage will grow to do something about it, and Izuku would be the one to see it come to fruition. It's been 2 days and she hasn't heard anything from Izuku. Especially since his phone got destroyed. That has to be it. Mei won't accept any other reason, and the only true way to find out what happened is to ask the source. She needs to find Izuku. He's her friend and he'd do the same for her. These should work just for this task as she pulls a couple babies out of their designated box. She's been working on it for a while just in case for a reason like this. Not the specific reason for finding their daddy, but to track down villains or keep an eye on special targets. She pushes a button on her device and 5 small little drone-like devices whirl to life. "Go, my babies!" Mei cried as she opened her window and allowed the drones to leave. They operate on their own and transmit to the device she has on her. Mei didn't know where to look for Izuku or where to start, but these would help her. The only place she's known him to be at is their hideout, and the realization that it was his home still filled her with anger. However, that anger has been thought through and redirected. She's angry at all the people who made her best friend think that he deserved to be treated this way. She's angry at his parents because they abandoned him. She's not angry at Izuku. Despite only leaving her lab that was her bedroom to scour the junkyards and hang out with Izuku, she decided to take matters into her own hands. She can't just rely on her babies to find him. Her parents were proud of her for looking for their friend and would help in any way they could after work. They worked a lot, so the house was usually quiet and oftentimes she was alone. She was perfectly fine with that because it allowed her to work in peace. However, they always made time to see her. They had the space, so they were perfectly fine with Izuku coming to stay with them. This would also give her some company while they couldn't be there. With resolve in her eyes, she took the compiled list of all the places Izuku frequents in the past few weeks since he received his phone. There weren't too many places on the list, but enough for her to go to and start asking questions. Demand them if she had to. She recognizes this one place Izuku loves to go and often talks about taking her to check out. A small internet cafe that is run by an older couple who doesn't mind that he's quirkless. He loves their treats and especially their coffee. She's usually busy, but Mei thinks that maybe she should have made time to check this place out. Once this is all said and done, she'll make plans with him, and then she'll let these kind people know if they ever need something fixed or need any upgrades that she's the girl for the job. "Can I help you?" Ikazuchi asked. She couldn't help notice the saddened look in his eyes when she opened the door. It was like he was expecting someone else, but was disappointed when it was her. If it wasn't for her spectacular eyesight, she wouldn't have noticed. "Yes," she said as she pulled out her phone that was connected to her special eyes in the sky that scanned people as they flew to match facial recognition to Izuku's picture. She also has it set to his therapist's picture as well, just in case. That's her next stop after here. Izuku told her about her quirk, and while she immediately wants to go to her to solve this issue, she doesn't want to stir the pot more. "I'm looking for this boy. His name is Izuku Midoriya. He's my best friend. Have you seen him? Comes here quite a lot and—" "You've seen him?" Ikazuchi asked with a newfound sense of urgency and interest. "Huh?" Mei questioned, taken back at sudden interest. Just because these people know Izuku is quirkless didn't tell her that he was on such good, maybe even great terms with him. The look in this man's eyes says he's genuinely worried about her friend. "Midoriya. Please tell me you've seen him." It's been a couple days. I've been going to places he normally goes to see if anyone has spotted him." Mei answered. "He hasn't been here in the same amount of time." Ikazuchi said as gave her a look. "How much do you know about him?" Mei narrows her eyes at him. She can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to fish her out to see if she's really his friend and cares about him. "I don't care what he is, it's about who he is, and I'm going to find him. I need to apologize. He and I got in a fight that afternoon and he took off. He's my best friend. Must have been after he left here." Ikazuchi said. "You're just one person and he's lucky to have another friend who cares so much about him." Dang it. This is Midoriya's friend. Mei sees a boy their age rush out from the back with blonde hair. This must the new friend Izuku was telling her about, the one that has an electricity quirk. She can see why Izuku thought he'd be the perfect addition into their little family, that she is now naming it so. She can see the little family tree starting to form in her head now. Clearly, she's the mom to the appealing babies she makes. Izuku's is the dad because he's the one who also helps her test and make them with that appealing brain of his. However, they have an open relationship because she doesn't see Izuku like that. He's her best friend and nothing more. Her babies will be all she ever needs. Electro Guy, until she bothers to remember his name, can be Izuku's brother. He can come help out to provide power to their babies like that fun uncle. Or if she has some needing a real test drive. "You're friends with Izuku?" Denki asked. "Yes, I am. I'm his best friend," Mei said as she stood proudly. "Well, I'm his friend too," Denki said as he thumbed toward himself with a grin. "All right, you too," Ikazuchi said. "I bet Midoriya doesn't have very many friends, so why don't you get along the way he'd probably want you?" "Hey Gramps?" Denki asked, a little nervous. "Do you mind if I totally take off to help look? You've probably got more places to check and I've been worried about the guy." Ikazuchi smiled. "Go ahead. Help her look for Midoriya and let me know if you find anything. You want to be a hero, then find and save your friend." Denki knows what he means. The first day he met Izuku weighs in his mind. He should have done something then to help him out instead of just allowing it to happen. He feels like he might have messed up again a couple days ago despite his gramps telling him otherwise. When Denki asked his grandfather what happened, he was told it wasn't his place to tell. Denki could respect that, But that didn't make him not want to ask questions to see if the old man would slip up. He did not. He's known Izuku for less than a week, and Denki hates that he doesn't really know anything about the guy. He can name everything he knows on one hand. He's super smart, having finished junior high already. He's quirkless. He likes coffee. Hey, electric uncle. If you don't hurry up, I'll leave you here. Mei shouted as she started for the door. Denki quickly untied his apron and grabbed what he needed, like his phone, before rushing out behind her. He spared a glance at his grandfather, who nodded. He's proud of him, and despite the banter and jabs, he's always supported him in his dream of being a pro hero. Just like how he told him Izuku was like another grandson, but way smarter. My name's Denki Kaminari. Denki said. Mei Hatsume, Mei said proudly. Future UA support corps star and even more distant future CEO of Hatsume Industries. Oh, you want to go to UA too? Denki said. Small world. So, not sure if this is appropriate to ask, but how well do you know Izuku? I've known the dude for like a week, and he's literally pretty cool. I never thought I'd understand anything in school until him. We've known each other for a couple months, and he's the daddy to my wonderful babies. Isn't that a little straightforward? Denki said in shock. Was she some kind of yandere and she's obsessed with him? How is Izuku even friends with her? Does he even know? Nope. My babies are my appealing inventions. If he's going to be the first quirkless hero, then he's going to need the best gadgets only the best can make. Mei said. Izuku wants to be a hero? Denki now wishes he actually got Izuku's answer whenever he asked what he wanted to do in the future. Denki has talked about going to UA quite a bit when he got distracted during tutoring, and Izuku never said a word. He just sat there with a smile on his face and said that he believed that Denki could make it in, but needed to buckle down. Not once did he just offhandedly mention that that's where he wants to go to school too, for the exact same goal. That's totally awesome. If they both got in and were lucky, they might be in the same class. Denki looks down to his feet, realizing what might have made Izuku keep quiet. It's a reminder of how much their lives are different. Denki can walk into a cafe, see his classmates, and receive enthusiastic waves or light conversation with friends. Izuku walks into a cafe and sees his ex-classmates only to get spat on. Izuku graduating early paints that it wasn't just Izuku not being challenged was the only reason he left. Izuku probably shared his goal with his classmates and was met with ridicule. He might have thought Denki would make fun of him or tell him otherwise. That he needed to face the reality that a quirkless person could never be a hero. Denki would never do or say that. But Izuku didn't know that. Denki was serious when he told him he could do anything. He wonders if anyone else told him otherwise? His other friends? Parents? I think he's going to make it. So, where do we start looking? Oh geez, I never thought about them. Have you asked his parents? Denki asked and stopped walking when he realized she did at his question. He hears her sharply inhale. What? Are they not wanting to help? Izuku doesn't have parents. They left him. Abandoned him. I don't know when, but they aren't around anymore. I need to find him because I need to apologize. He's been living at that trash beach for who knows how long, and I just thought he'd take the first shot he could at a better situation. He doesn't fully trust anyone except for one person. That's who we're going to see. She'll know. Mei said as she walked off in the direction of Michi's office, leaving Denki with that bomb. Izuku mentioned how much he likes his therapist and how he can really be open with her about some things. Mei understands that there are just some feelings that you don't talk about with the people who care about you and more with a professional. Does she sometimes miss her parents because they work a lot? Yes, but she's grown used to the quiet and they do love her. Mei doubts she knows about his living situation, but this has now turned into a more dire situation. She's exhausting all possible methods in finding him. No one has heard from Izuku in 2 days, and while even longer might be normal, Mei is going to force a new normal. Izuku said his parents were normal. Denki looked on like he had shocked himself. Did he lie? Of course he did. Who tells a stranger they just met that their parents abandoned them? That just makes for awkward conversation and stirs up more trouble. Denki gets it. Really he does. The day he unofficially met Izuku says it all. Paints a clear picture that even he can read. Why reach out for help when the only way people have ever reached back is to slap you? All her patients are seen for the day as she's finishing up finalizing her notes into her system. She won't let her work falter despite she wants to get this done as soon as possible so she can leave early. A beep catches her attention and well-kept, but not manicured nails push the talk on the phone receiver answering the call or more like a message from the front desk. Michi, there are some kids here to see you. They're pretty insistent. Michi just nods to herself and tells her receptionist to let them in. This probably won't take long, and if they're insistent then it's important. She already knows they aren't any of the kids she sees for a variety of reasons. Her receptionist knows the names of all her patients and even their family members who come in with them for certain occasions like being their method of transportation. If she knew their identities she would have told her who it was to mentally prepare her boss for the interaction. She also knows thanks to her receptionist's handiwork they aren't for any malicious intent for she has a sixth sense for it. She wouldn't have let them in otherwise and would have already called security immediately. It wouldn't be the first time and it saddens Michi to know that it won't be the last. Michi can count the number of minors she sees on her 2 hands and none of them have appointments today. Her most recent one needed to be rescheduled which she more than understands and despite the reasoning why, it does make her proud of his progress. None of the minor patients know each other. That she knows of, but the fact they're all from different areas and different schools helps the case. 2 of her patients know each other, not that one of them is aware she's seeing the other. She's pretty sure that fact is going to change very soon and that's a dive she's not entirely looking forward to. Furthermore, they don't hang out and they're the only 2 who are the same age as the others are between the ages of 4 and 18. They're most likely the kids of one of her patients or possibly sent her direction by a pro-hero she's helped in the past or that she currently has good relations with. Sure enough, Tomoko is the reason for a few of her patients. With that thought she's filled with anxiety that something else has happened. She knows that whatever it is she'll handle it with level-headedness and compassion, but that doesn't mean she won't sob into her pillow much later tonight after she gets home or even call her best friend needing someone to talk to. It brings a smile to her face when Tomoko tells her she's the therapist to the therapist. Michi used to not find this as amusing, but her best friend is always willing to lend an ear. It's still undetermined when she'll be going home. She won't go another day without seeing him, no matter how long it takes for her to get there. Come in, Michi said after she hears the knock on the door and 2 kids, one pink and the other yellow-haired come in. Can I help you? Actually, yes you can, the girl said and Michi narrowed her eyes at her presumptuous behavior. You know our friend. He's your patient. The one and only, Izuku Midoriya. If Michi were to be holding anything she would have dropped it. That Tuesday night and the following Wednesday morning haven't left her mind. She spent that entire night in agonizing suspense only to be felt like she was shot the next morning when Eraserhead called her to update. She also got the other half of the story she was missing. Eraserhead, or Aizawa, was the pro-hero who removed Izuku from his toxic school and is actually Izuku's legal guardian, but Izuku ran off likely in fear of what happened. Now that she knows and if Izuku wants to continue meeting with her this is something they'll have to talk about. And while he said it wasn't necessary for her to come, she didn't care. She wanted to be there and it would help ease her mind. The pro understood and Michi didn't mind revisiting her old high school. What are your names? Michi asked as she eyed them. From what Izuku has told her she thinks she knows who these 2 are. One of them is his friend who he likes to hang out with and the other is someone Izuku said he was tutoring. Michi is pleased a favor has blossomed into something more. Mei Hatsume, Denki Kaminari. Michi was right. The girl who Izuku mentioned how he's lucky to have someone like her that believes in him despite their rather seemingly business transaction friendship origins. She's the one who makes Deku his equipment and Michi is a little grateful since those helped save her life. Michi is glad to see it's evolved to more than that if she's standing before her making demands. Izuku didn't know the boy's name at the time of their session, but he's apparently the grandson of the nice cafe owner that Izuku loves to go to. She hasn't had a chance to visit for herself. The boy seems friendly enough despite his nervous grin as it appears he's been dragged around by the more overzealous friend. Looky here ma'am. I'm not sure how informed you are, but he's missing. We got into a fight on Tuesday afternoon and haven't seen him since. He's not answered his phone, which got busted up. I should know because I made it. So use your quirk to help us find him. Mei said. Please. Denki added a little nervously as he looked at her. Denki realizes where they are. This is a counseling building and she's a therapist. Izuku's therapist from what he's putting together. He's glad he has someone to talk to, but he doesn't want to be rude or dumb for thinking, but don't people see a therapist if they're working through traumas or something like that? It makes him question, what is Izuku's origin story? Where did the first quirkless hero come from? Michi sighs. She's already used her quirk more times in the past couple days than she wants to, especially on Izuku. She remembers sitting in her office Tuesday with her quirk on, constantly keeping track of Izuku's location. I don't need to. Why not? You're his therapist. You're supposed to care about him. He trusts you because you won't give up on him. Did something happen? Mei yelled. If you'd relax a moment, I'd explain. Michi said sternly, which made the two young teens in front of her shut their mouths and prepare to listen. I was the one who filed for Izuku to be located that night. Who? Mei questioned. Yes. Izuku had a session with me at 5:30 which he did not show for without notice and could not be contacted. Whenever that happens, I make a call to the police station or local pro hero for a wellness check after locating them with my quirk. Izuku has a specific pro hero he trusts, so I called him. He found Izuku that night shortly after my call. Michi explained. Mei remembers Izuku mentioning his session to her multiple times. A part of her feels guilty for confronting him right before his therapy session and makes her think she's the reason he missed. She's the reason he's missing. Well, he was missing. He got so overwhelmed that he couldn't go to her because she'd start asking questions. Questions he wanted to avoid telling anyone, not just her. He's okay, right? Denki asked. Michi sighed. She doesn't lie to children. Never has, even with her younger patients who people tend to want to sugarcoat things. Parents dying in the line of duty as pro-heroes. You're allowed to be angry and not understand, but just hope that one day that'll change. She doesn't see the point that could make the situation worse, and she wishes her parents didn't lie to her. He's alive. Michi revealed. Izuku was involved in an attack and has been taken to UA for treatment. He's currently there now. I am not permitted to share any other information. I'm sorry. Michi sees the dejected looks on their faces. They both open their mouths to ask questions, then probably realize she can't answer either by disclosure or doesn't know the answer. He's going to live, right? Mei asked. From what it sounds like, yes. Recovery is at a slow pace right now. Michi said, remembering what Aizawa told her. She has an idea, and while she doesn't think that Aizawa will appreciate it, she knows Izuku. Even if he may not be conscious right now, he's comforted by the fact that people want to be in his company even though he won't admit it. I was actually planning to go to UA right now to see him. If you promise to behave, I don't see why you can't tag along. Yes, please, they both answered with pleading eyes and smiles. They thought they'd have to sit in radio silence for however long that would be. That was even if Izuku reached out afterward. So many unknowns, but those didn't matter as they just wanted their friend to know they were still by his side no matter what. It's what heroes do after all. I'll meet you in the lobby, Michi said, and the two raced out. Michi took a minute as she grabbed her purse to look out the window at the appealing day shining over. She flashed her quirk as she thought about those names and smiled. With the people right here and those two there that she could see at his side, it made her at ease that Izuku really did have people in this world who cared about him. She just wished Izuku could see it for himself. Izuku has the biggest heart she's ever met. He can give love. He just doesn't understand how he can be loved in return. They should have come here to begin with. Shoyuta should have known that there was a small chance, or a rather large chance apparently, that a hospital would turn them away because of Izuku's status. It just proves that discrimination just runs deeper than Shoyuta could ever imagine. But hell, Shoyuta didn't expect them to basically attack Izuku, adding the list of injuries that Izuku has already acquired. Luckily, the supplies that Hisashi got were to help possibly starve off any infections and start cleaning the clearly broken blisters. Shuta's heart broke each time Izuku let out a small whimper or whine, as he undoubtedly inflicted more pain to the boy. A necessary evil, pain, in order to help him continue his fight. He knows this won't be his last mistake that he makes with Izuku, but he's at least going to try his DMN best to make sure this is the last one that ever hurts him. If he does, anyone has permission to smack him and he won't be mad. Hell, he'll let Izuku do it himself. Chiyo watches with a soft yet angered expression as Shoyuta and Hisashi gently lay the boy, her patient, onto the stretcher. At first she was a little annoyed at Nizu's call until he revealed that it was the boy that Shoyuta had been searching for who had been attacked by Endeavor and that a hospital had already turned them away. Not forgetting to mention turned them away with such venom and continued discrimination. She gripped her cane in anger at what she was hearing, but she'll handle that anger later and instead redirect her efforts toward this sweet child. The same one that Shuta's been borderline obsessing over for the last few months. She's overheard gossip from Hisashi and from Nizu enough to know this child without meeting him. Izuku Midoriya. A quirkless boy who managed to pull one over on Shoyuta. She certainly had a good chuckle upon hearing that one. That man will literally do anything to keep coffee as the main source of sustenance in his diet. She just didn't think it would include being one-upped by a then 14-year-old. She's letting it go based on the man's karma, but he knows that she knows. This kid is going to need to be taken care of, good meals included, so it's going to bite him in the butt. He'll have to tone the coffee to make sure he can get adequate rest to help this child. No doubt from what she's heard about this child he'll help along with his better half. The expressions on her fellow colleagues and pro-heroes tell her everything she needs to know. He'll be fine with them and now she has to make sure he gets to be. Shuta's leg bounces uncontrollably as all he can do is sit and wait. Recovery Girl has been with Izuku for over an hour. He knows things are going to take time, but she isn't allowing anyone in the room until she comes out to inform them otherwise. She doesn't need any distractions that may be in forms of yelling or looking over her shoulder constantly asking for updates. When Hisashi woke him up this morning, he didn't think this was how his night was going to end. A night that was almost over. This didn't feel real. He also felt like all this was just a continuous spiral of going to shit. Never did he think the day he met Izuku would lead him here. Shoyuta shook his head. He doesn't want to think about that right now. What could happen next? It's going to be messy is all he knows. Izuku clearly isn't going to walk away unscathed and he knows that Endeavor won't take any of what happened lying down. Both Izuku and Katsuki are going to be in trouble when all is said and done. Shoyuta hates that he might not be able to do much to save either of them. Instead of thinking about the future, he looks to see how the other kid he's with is handling it. Katsuki is sitting at the end of the hall with his arms resting on his knees up as he just looks at the floor with a distant and focused look despite the tiredness in his eyes. Seemed like he had a lot on his mind and Shoyuta mused to himself about what it was that he's so deep in thought about. As much as Shoyuta knew they needed to sit down for another serious discussion, it could wait. Neither one of them could think about what happened until they knew Izuku would be fine. This will also give Shoyuta to think about what he's going to say to him because he isn't sure. He's going to be alright, Hisashi said as he sat down next to his boyfriend and took his hand in his own. Hisashi gave it a comforting squeeze and Shoyuta embraced the feeling. At least that was real. The black-haired hero is thankful for the blonde. After their fight earlier he wasn't sure, but the moment he picked up the phone Shoyuta knew that Hisashi had his back and cared about what Shoyuta invested his time in when it was something worth it. Something worth fighting for even if that meant losing sleep over. I know. Shoyuta nodded. What if something goes wrong? He wants to be a hero and what if this prevents him? Based on what he's been through, I don't think this is going to stop him. He's such a good kid, huh? Hisashi. I feel like we barely know him. I literally only interacted with Izuku for 2 hours at most, and the time chasing him doesn't count. I feel like I know so much and don't at the same time. Shoyuta said. I don't think we can rationally make that decision based on what we've seen on those files and what I've experienced. Shoyuta sighs. He's a problem child. But he's my problem child. He says that so fondly because it's the truth. Izuku is his kid. While not biological, that doesn't make it any less true. Izuku is exactly who Shoyuta would want to see in his kid, if he ever chose to have them. A thought he both denied and didn't put much thought into until he met Izuku and officially filed to foster. The moment he learned the paperwork had been approved it dawned on him. Izuku is his kid and he wants nothing more than to help him succeed. That feeling that parents talk about that Shoyuta always thought was crazy. Despite the complicated history and the game of cat and mouse they've been playing, Shoyuta feels like he knows this kid on a personal level. He truly relates to him. And while Shoyuta preferred not to have the trauma attached, he couldn't deny that the hardship is what made Izuku into who he is today and made him so strong. Not that Shoyuta thought Izuku wouldn't be otherwise. That's the thing, I have met him and so have you. We just didn't do it the way new parents usually meet their kid. Shoyuta asked curiously. He's the only one who is filed as Izuku's guardian. Yes, Hisashi said confidently. I'm your partner, so we share everything, and if he's your kid then he's my kid too. Not super sound logical, but continue, Shoyuta said as he rolled his eyes. Hisashi bumped him with his shoulder in retaliation. JRK. Shuta's lucky he loves him and is riding this train until it stops at getting married. Not that Shoyuta knows that. I know Izuku's smart, kind, driven, and reliable. He wants to help people even if he doesn't know them, because it's the right thing to do. He doesn't want to see anyone hurting. I think he does so despite what he's been through because he still believes everyone needs help, even if they deserve it or not. The important thing I had to tell you was that I met Izuku this afternoon. I was getting a latte and a treat at the cafe you like so much. Izuku bumped into me. I didn't recognize him at first, but the shop owner went on and on about how Izuku has helped him and his grandson so much. Oh my. What? Shoyuta asked. Hisashi clearly realized something important even though Shoyuta wanted him to continue to tell him about Izuku. He overheard me talk about him. I was just ranting, still flustered from this morning, and indirectly told him everything when I told the owner. How you're his legal guardian and that you've been looking for him. Hisashi explained. Hisashi hadn't thought about it that way. All he could think about was that he had seen Izuku and that he looked well. That Shoyuta needed to know that the kid was still alive and in the area. Not that he laid everything out for the kid to hear. The same kid Shoyuta found a couple hours ago in need of a hero because he was attacked by one. That's how he knew. That's why he came looking for me. Shoyuta pieced together. The story of how they met on the street is starting to have the blanks filled in. Parts are a little hazy still until they can either talk to Izuku or someone else involved. At the moment it's the latter. Izuku meets Hisashi at the same cafe they frequent, which somehow leads to missing his therapy appointment. Might Shoyuta add that he was pleasantly surprised to learn. He's glad Izuku has someone to talk to and help him through his troubles. That's the part that's missing. Meeting Hisashi doesn't seem like something that would cause Izuku to miss his appointment. The kid clearly has no issues with lying or omitting facts about any asked situation. He's probably done it to his therapist multiple times without her knowledge. Neither does learning about Shuta's status as his guardian. He actually seemed hopeful to the idea when they spoke. The kid looked distraught, ready to give up when he saw him. Something as uplifting as that wouldn't have broken this kid if everything he's been subjected to hadn't yet. Despite that missing piece, it leads to Michi Keisuke calling him, which guides him directly to Izuku. Shoyuta wishes that he could have known earlier that Izuku was seeing her and knowing what her quirk does. It would have made looking for him so much easier, but even he knows he can't and she won't break that code of ethics and confidentiality. They didn't know finding Izuku would eventually mean unfortunately running into Endeavor and ending in the current situation. The game of cat and mouse has ended and a different one has started. The waiting game. Hopefully this one won't be as long. Shoyuta also notes he's in an entirely different one just by himself. It seems to leave Shoyuta with the same cards, being his thoughts, and how everything is starting to come together looks like a really bad game of blackjack. Izuku's the dealer who is cheating as he sits with 21 every time because he can see the cards. Shoyuta is blind to what cards he's been given. He doesn't know what they all mean and he's either under or busting every time. He needs the exact same hand Izuku has to understand and win. He's blind to what those cards are. He can only guess what values they hold as he's playing blind. A sick game or what can be seen as a receipt for disaster. Shoyuta needed to find out what made this pot burn despite the mixed flavors of spicy, sweet, and bitter. Shoyuta thought he had a mother who either worked all the time or didn't care. Wrong. He didn't have parents at all. That's just one example. Shoyuta thinks about how he's reminded that he knows Izuku, but doesn't know Izuku. Not a lot of people really know Izuku, and that thought makes Shoyuta realize how messed up this whole web of Izuku's circle is. So many people in Izuku's life know one another and don't realize it. Or simply they're bound by patient confidentiality. It is disheartening though at what it implies. That web is very small. A simple hand. There's not many people who actually care about Izuku and what happens to him. Shoyuta can count less than 10. Shoyuta only hopes that there are more than just the people here and his therapist. Izuku is going to need a lot of support in the next few months, and Shoyuta doesn't want to think about how this might set him back or even if he's been set back to begin with. The little listener mentioned he's done with middle school having tested out early, so at least he won't fall behind. Hisashi commented on hearing Shuta's mumbling. Shoyuta only glared at his partner. He guessed some of what he was saying slipped out, but at least the thought is comforting that Izuku did get his education, and this time Shoyuta didn't need to take legal actions. He won't have to worry about that and can focus on healing. Of course not. I wouldn't allow such a dreadful thing to occur. Hisashi and Shoyuta turned around to see Nizu stepping into the room with a grin on his face. Katsuki lifted his head and looked toward them. You wouldn't allow it? Shoyuta questioned. Why yes. Upon seeing Midoriya's impressive scores and hearing his story, I couldn't contain my curiosity to meet him. I created an online school, with the enrollment of only one student, I named Paragon. Within a few days I saw Midoriya wasn't being challenged and offered to test him out. As you can tell, he succeeded. Nizu explained as he clasped his paws together with a grin. Those were tests you made us grade? Hisashi exclaimed. He remembered being in the teacher's lounge when Nizu walked in, handed everyone a test, and asked them to grade it immediately. The principal then collected them, briefly reviewing them, before nodding and going about his day with an all-too-happy grin. None of them questioned their boss and went about their day. Of course. I wanted to know right away that my assumption was correct. Midoriya is very intelligent and clearly a driven young man toward his goals. Who am I, as an educator, pro-hero, and kindred spirit, not to become a benefactor to his success? What did you do? Shoyuta deadpanned. He's worked for the principal long enough to know when he's gotten his grubby little paws into something, and when he does, he doesn't let go. You should know. That's a strong reason why he got hired in the first place. Of nothing that won't benefit your young charge once he's well. Paragon will continue to be his base for education as it's a new UA-based curriculum I implemented for such an occasion. As of right now, Izuku Midoriya is a first-year heroic core student of UA. And the first quirkless person ever to be enrolled in UA and the hero course. Nizu said happily with a grin. What? 3 voices exclaimed. Just under my own recommendation, of course, and not that he knows it either. He'll be just as surprised as you all are. He won't be participating in any heroic lessons until the next year begins, but he's certainly on the path he's set himself on. He'll take his normal high school classes now, and once those are finished he'll spend his time with me. I was going to tell him at the entrance exam despite it being so far away unless Aizawa found him. It's unfortunate how he was found, but he's safe here with us now. Nizu said, ending his explanation calmly as he put his paws in front of him. And what do you get out of this? Shoyuta asked. Oh Aizawa, why wouldn't you, especially myself, want to make a revolutionary mark on this society by sponsoring and upbringing the first quirkless hero? Shoyuta seized the point immediately by a simple question. It's something like this that will spark humanity into making a change that I only hope will be for the better. And I do hope one day Midoriya will join me for tea and we can play chess in person. Shoyuta has to stop right there because that's a scary thought. He's been aware Nizu has found a new chess-playing partner online. Everyone in the school just breathed in relief that they'd no longer be randomly pulled in for a game that either lasted 3 seconds or 3 hours. It depended if he was feeling merciful or not. The principal has been cackling over his tea for weeks about it, raving that he's finally found someone who can give him a run for his money. It's a little surprising that Izuku is that someone. It's too late now despite how much Shoyuta wants to stop them. Izuku fell into the principal's paws the moment he snooped through Aldra's records. He might be Shuta's kid, but he's Nizu's student. Wow. The little listener will be stoked to hear this. I would hope so too, Yamada. Niza said. I've taken measures to ensure that all the loose ends are taken care of as well. The vigilante known as Deku is a temporary alias through Paragon to allow Midoriya to receive field experience through monitored patrols as a hero under the watchful eye and sign permission of yours truly, even though he doesn't have a license. I also had another hero who works for me. Keep an eye on him as well. Shoyuta wouldn't deny it if asked, as the principal eyed him. If the police, commission, or any hero has any issue, they can certainly bring it up with me. Everyone knew they wouldn't and swallowed strong at the thought. The reason why this isn't public knowledge is the reason for the program's protection. Shoyuta and Hizashi nodded understanding. At the root of everything, nothing changed the fact that Izuku was quirkless, and while some people are okay with that fact, a lot of people aren't and weren't going to be happy that UA is taking such a bold step forward. They'll boycott. They'll make crude remarks about the school and more so about Izuku. They could go as far as commit hate crimes against him, even more than what Izuku might already get. They need time to handle the backlash they definitely will receive. So you've handled Endeavor? Katsuki asked. Why yes. Nizu said, turning toward him with only what could be described as an sheet-eating grin. I just happened to stumble upon your clever ruse and simply made sure we had all the evidence to back up such a bold claim. I've already made a point to inform Endeavor I know about his actions, and as principal of the high school he graduated from, I am not pleased. No one needed the principal to elaborate further on the matter, mainly not wanting to touch that mess and also knowing what he meant. The principal had a video of Endeavor attacking Izuku that he probably obtained from a camera in the area. Considering it's a high-profile area and there being an attack there recently, the security was amplified. Said video is most likely locked up also for security purposes, and also no one wants to stumble upon watching such a sight. Serves him right? Katsuki snorted. Don't think you're getting off free, Bakugo? Shoyuta said. Just because Endeavor isn't literally lighting a fire under you doesn't mean I won't. We will eventually talk about this. You act like my old hag, Katsuki said. I get it. You'll make sure I don't get into UA. Which I'm not sure why you're bothering since Izuku? Bakugo. Shoyuta sighed. Just because Izuku got into UA doesn't mean. Shoyuta will never stop testing him, and this is just another one he's putting in front of him. Bakugo's track record isn't stunning. But the events of tonight and all that he's accomplished in the past few months have really shown that growth is possible. I ain't concerned about that. Katsuki growled. Katsuki meant it. And he understood why the hobo would say something like that to him. So what if Izuku was already a UA student? He and everyone else should know that somehow Izuku was going to claw his way into UA to begin with. Whether he crawls through general studies or somehow gets into the hero course right at the start. I'm glad to hear that, Shoyuta said. Keep up the good work, Bakugo. You've shown that you are capable and have the potential to be a hero. The question is, can you keep up the momentum? DMN right I can, Katsuki said with a smirk. This just means Katsuki now has to catch up to him. That's the way it should be. Shoyuta wouldn't have expected anything less than this boy taking it as a challenge. Aizawa? Shoyuta thought his heart stopped hearing her voice. A soft, yet weary voice he's been waiting to hear since the moment she disappeared. The power this woman currently held over him literally felt like life and death. Before asking anything, Shoyuta looks at her face for some kind of hint so he can brace himself. While he doesn't think Izuku could die, the outlook could not favor his future. A future he's fought long and strong for that Shoyuta isn't letting him give up. A future, a chance that was just presented to him. Is he okay? Shoyuta finally asked Chio. Let's sit. Chio said as they all went to sit on the benches. She gently rested on one while her colleagues flanked her. The blonde young teen they also arrived with stood against the wall in front of them. He's alive, right? Hizashi asked. Oh yes. Midoriya is alive and is in no range of that changing. As you already know, he has burns covering 90% of his back. He also has some on the back of his upper arms, neck, and sides of his face. All of those ranged from first to borderline third-degree burns. He didn't have much energy, so I focused my quirk in those areas so he won't need any surgeries. I'd say what he has now is mainly second-degree burns on 50% of his back and unfortunately the blisters he had broke. I'll do what I can, but I might have to let him heal naturally. Why is that? Hisashi asked, seeing that Shoyuta was just staring out with a blank look. He just doesn't have the strength right now and probably won't for a couple days. You did good getting him to me and treating what you could, but sometimes it's not enough. Some of the burns are infected and he's running a fever. I have him on antibiotics and pain medication right now, so he's comfortable at least. He shouldn't be in too much pain. I will however try later if we can heal more of those burns. But I can't heal what's already healed or that can't be anymore, so he'll probably have some scars. Chiyo finished explaining. Thank you, Chiyo. Shoyuta said. You're welcome. Just doing my job. You can see him if you'd like, but please be quiet and wear a mask. At least until tomorrow. Chiyo said as she got up and made her way back into the room which led to her office. Bakugo, you can go ahead, we'll be there in a second. Shoyuta said. I don't need your permission. Katsuki replied as he pushed himself off the wall and went in. As much as Shoyuta also wanted to rush in there to be at the boy's side, he needed a minute. A minute just to hug his partner and let the relief and the grief wash out of him. He made a mental note to call a certain therapist and update her on the situation. He would do so now, but it's past midnight. Despite knowing she won't mind the call, he needs a moment. As soon as Katsuki is out of eyesight, Shoyuta just lays his forehead on Hisashi's shoulder, who just puts a hand on his back. He doesn't cry, but that doesn't stop his eyes from burning. Katsuki stopped immediately at the sight before him. Holy F-. He knew he should be expecting something, but this was a slap in the face. Katsuki closed his eyes and breathed out his nose a second to calm down. While Endeavor didn't know Izuku was quirkless, he did, and once upon a time he might have truly been the one to blame for such a heart-wrenching sight. Izuku was laid on his stomach in a bed in the far end of the room. There was a soft light from a lamp and the moon that peeked through the curtains. A beep echoed that Katsuki felt was so magnetic that it was what finally pulled him closer to his bedside. A slow and painful walk, but he got there on his own 2 feet to finally look at Izuku. He was looking at him, not down at him. The beeping that pulled him closer was a heart monitor. From what it looked like, he seemed okay. Katsuki wasn't up to date on his medical skills, but the only thing that seemed wrong was his body temperature, which was sitting at. Katsuki knew that it had to be a combination of the fever and burns, especially when he looked at Izuku's face. Izuku's face rested against a propped-up pillow with his arms laid out in front of him. Those were wrapped and had cooling pads laid underneath them. His fore was in the crook of his right elbow. His back was a different story. That was completely wrapped up, as she mentioned. That's where the blisters had broken. He looked like he was just sleeping if it wasn't for his flushed red cheeks and occasional twitch, which no doubt were from the pain. Katsuki won't say it out loud, but he looked like sheet. Literally walked out of hell. If the bandages all over his body didn't make it clear, then it was how Izuku looked. The back of his head was still pretty crispy looking. Definitely gonna need a haircut. However, now that Izuku wasn't wearing a top, Katsuki could definitely see where the nerd had some muscle definition, but didn't have the weight to back it up. Just as before, the nerd was pretty scrawny. Because he had been abandoned by his parents, by a mother who said there was no point since he was as good as dead. It made Katsuki wonder what he did for money or even food, and where the hell he was living. This was so effed as Katsuki reached up and rubbed his eyes with his thumb and index finger. Katsuki couldn't help thinking maybe if he had gotten there sooner he could have saved him. And it wasn't just that just weighing on his mind. What if he had been who he is now, or even who he will be sooner? Katsuki isn't telling the other nag in his life that he respects her and appreciates the time and patience she's put into helping him. That'll just make that woman more smug than she already is. He's done a lot of thinking in the last couple months, and isn't that the understatement of the year? He wants to make things right, but he just hopes Izuku sees it that way. Katsuki will selfishly admit this is for him, but it's for both of them because once upon a time, they were best friends. He wants to be Izuku's friend because he needs one. Here. Katsuki snapped out of his stupor and realized Shoyuta was handing him a mask that he adorned. He forgot it. He hopes those couple minutes of exposure didn't make things worse. The immune system was a fickle thing and he completely forgot the simple request. Thanks. You should go home. I can have Mike take? No, Katsuki answered as his eyes were trained forward and his voice sounded a little strained. Show you decide. He figured as much. At least call your parents? Shoyuta requested. Shoyuta knew it was going to be bad and the mask helped hide his frustrations. He felt the guilt weighing on him as he looked at the bandages and red splotches on Izuku's skin. It happened. He knows he can't change that fact. He can't go back and make different decisions. He's going to have to live with that and how he's going to move forward. He already has that answer. He's going to be caring and supporting Izuku because he's someone who cares. Shoyuta woke up later at an unknown time to the door opening to see Chio and Nizu walking in. He didn't even realize he fell asleep after making a phone call at 8 in the morning. He fought sleep that long and apparently just passed out. Throughout the night he kept his eyes trained on Izuku's still form to make sure he was all right. To make sure he wasn't in any pain or just in case he woke up. Despite Chio reassuring him Izuku probably wouldn't awaken until the late afternoon, possibly evening, due to the painkillers and using his energy to use her quirk. Both Hisashi and Katsuki had passed out around 5 in the morning with them next to each on the couch and Katsuki in a chair in a position that looked rather uncomfortable. They were both up now with Katsuki on his phone and it seemed like Hisashi was grading some essays. He glanced at the clock to see it was after 4:30 in the afternoon. Geez. He really wished no one let him sleep that long. Shoyuta refused to go anywhere, but that didn't mean he couldn't make some phone calls to get updates or see if any more damage control was necessary. Nizu had covered his and Hisashi's classes with substitutes and he hopes their students can behave for a day or more. If not, they'd find themselves doing laps until their feet fell off or worse, expelled. He just felt antsy that he could possibly be doing more for Izuku. You shouldn't have let me sleep, Shoyuta said to Hisashi. You needed it, babe. Hisashi said as he marked something on the paper. You were up over 24 hours and don't think I know you fought sleeping and made a phone call this morning. I heard you. She needed an update? Shoyuta said, remembering speaking to Michi Keisuke earlier who was relieved to hear. Izuku had been found, but saddened when Shoyuta explained his condition. Has he? No, Hisashi answered. And I said he wouldn't be up for a while. I've been treating him throughout the day as well. I'm pleased to see his fever has dropped some. Still a little feverish, but nowhere like he was. Chio interrupted. Like I said, he should be up later today if not tomorrow. I've just come in to check his bandages. Shoyuta nodded. More waiting. That was all they could really do for now. Nizu then looked at his watch and grinned. Right on schedule. If you could all follow me out for a moment while Chio checks on our young charge in peace. Nizu said as he turned around. Everyone looked at each before taking his heed and following him out. As they walked out into the hall they all saw a woman followed by 2 kids speed walking down the hall like they were on a mission. Keisuke. Nizu grinned as he looked at his old student as she stopped in front of them and held her hand out to stop the 2 kids she was with. She could feel their eyes on her back, but understood they needed to be respectful. She didn't have to invite them. Principal Nizu. Michi said. You two know each other? Shoyuta asked. Why the hell do you know the principal of UA? Katsuki asked. He's not surprised she's here considering she's the one who located Izuku and sees him. I graduated from UA? Michi said with a smirk. The hell? You didn't think to mention this? Katsuki shouted. Katsuki was dumbfounded. He's mentioned multiple times how he's going to get into UA and she didn't think once to say, oh, I went there. If she would have started with that it would have at least made their beginning sessions a little less brooding and more talking. He has inkling as to why. They were there to discuss him, not her, and UA was a goal. A goal that could ripped out from him before he even set foot to take the entrance exam. She wanted him to reach out his terms, not hers. He'd also needed to earn her respect not on his level and while knowing that information would have changed how Katsuki acted in the beginning, he wouldn't be satisfied as he is now. You don't ask about my personal life and for a patient who makes eye contact with everything in my office except me, you didn't notice the high school diploma sitting on the shelf. Michi said as she shut Katsuki down. She also knows why as she narrows her eyes at him. Shoyuta immediately likes her now that he truly sees what she's like. They have only talked twice since Izuku rescued her. Once after the event and the second was just him doing follow-up and to give her his work number. She doesn't take CRP and wants to help others. More so because she guided him to Izuku, and her showing up, despite Shoyuta telling her she didn't have to, means she really does care about Izuku. Oh. Small world. Hisashi exclaimed. Sho and I graduated here too. Despite some rather unfortunate alumni, UA does have a good record for its education. Ms. Keisuke was 2 years ahead of you. She was a personal student of mine that I helped throughout even after leaving. Nizu said. I request Hound Dog to refer anyone needing assistance to her. It's always a pleasure to see you, Principal Nizu. I'm glad to see Izuku has so many people in his life who support him. Michi said. I do hope you don't mind me coming down to see for myself despite you telling me it wasn't necessary. I've been seeing Izuku for a couple sessions since he rescued me, and I'd like to say we've gotten pretty close. I was the one who informed Eraserhead about Izuku after he missed an appointment. I'm glad to see he was found, and it's unfortunate this occurred. Michi smiled rather solemnly. She was so relieved when she got the call that Izuku was found, but it didn't make her most recent concern any less important. Despite Izuku agreeing to the contract, she still used her quirk to find him, and he was allowed to feel any way about that fact. He could be mad. So patients were set at her. He could be relieved. Others were grateful to know there was a light during that dark moment. He couldn't care. That also meant that he could withdraw from seeing her. Izuku only really continued his sessions because she was blackmailing him, and now that leverage was gone, she would give him the option and respect it. If he chose to no longer see her as his therapist, then she would let him know she was there to support him. And you two are? Shoyuta asked the two new kids who he hoped he wouldn't have to threaten. Mei Hatsume. Izuku's my best friend. Mei introduced herself. My inventions are going to make Izuku the world's first quirkless and best hero. Katsuki looked down at the floor and bit his lip. That stung a little. Faint memories of preschool where he proclaimed to be Izuku's best friend now felt a little empty. Understandable after all the shit he put Izuku through and never stayed by his side while he was drowning in discrimination. Despite this, he's already committed to being his friend again, and neither one of these extras will change that. Only Izuku can change that by telling Katsuki to F off. He noted that she's apparently an inventor, and that must be where the vigilante Deku is getting his gear. He looked over at the others who didn't seem surprised, but he saw the smile on the principal's face. If he's learned anything in the last 24 hours, this will probably be madness. Denki Kaminari. My grandparents own the cafe Izuku likes, and he's been tutoring me. Oh, you're the kid from yesterday? Hisashi said in surprise. It took a second to place him, but this was Izuku's friend from the cafe. Holy Siri, present. That's so cool. Denki said. I totally didn't put 2 and 2 together yesterday. Shuta's glad that Izuku has friends, and he probably made them after they met. It's good to see that the web of people that don't discriminate against him is growing larger, and these are people who support him. Izuku's going to need the support now more than before, but at least answers some questions and sadly leaves one wide open. That was early in the afternoon. You mentioned seeing Izuku at the cafe. Izuku didn't go missing until later that evening. Something must have happened between then. Shoyuta summarized. That's my bad. Mei said as she looked at the ground as she grasped her coat sleeves tightly. She wasn't going to cry. She had been thinking about it a lot. She knew talking to people about anything but her babies wasn't her forte. She thought when she was so she could hire people to do that part for her, leaving her to her babies, or maybe let them do all the talking. Could she have gone about confronting Izuku differently? Was her brashness the reason he ran off and got himself literally burned? She wondered if she just should have stayed in her lab and not gone out that day they met to find something new to tinker with. People's lives weren't inventions she could toy with because, per usual, it exploded in her face. She just hopes the explosion didn't destroy their friendship. After Izuku met you at the cafe, he came to see me at Takoba Beach? Why there? It's just trash. Shoyuta asked. That's where I met Izuku, and Mei started before looking a little nervous. It wasn't her right to say anything, but all these people cared about Izuku. They'd be able to help if they knew everything. That's where Izuku's been living. Everyone there felt like they got slapped in the face. Shoyuta knew Izuku was homeless. He's been looking for any possible places he could be hiding, but never once thought to be at such a place. The beach was a death trap, not to mention any possible infections he could pick up. Despite it being a dangerous place, no one would think to look there. People tend to just throw away their trash there and forget about it. Izuku shouldn't be there and he wasn't going back. It just makes him want to bring Izuku home even more so. Give him a place where he can always go back to with plenty of food, water, protection, and love. Even though he doesn't think he's very good at that last one, he can and will show him he cares. Hisashi practically lives with him anyway, so it's not like he'll be without the support. With the way his boyfriend is biting his lip and shakes a little that he recognizes as wanting to hug him, he doesn't think it'll be an issue. Hisashi is going to dote and spoil him like he is his own. Like Hisashi already said, Izuku is his now too. Katsuki knew Izuku was homeless. He's known that fact only a short time smaller than Shoyuta, but regardless it's a tough pill to swallow. He knows the beach they're talking about. He's seen Izuku walk in that direction so many times and thought nothing of it. Katsuki wants to think he would have cared if he knew Izuku was living there alone and abandoned. As much as Katsuki would have detested it, he could have come to his house. His parents adore Izuku and would have given him the guest bedroom. Maybe Izuku would have opened up sooner about what he's been through and Katsuki would have opened up to the idea of them being friends again. Michi had a feeling Izuku was homeless, but kept it from her. She was aware he was abandoned by his parents based on the information she learned from Katsuki and his parents. A glimmer of hope resided in her that he might have lived with a friend, foster parents, or a group home. She understands though. If he were to confirm he was homeless, she'd have to step in as she's a mandated reporter, and Izuku knew she wouldn't let that go without doing something. Not after all that she's been doing for him and the stories they've shared. She might not have told Eraserhead about his situation, but she would have offered him to stay with her. It's just her and Hiro after all. Denki knew Izuku was abandoned from what he heard earlier, but homeless? What the? Izuku didn't deserve that. The dude was so kind. Sure, when he actually thinks about it, it makes sense. His parents just left him, so where else would he go? Denki wondered if there was any place Izuku could go and feel absolutely safe and at ease. Not existent. He had to leave. Denki likes to think that the cafe is a good place, but he's reminded of those idiots. Well, Denki is going to make sure he can come to his house anytime. We talked for a little while and I just got frustrated because he lied to me when I asked him if he was living there when we first met. Next thing we know is, the car he called a home got crushed by a wave, making a lot of heavy machines fall on it, and he just shut down. I tried to explain that my parents said he could come stay with us, but I couldn't catch up when he ran. Mei finished explaining. It's fine and don't worry, Shoyuta said. Shoyuta can see it written on each and every one of their faces. If Izuku had been honest, he would have so many homes he wouldn't know where to go. Shoyuta feels a hint of petty. Izuku goes home with him. Izuku has a place to live now where he'll be well taken care of. I've had custody of Izuku for a while now, but haven't been able to catch him. I'm prepared to take him and you're all welcome to see him. This also adds up to what happened. At least for this scenario, Shoyuta has most what happened figured out. Izuku meets Hisashi at the cafe where Denki outs him being the child his partner is looking for. Izuku goes to meet Mei and loses what sounds like everything. In the span of probably an hour, Izuku lost both of these deemed safe places, and this is a boy who doesn't know who to trust. Everyone is a risk despite being friends. He doesn't know who he can tell, and it reminds Shoyuta of what happened at the school. Izuku just didn't know what to do and took off in panic and distress. He's had to figure out everything on his own for so long, he doesn't know how to accept anything when people genuinely want to support him. Combining both events, he can see where Izuku just mentally couldn't take it anymore. Everything he built up for himself to survive was gone. He was at rock bottom again and probably didn't think he could climb out again. He couldn't go back to that cafe knowing the owners now know his situation, that Hisashi knows he frequents there and would undoubtedly tell Shoyuta because Izuku knows they're dating. Izuku was running from Shoyuta and knew that he would stalk that place until he was caught. Everything literally came crashing down, and this mentally breaks Izuku, causing him to miss his therapy appointment. Out of concern and apparently a signed agreement, Michi uses her quirk on Izuku and calls him who, both unfortunately and fortunately, had Katsuki with him at the time. Shoyuta remembers that apparently Izuku was heading toward her office, which en route is where he finally was able to catch up. A few questions are still unanswered, but at least Shoyuta understands where Izuku was coming from when he found him on the sidewalk. The hero knows how the rest of the story goes after that. He doesn't need to think about it because the evidence is just in the other room which the door just opened. Aizawa, he's awake, Chio started. Shuta's moving before she even finished telling him, and he doesn't care that he pushed through a couple people to make sure he got into that room first. He needed to be there first. While he understands that each and every person out there cares about Izuku, Izuku was looking for him. He finally sees Shoyuta as a safe person, and Shoyuta fears that if it were anyone else Izuku might freak out. Seeing Chio was probably shocking enough. As he enters the room, he's pleased to see Izuku is no longer forced to be laying on his back, but he isn't wearing a shirt to not bother the bandages. He can see the extent of the damage, at least to parts of his body. The back of Izuku's biceps are discolored where the burns have healed over as much as they could. What draws Shuta's eyes more, now that can fully see it, are the burn scars that have liked around his neck and jawline. Despite being told he's awake, Izuku's eyes are closed and a slight flush of red still lays on his cheeks. He still has a fever, but isn't burning from the inside like he was on the outside. As I was saying, I healed him again and gave him more pain medication. He's a little out of it, but he's conscious now. Chio's voice finished behind him. Out of the corner of his eyes, Shoyuta can see her behind him and everyone else starting to file in. Shuta's mouth feels dry. What does he even say to him? There's a list of what he could start with. I'm sorry. Are you okay? It's going to be okay. I'm here. But none of them feel right for what Izuku's gone through. He doesn't know what's going through Izuku's head. He's unsure what Izuku remembers from last night. Shoyuta has mixed feelings about that, especially concerning what happened at the hospital. His response all depends on the swirling emotions and thoughts that are occurring behind those closed eyes. Izuku, Shoyuta said softly to get his attention. Shuta's heart breaks when Izuku's eyes open and he sees his green eyes. His eyes look so blank and he just blinks slowly. He's looking right at him, but it's like he doesn't see him. Shoyuta knows this expression. The lights are on, but no one's home. Izuku looks so checked out and he just hopes that it's from the painkillers and exhaustion. I'm tired, Izuku whispered in a voice that just shakes. Shoyuta takes that as a sign he's allowed to approach and does so calmly, unlike how he rushed in. He puts his hand behind his back to wave off everyone else who he knows is dying to talk and see Izuku. He hears Hizashi whisper about leaving this to him and Shoyuta appreciates it. They don't need to overwhelm him and there will be plenty of time. Izuku is here to stay. It's okay. You can rest some more. Shoyuta said. I don't want to anymore. Izuku said as he bit his lip as his green eyes started to shine. If you're tired, sleep, but we can talk some more if you want. Shoyuta said, grabbing a stool and sitting beside him. He slowly reached out to take Izuku's hand. You're going to be okay. I'm sorry. Izuku recoiled the moment Shuta's hand touched him. He draws it back so quickly like it burned and he winces as the pain it brings him. That seems to be what does it for him as the dam breaks. Big tears fall down Izuku's face and he just starts sobbing. He closes his eyes and lets out a shaking breath. He leans his head back into the pillow as he cries, ready for anything else to happen. Izuku, are you hurting? It's going to be okay? Izuku is in a breath that is laced with saliva and snot. I don't think I can do anything anymore. His voice is so broken and gone that Shoyuta doesn't even recognize it anymore. Where was Izuku Midoriya? The little sheet who blackmailed him into aiding him so he didn't have to give up his dream of becoming a hero with the sole purpose of just wanting to help people? He's accepted his fate. The fate that endeavor burned into his skin. The pain, the sting, and the burn of the fatal sin flaw that comes with being labeled lesser than everyone else. Quirkless. His skin and soul felt like they were ignited by a hell flame. An eternal flame that burned off the intensity of the despair and pain of the victim. He felt an agonizing shock through his body, but at the same time everything was numb. It wasn't until the physical pain receded that everything became much clearer. Everything came flooding back in bits and pieces. Nothing was really making sense, but some things were blatantly obvious. He felt like he was nothing. Nothing but a burden. There was no point. Becoming a hero just wasn't in the cards for him. Every time he tried to make something of himself, it just blew up in face. It toppled down, crushing all his progress, sending him all the way back to square one. He didn't think he could do it anymore. He's been squashed too many times to name them on his fingers. Said fingers that stood for each moment felt like they were broken and smashed alongside his resolve. He needed help, and in the end it felt like he only got burned. Izuku is barely paying attention as the hero he knows as Recovery Girl talks to him. She explained to him with a gentle voice that he had been burned, but Shoyuta had brought him to UA along with a lot of people who care about him. Izuku didn't have the heart or voice to break this old lady's ideal that she was wrong. There was no way there were more than 5 people on the other side of that wall. He wonders if Shoyuta will continue to care about him after all this. Can he still go live with him? Izuku presses his lips together. He doesn't know what he'll do if he can't. He wonders if Michi will still allow him to come see her. He really likes her and finds it easy to open up. Despite the circumstances of them meeting and his ultimatum about sessions, he's glad they met. Izuku grips the bedsheets. He doesn't know what he'll do if he can't. He wonders if Mei, even Denki will still be his friends. He wants to meet so they can all hang out. Whether that's at the cafe or anywhere else they can visit together. Izuku would like a day where they just tinker with Mei's babies and talk. It sounds great, it sounds normal. They don't mind that he's quirkless, but do they care that he can't seem to get anywhere? Izuku closes his eyes. He doesn't know what he'll do if they leave him, and he awkwardly sees him on the street one day. He doesn't think he can take their cold shoulders. Izuku wonders, was Kaken there when he was attacked? He remembers the familiar echoes of his explosions and screaming he distinctively knows as the loud blonde. He shakes his head. It must be his imagination. The small flickering hope that his childhood friend actually gave a CRP about him. Everything just feels so heavy. His eyes can't stay open, and he wonders just for a moment that if he closes them, will they not open again? Izuku. Izuku recognizes his voice. He opens his eyes to see Shoyuta Aizawa. The man he blackmailed in a feeble attempt to salvage his future, and that's been chasing him for months. A failed attempt as far as Izuku is concerned, but that doesn't seem to be Shuda's. The man's eyes tell Izuku that he's worried, but the little voice that sounds like him in the back of his head says otherwise. He just simply blinks at the man, waiting for him to say anything else, but he doesn't think he can. He's hurting from the inside out, from head to toe, and the painkillers only take away the physical aches. I'm tired, Izuku whispered in a voice that just shakes. Shoyuta slowly comes toward him, and Izuku wonders if it's to finally tell him the truth. That he can't be a hero. That he's a failure. Izuku deeply breathes in through his nose. Why does it feel like he's disappointing his father all over again? Izuku remembers the flashes of anger and resentment on his face before he backhanded Izuku across his own. For a second he sees people behind him, but they quickly step back out of the room before Izuku can identify them. He thinks he sees blonde hair. That must be Present Mike. He knows it's not Kaken. He's the last person Izuku expects to see. It's okay. You can rest some more, Shoyuta said. He doesn't understand. I don't want to anymore, Izuku said. He hates this feeling. He feels like he's falling and has been for years. He's tired of it and wants it to stop. Just burning through each lift of the winds of success gives him before he's right back where he started. Throwing it all away to just tip over the edge like everyone has told him to. He knows the only way to finally stop is to hit the ground. He doesn't want to give up, but what else can he do? Every time he asks for help, it is like falling through a pure white cloud. So innocent looking. It feels like hope that he'll see a place he can land on the other side, finally plant his feet, until he exits to find he's still falling. That pure hope is actually a storm cloud. It's gray and strikes him down with lightning. The gravity of it all is what tugs harder than anything else. The gravity of his situation that's crushing his dream. No one wants to be saved by him once they learn he's quirkless, and acting like he has one won't help anyone. Not even himself. He's going to have scars that remind of who he actually is. A burden. A quirkless burden who only causes grief for others. His eyes start tearing at the thought. Giving up his dream feels like giving up on life. His life. If you're tired, sleep, but we can talk some more if you want, Shoyuta said, grabbing a stool and sitting beside him. He slowly reached out to take Izuku's hand. You're going to be okay. Sorry? He shouldn't have to touch him, as Izuku feels like he's going to grab onto him and refuse to let go. He's just going to drag him down with him to suffer this same endless fate of free falling without a parachute. He feels like he already grabbed a hold, but Shoyuta still has a way out. He just needs to let go and pull the line. The line Izuku feels like he doesn't have anymore, as he just openly sobs. His eyes are burning and he can't breathe. That's what happens when you drop and the wind rushes through your eyes. Izuku just closes his eyes and leans his head back. Izuku, are you hurting? It's going to be okay? Izuku is in a breath that is laced with saliva and snot. It's not though. I don't think I can do anything anymore. He's accepted it. He doesn't want to, but what is there to do when you're falling? Flail and hope hitting rock bottom doesn't hurt as much as you know it will. Those pains, stings, burns are results of his sins and flaws of this acceptance as lesser. They're going to leave scars if he decides it's worth getting back up. But how can a worthless person decide that getting back up is worth it? Shoyuta can't believe what he's hearing. It makes him wonder about all the times that Izuku's been knocked down and decided to get back up. What makes this time so much different than any of those other ones? Talk to me, Izuku. What's going on in that head of yours? Shoyuta asked. Please leave me alone. Izuku said as his breath hitched and he turned away from Shoyuta. He doesn't want him to see him cry. He can't think and just needs everyone to leave him alone. He can't think straight. He doesn't know how he'll be able to repay the kindness Recovery Girl has shown him or anything else that's happened while he's just been laying around allowing others to drag his useless body wherever. Shoyuta felt his heart break. It's one thing having Izuku just run from. He can't see the fear, the sadness in his eyes, but now he's right front and center. He wants to do something, but for the life of him can't figure it out. This is out of his expertise as a pro hero, and he admittedly wasn't great at the emotional aspect of the job. He can't help thinking that this helplessness is what a parent feels when their child is suffering in silence. All right, Shoyuta conceded. He doesn't want to push Izuku. He could shut down completely, and it seems like he really needs to be alone with his thoughts. There's a call button right there beside you if you need anything. Izuku didn't answer him as Shoyuta silently left the room, biting his lip to prevent himself from crying and gripping his fist tightly so he wouldn't punch the wall. Izuku doesn't want to see anyone. Michi sighed as she hugged herself as Shoyuta explained that Izuku asked him to leave with heavy tears in his eyes. She can see the frustration throughout his body language. It really cements the fact that this man does care about Izuku. Izuku sees himself as his own worst enemy, Michi voiced in an almost whisper. Everyone turned to look at her, hearing her. Izuku can fight villains in the streets all night with no issue, but it's the ones taunting him when he looks in the mirror that always do the most damage. Shoyuta comes to realization as well, and it's one that cuts a little deep. He might care about Izuku and want to provide for him, but he doesn't understand him. He only knows what he's been subjected to. He wants to understand, but Izuku keeps everything bottled up because that's what he's used to. It's what he's always had to do, so he doesn't trust anyone else to open it to see the contents that are inside. Well, except one person, but Shuta's pretty sure she just cracked the bottle. It's a good thing cracks can be fixed with gold. I gathered as much. Shoyuta commented as everyone else silently agreed. Diamond nerd. Katsuki growled and kicked the floor because he can't really kick himself the way he wants to. All her focus is on Izuku. Michi tries to think about a way to help Izuku, because that's what he needs. He needs someone to reach out so he sees that he has a chance to reach back. He'll just sit there and waste away if someone doesn't do something. She's seen this happen before, and it was after it was all said and done. After it was almost too late. It's eerily similar to a situation she found herself in before. It was a hero. A hero referred to her after they lost someone. They took a nosedive right after until he landed in the hospital and she received a frantic call from a concerned family member. She arrived to see all his loved ones there, all with the same longing to see him smile again and get back up, because that's what heroes do. They bravely stand back up and fight the fight. I want to try something I had to do with a patient a couple years ago, Michi said as she then explained the idea to everyone there. Shoyuda, Hisashi, Katsuki, Nizu. They looked at one another a little unsure, but willing to do anything if it meant seeing Izuku stand. Do you think it'll work? Hisashi asked. It did before, Michi said. But ultimately it is all up to Izuku. He's the one who has to take the biggest steps, but that doesn't mean we can't push him along. I believe in Keisuke, so why don't we see through with this idea? Nizu said as he put his paws together. Michi smiled as she silently thanked her mentor. He always believed in when everyone else said what she wanted to do was stupid, that she'd feel more successful as a pro hero, that she'd get more satisfaction out of her life. She didn't want that. She was one of the rare children who didn't dream about growing up and becoming a pro hero. Give me a moment with him. I'll tell you when you can come in, Michi said as she stood up and walked toward the door. Everyone heard the message loud and clear that she wasn't taking no for an answer. Michi wasn't sure this would work, but it's all she could think of. It wasn't quite an intervention, more of uplifting. An impromptu group session. What she kept to herself was that the last time she did with a patient it was after he made an attempt. While she didn't think Izuku would, she didn't want to think of the possibility. She couldn't live through that again. Michi finally gets her first real look at Izuku. Seeing his injuries up close sets a guilt in her heart as she wishes she would have called sooner. This isn't the same boy she's been seeing. This certainly isn't the same boy who saved her. This is who lied underneath that persona. Michi didn't know who she was looking at. Was this Deku or was this actually Izuku? Izuku! Michi called out to him as Izuku faced the wall. She could hear him and she bites the inside of her mouth to keep herself from crying at the sound of his own. Izuku turns toward her and gasps in panic. She can't be here. Why in the world is she even here? He doesn't understand. Does she do this every time she has to send help for a patient? Is she neglecting other patients who are worth more of her time because of him? Izuku started to apologize, but his breath got caught in his panic. Quickly Michi crosses the room and envelopes his head in her arms before softly caressing his curls. Izuku deeply inhales, noticing the scent of her light perfume. It's ylang ylang, a rather calming scent. He recognizes that peachy, bergamot, and sandalwood smell he's noticed in her office. He looked it up because he liked it after their first session. Talking, the smell just made him feel lighter. Light enough that he could start flying or rise instead of falling. So, it's okay. Just breathe. I'm not mad. So incredibly worried, but I'm not mad. You're alive and that's what matters. But, Izuku, please. I know when we see each other you're the one doing the talking, but just this once, can I? Can you listen to what I need to say? Michi asked. Izuku nodded. That was simple enough and he owes her really that much. Michi smiles as she lets him go and sits in the chair beside him. She takes a calming breath. You fascinate me, Izuku Midoriya, Michi said with a smile as she reached up and shook his curls softly. Huh. Out of all my patients you're the one most clouded in secrecy, and the shadows that follow you aren't just your own. The people you've met either drop their darkness on your shoulders, or if you're lucky you find one that directs the sun toward you to eliminate it. You shine a light on people too, you know. Izuku, you push people to become better people than when you meet them because they see how strong you are. I'm learning every day about new ways to help people, and of course you. I can see that there are 3 kids outside who are different than they were yesterday because you're in their life. The only person better than you is the you of tomorrow. I said this to a patient of mine not that long ago. I think it's only fair that I tell you his name since he knows enough about yours. Katsuki Bakugu. Kaken? Izuku asked. In no way. He didn't believe it. He really? Kaken was seeing Michi too? When did this happen? Why did it happen? Izuku guesses it really isn't his business to know. What he talks about with her in their sessions isn't for him to know. Kaken, huh? I'm going to enjoy that one. Michi snorts. Finally retribution for him always using vulgar language even when she scolds him. Mitsuki said to use a spray bottle, but Michi doesn't think that's wise. Yes, I do see him since not long after Aldra got shut down. He's really come a long way because he wants to do better and from what it sounds like, do right by you, but I'll let him explain that for himself. Right now, this isn't about him, it's about you and the war you're fighting. I know there's this war inside you and you feel like you're playing both sides, the good and the evil. We can't help how others view us, but we can help how we view ourselves. You may think you're just a liar, but you're honest with how you feel and never want to do anything with malice intentions. You are a victim of a baseless society and that is not your fault that they only see you as some kind of pariah. That's not who you are. You're going to make a difference one day and show the world you're not to be judged based on what you are. All heroes get knocked down, but they just get up and scream a battle cry. Be out for BLD and claim what you want. You still want to be a hero, right? Don't tell me otherwise. I think during our couple sessions I've gotten to know you pretty well to know you take action to make sure you're seen. And there's quite a few people who know that about you too. Izuku sniffed as he felt a couple tears running down his face. She's right, that's not who he is, but words only get people so far. He really hasn't done much. A few people he saved, but if those people knew the truth they wished for someone else. As he was lost in his thoughts just staring at the wall as her words ran through his, Izuku didn't notice that she walked toward the door. Think about how Izuku is important to you. The positivity his life has given yours. Izuku doesn't see his life as worth anything because that's what everyone has told him. Tell him otherwise when I call each of you in. It might be overwhelming to him, but hopefully he'll see what he's done. How has knowing him changed you for the better? What would you like to say to him? I'll call you one at a time and let him see that you choose to be here because he's here. Izuku's head w's to the side hearing his voice again. Since he told him to leave he didn't think he'd want to come back. Izuku thought he'd just leave him there like his parents did. I said it before and I'll say it again, because you seem to have forgotten. I don't care what you've done. I don't think me or the old man who runs that cafe are going to hold a grudge for what you've done. However, if you steal my coffee again we'll have words. Shoyuta said with a smirk that Izuku slightly returned. That cheeky little sheet was still in there. Just buried under his dejection. You didn't ask for the cards you were given. I'll admit kid, your hand is sheet and you're being forced to play with it anyway even though it just keeps you at the bottom. However, if you let people see the cards, we can find a way to help and be there for you. I want to be there for you as the parent and teacher you deserve. I want to encourage you to follow your dreams no matter how big they seem because I know you're more than capable. You have potential in spades to become a hero. I'm sure you know it's helpful by now with your sessions with Ms. Keisuke. You can keep going back to her and let us in and one day this won't hurt. That she's blackmailing me. Shoyuta is dumbfounded for a hot second and repressed the urge to snort. He turns around to look at Michi who is standing in front of the door. She just shrugs her shoulders and gives a cheeky smile. She's blackmailing you? Shoyuta asked. Once he's alone he's laughing about this later. It must be some kind of karma, what goes around comes around, and Izuku got what he served. However, Shoyuta doesn't mind since this is what allowed him to find Izuku alive and not ashes left on the sidewalk. Yeah. I had to keep having sessions with her or she'd tell you where I was. Izuku, do you think I would do this to be spiteful or to return some debt? Michi asked. I told you that while I did want to repay you, I saw a lost child who needed a professional hand. It's okay to be lost. That's why we're here. Well, I wish she had told me. I'd rather have my kid at my house than anywhere else. Shoyuta interjected, getting them back on track. Really? Izuku said as his voice lifted a little. I'm allowed to go home with you? Absolutely. If you don't mind allowed but who lives with me? Shoyuta snorted. Oh. I don't mind. Izuku said. Good because fair warning he's claimed you too. But what if you decide to not? Izuku, do you trust me? Shoyuta asked. That was a loaded question. Izuku looked at Shuta's onyx eyes that stared into his green. He looks at Michi. Trust is something that never came easy to him. Sometimes he's often forced into it and it all seems to work out in the end. He trusts Michi because she makes him feel like a person by helping him and confiding in him. Does he trust Shoyuta? Yes, because despite everything that's happened over the last few months, he hasn't given up on him yet. Wise. Izuku nodded. So trust me when I'll be there as long as it takes. Shoyuta said. Izuku, this isn't something I decided just because or because I'm mad at you. This is a responsibility I took and ran with because I'm not going to let you down. I already did once. I let you slip away, and if I hadn't, I could have saved you sooner. I can't see that happen again. You're drowning and I'm going to keep your head above water when you feel like you can't. The door opens again. He means it, listener. Hisashi said. I'll tell you, this guy has done nothing but think and fight for you these past few months. I had to remind him to take care of himself so he could take care of you, you know. Really rank if you sniff his drift. But you've got 2 radical guardians for the price of 1. I'm the fun one though. We can go to the cafe together, train, and do all sorts of cool things because Shuta's a bore. Hisashi. Shoyuta growled. He's just a grump. Hisashi grinned. You're a little rock star who will one day show the world why you deserve everything you worked for. Starting right here with UA High School. Nizu said, walking in with a grin and his paws raised. Izuku's eyes widened seeing him. What was he doing here? He knows where he's at obviously, but did he overstay welcome? A tease of what he can't have. At least he'll be able to say he's been inside UA. Is that why Shoyuta and Hisashi are here to take him home with them and forget about this field trip? Izuku's thoughts come to a screeching halt. He can go home with them. He doesn't have a home, but now he does. He's welcomed at their home and Shoyuta said he's got a room prepared for him. Like what foster or adoptive parents do to surprise their kids. Hisashi called themselves his parents. Is that what they are? Is he getting new parents? Will he get to keep his good education? Will he get to keep his friends? Will he get to have a new life that's slowly piecing itself together? I'm sorry, sir, that I bother you, Izuku said, bowing his head a little. Nonsense. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person, although I wish it was under better circumstances, Nizu said, coming closer to climb on a chair to be eye level with Izuku. Finally? Izuku questioned. Yes. As the principal of UA, I would very much like to be well acquainted with the first Quirkless Hero Corps students to grace these halls as part of the Paragon program. Izuku doesn't think his brain is working anymore, being smacked twice now as it's trying to piece together what Nizu just said to him. The first Quirkless student ever enrolled into UA? In the hero course nonetheless. He can't mean him. He hasn't done anything worth that honor, nor would anyone take him seriously. None of that makes sense, except one word which he knew very well. You run Paragon? Izuku asked. He hadn't had a chance to start his high school classes because his advisors said he needed to rest his young human mind. An actual human being wouldn't say this to another person without it being weird unless the person working behind the scenes wasn't human. Of course. Upon seeing your grades and drive despite the torturous environment, I couldn't help but reach out to personally oversee your education. Since you enrolled in my little program, as the only student mind you, you have been on a fast track to being admitted to UA. Which might I add that you have been because you're my personal student I recommended. I do hope we can find time between lessons to play chess. You've almost beaten me and I do hope to see the day you will. Izuku is speechless as all the information is dumped on him. He doesn't know what to say. He's dreaming. There is no other explanation, or he's actually died and somehow is living through everything he's ever wanted instead of burning in hell like everyone said he would, because this doesn't make any sense. By looking at all 3 of their faces he can tell this isn't some joke. Paragon was going to transfer his credits to his high school of choice once he got accepted somewhere. Apparently he already had and didn't know it. His dream school. UA High School. The same one where some of his favorite and most inspired heroes have graduated from. He can't be a student here. Someone more worthy should have his seat. Someone with a quirk. Someone who isn't the bottom of someone's shoe or has done the unacceptable things he has. But here they all are telling him that he's actually taken the first big step in achieving his dream. He's actually a UA student. He's in the hero course. Despite his protest, and even if they make him, he's scared he won't know anyone and be alone again. Dude, that's so cool. Now I gotta work extra strong to make sure we can be in the same class. Denki said, running in as Michi opened the door. Why are you here? Izuku asked in disbelief. He left him high and dry. Abandoned him out of fear as all his dirty laundry was spread out. Denki gave him a deadpanned look. Come on Izuku, I thought you were supposed to be the smart one between us. We're friends dude, and that means I can't just leave you hanging. I know I'm not good with words and I'm not the smartest, but hear me out. Denki said. I know we just met not that long ago, but I feel like I know. Gramps talked about you before he asked you to tutor me. He didn't tell me anything bad, just that you were a strong worker and pretty smart, but liked coffee too much. I'm sorry to say, but it kind of made me jealous, like he was comparing you to me. But that's not it now, so no sweat. I figured it out all on my own. He wants me to see that you're someone to look toward if I want to achieve my goals. And then we met and I knew what he meant. I thought I was a goner before. Seriously. I can use my quirk for sure, but the written exam was going to flunk me. Everyone says I'm dumb, but you never once saw me that way. Now because of you I feel like I can walk into any test and actually do a DMN good job. You helped me see I'm more than who everyone said I was. Just like you. So please keep tutoring me so we can be in class together. That'd be wicked cool. Izuku liked the idea of finally going to school, being back in a classroom setting, but this time with a friend. Izuku snorted. Never did he think he'd admit that. The last time kids his own age wanted to be around was in preschool, where quirks were just dreams and make-believe. Denki always told him the truth. Respected him even. Getting the respect of his peers was an idea Izuku threw out the window to splat on the sidewalk. While he might not have done anything before against people who disrespected him, Izuku can tell Denki learns from his mistakes and he says he won't let it happen again. Izuku can trust him with that. Trust him to stick up for him and watch his back. He still really wants to go UA, even if the hero course isn't for him anymore. Yes, he's supposedly there now, but everyone is going to underestimate him. Sure, that notion wells up inside, making Izuku want to prove them wrong, but he'll need support items to help. What if he can't set foot in there because... You can't forget about me. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. She was here too. He looked over to see Mei come running in as Michi stepped out a moment. If you give up, then who are my appealing babies going to call daddy? Mei said as she walked up and nudged him. You're my first client Izuku, and you're also my friend, the first friend I ever had. I was always lonely, and when we met I thought to myself that maybe I could have friends too. That's pretty cool, you know. Someone that doesn't mind if I talk too much. Someone that helps me with the fact I'm really bad at social stuff. You make me want to build and build. I want to make a mountain of support items just for you. I just wish I could create a support item to help you with this. And I finally figured out what it was. It doesn't explode at all. It's yours truly. I'm your support item because that's what friends are for. I know you've got Eraserhead as your guardian, but you're always welcome at my house. I'll have to clear some space, but it's all yours. I know you can do this, and I'm here to support you 100%. He's still her friend after the fight they had. She wants him to come hang out with her and simply be friends with him. She's always had his back and will make things to watch his back when she can't. He trusts her to do that. She hadn't let him down in that regard. She just wants what's best for her friend, even if she had a really pushy and odd way to show it. They can be awkward together. Maybe he could be in the support course with her? If he couldn't be a hero, then he's taking what Mei says to heart. Support techs are their own kind of heroes like everyone else. Izuku wipes his face, trying not to cry. He doesn't think he can take much more of this. He's going to start crying soon as his heart is squeezing him. He feels so loved and seen right now. Being the hero course is something Izuku of last year would be fawning over and freaking out about, but that doesn't change the fact of the matter. The person who he's become isn't a hero. Any hero he asks other than Shoyuta will tell him otherwise and want to toss him into juvie or something where kids like him belong. If he lasted that long. Once anyone finds out that he's here amongst the good people trying to be heroes, they'll demand his dismissal. Will they protect him then? He doesn't want them to take the fall for someone like him. You all probably know what I've done. I've stole. Blackmailed. I'm pretty sure I've broken a law by taking down criminals as a vigilante. How can you all say that with a smile on your face? Izuku wondered out loud in disbelief before looking at Shoyuta. I know you said you didn't care, but it's everything a hero shouldn't be. A quirkless person can't be a hero because everything I do is wrong. That's bullshit. Izuku in a breath so strong he almost choked at the voice. His green eyes that finally have a little more light back in them stare at him. Honestly, the last person he expected to see. Even though he heard about him from Michi, Izuku thought he'd be miles away from him. The blonde's red eyes were angry, but that anger for once didn't seem directed at him. Kaken. Izuku couldn't understand why he was here. Katsuki doesn't owe him anything. He never thought he'd save him either. Seeing him here tells Izuku that what he imagined that night actually happened. The moment Endeavor attacked, he heard a scream and explosion follow. It was Kaken that came to his rescue. Despite the burning pain, Izuku vaguely remembers everything that followed. Some memories he wants to forget and others that only gave him questions. Kaken? Just listen, Izuku. Katsuki said, and the look on Izuku's face when he said his given name made this feel right, like he was at peace. He heard the light gasp as his eyes widened a little. He then jerked his thumb back at Michi. I've been talking with this old hag for months and came to realize some things. I wasn't your friend when I should have been. I was your bully, I was your abuser. I should have been there for you, and yet I chose to take part. I can't take any of that back. I wish I could now. I didn't understand how one person could take all that shit lying down and not fight back. You were fighting back, just not the way I would. That's what is going to make you a hero, Izuku. You're gonna be a hero because you keep getting back up. Heroes never give up, and I don't want to give up on you. Not anymore, but I understand if you don't share the sentiment. I'll leave if you want me to, but please just let me say this, I'm sorry. Katsuki bowed to Izuku as he stared at the floor. He gritted his teeth and waited for a response. His brief talk in the hall with Michi reminded him. He didn't need her encouragement. He wasn't going to back out and be chicken shit. Heroes confront those they need help head on, and damn it, he is better than he was before. He finally got to apologize to Izuku like he said he was going to. He could move on somewhat at peace with himself. And by some miracle, if he does make it into UA alongside Izuku, Katsuki will watch out for him even if Izuku asks him or not. Whether that's standing beside him or threatening people in empty hallways is yet to be decided. Katsuki has a preference on which one, but this isn't about him. It's about, you're my friend, Kaken? Izuku said. How the F can you say that? Katsuki yelled as he looked up. Despite how tired Izuku's eyes were, they still showed that same sincerity they always had. The flowers on my desk. How did you know about those? Katsuki asked. The day Aldra got shut down wasn't the first time that students left flowers on Izuku's desk. That day just marked the first time they left spider lilies. Katsuki always wondered how much Izuku knew. Apparently a lot more than he thought. Izuku's only seen them a few times, but he's mostly found the evidence in the trash. He would think if someone truly cared to spare his feelings, they'd hide them better. In the trash in their classroom lay once appealing flowers with dark meanings that were burnt and black. That's what gave Katsuki away. Yellow carnations that said disdain, disappointment, and rejection, or geraniums calling him stupid. Izuku's 90% sure a teacher gave him those after he didn't do well on a test. Cyclamen that say goodbye. A subtle implication of what they all wanted him and them to say. Izuku tossed those off the roof that day and watched as they fluttered down to the ground. Izuku wasn't saying goodbye to anything, but the thoughts his untrustworthy peers put in his head. The same ones that have been creeping back in for months, now wanting to drain him of his life. The orange lilies that told Izuku all he needed to know and already knew. Everyone in his school hated him. He didn't need the reminder as the vibrant colors stared back at him. He knows the feeling is mutual. It didn't matter too much, the flowers only lasted a few weeks anyway, but the feeling lasted much longer. Izuku couldn't help thinking how poetic it all was. Especially when Kaken intervened. Katsuki might be one who trips him in the hall, blows up his stuff, and calls him names, but every time he sees the flowers before Izuku, he makes sure they're turned to ash. Izuku takes that as a sign to keep going. Burn up those feelings and stand back up. Push past the disappointment, hatred, and say goodbye to those who meant those harsh truths that might just be lies. They're the liars. Kaken's actions speak louder than words. Izuku said, nodding to him that Katsuki returned. Message received on both ends. End of story. Izuku saw that Katsuki had been trying. Therapy. Attacking Endeavor. Apologizing. There was probably more than that, but he could ask later. Katsuki understood him loud and clear. He was forgiven. Izuku wanted to say more, but the dam broke and he couldn't help sobbing. He hiccuped and wheezed as everything felt too much, but so weightless at the same. Big fat tears just started spilling out into his lap and he couldn't find it within himself to stop. There you go, a soft yet gruff voice said sitting beside him. Let it all out. Izuku knew everyone might not support him in his dreams. Izuku just didn't expect there to be so many who would, especially those who were supposed to support and care for him. He didn't know what he'd do if he saw his parents again. He'd probably scream at them. They weren't here now, but everyone else standing in this room with hopeful smiles were here. These people didn't have to be here, but they sought him out because they cared about him. He helped each of them and now they're wanting to give back. Opportunities. Friends. Reconciliation. They were giving back what Izuku paid forward. All his life everyone told him, beat into him one way or another, that not having a quirk made him some kind of a weakling. Izuku wanted to prove them wrong, but who is he proving it to when the whole world seems against him? Including himself. That childhood dream of saving people kept burning and burning as it was stoked by a singular young man's drive. However, that drive runs out of fuel and gets dinged by too many bumps and potholes in the road. Eventually someone might fix the road and add fuel to fire because his own wasn't enough. Shoyuta stepped toward Izuku and finally did the one thing he said he was going to do from the moment he truly learned who Izuku was. This kid didn't deserve anything done to him. He certainly won't have anything easy, but he certainly had plenty of people supporting him, willing to help him as long as he kept showing he could still put in the work and do his part. His part was not giving up. Izuku essayed in a breath. The action that just occurred only made him cry much harder and he felt his strength leaving him. He was tired but he felt tranquil. For once today he wanted to open his eyes after closing them. There were 7 people on the other side of that wall. 7 people who came to him because they see him as more than what he is. There were even people outside these walls who also cared about him. Izuku can't help the small spark of joy in his heart when he realizes that's 2 more than 5. 6 more than he thought he had. And 7 plus is more than he thought he had to start with. I don't want to give up. Ever. For me and for you. Izuku raised his weakened arms to clutch Shuta's arms that enveloped him in a hug and just clung on, not wanting to let any of this go.